Chapter 1788. If Duan Ling Tian and the woman were in the outside world, he might not have been able to catch up to the woman. However, they were now in a small space. Of course it was not small, but compared to the almost endless space in the outside world, it was indeed very small. Due to this reason, it was easy for Duan Ling Tian to find an opportunity to intercept the woman. In terms of speed, the woman was on par with Duan Ling Tian. In terms of overall strength, she was far inferior to Duan Ling Tian, because her speed was so fast because she relied on the high-level movement technique. Due to this reason, it was easy for Duan Ling Tian to kill her and vaporize her under such circumstances. The scene in front of her stunned Wang Fei Xian. After a while, she looked at Duan Ling Tian and forced out a sentence. "You really are ruthless. What? You want me to let her go?" Duan Ling Tian said with a faint smile. Seeing the void tremble, a crack appeared, and then a huge stone tablet flew out from behind the crack and landed on the ground. Duan Ling Tian looked at Wang Fei Xian and urged, "Go. After memorizing the theurgy on it, we should go to the next stop. If I'm not wrong, that should be a high-level movement technique." Duan Ling Tian added. "High-level movement technique theurgy?" Hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, Wang Fei Xian could not help but think of the woman's speed. The woman's speed was clearly not compatible with her overall strength. At that time, she had also guessed that the woman had used a movement technique. Now, with Duan Ling Tian's reminder, she also realized that the woman had very likely used the theurgy that she was about to master. When Wang Fei Xian's divine sense entered the stone tablet, the joy of the theurgy recorded on it flooded into her mind. Movement divine ability. 1,000 illusory shadows. At this moment, she knew the name of the divine ability she was about to master. Moreover, the more she read, the more excited she became. She discovered this movement divine ability, the 1,000 illusory shadows, was indeed a high-grade divine ability. Moreover, it would be much easier for a woman to cultivate it. This was a movement divine ability that was tailor-made for a woman. In other words, when she broke through to the divine saint stage in the future, it would be much easier for her to comprehend and master this divine ability compared to ordinary divine abilities since she was a woman. Of course, this didn't mean that only women could cultivate this divine ability. It was just that women could cultivate it with twice the result with half the effort. If a man cultivated it with twice the effort, the result would be half the result with half the effort. As an intermediate refined divine ability after she had broken through to the divine saint stage, she only took a day and a night to memorize all the information about the 1,000 illusory shadows of the 1,000 illusory shadows to her mind. She was only to comprehend and master, to master it a divine able to master it, to master to cast it to master. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Ling Tian discovered he had returned to the place before he entered the divine ability relic. He was not surprised by this at all. This was because he had experienced a similar situation a few times before. "Let's go." Since they had come out, Wang Fei Xian must have memorized all the information about the divine ability. For this reason, Duan Ling Tian immediately asked Wang Fei Xian to leave and head to the divine ability relic he had discovered earlier. Currently, there were only about 20 days left before they would be forcefully sent out of the Saint Martial secret zone. How many divine abilities they would be able to obtain would depend on their luck in the next 20 days. Naturally, apart from luck, efficiency was also very important. Due to this reason, Duan Ling Tian did not want to waste any time. As soon as Wang Fei Xian regained her senses, he began to urge her to leave. Swoosh, swoosh. Duan Ling Tian led the way while Wang Fei Xian followed closely behind. The latter traveled at full speed while the former deliberately slowed down in consideration of the latter. Following behind Duan Ling Tian and looking at Duan Ling Tian's back, Wang Fei Xian's gaze was extremely complicated. The speed he displayed at that time has clearly surpassed the speed of a powerhouse at the peak of the refined saint stage. That speed is comparable to an early eminent saint stage powerhouse. As the great young miss of a fourth-rate force, the tyrannical saber mansion, Wang Fei Xian's experience was, naturally, not low. She had even witnessed the speed of many early eminent saint stage powerhouses. Due to this reason, she was almost certain when Duan Ling Tian helped her to pass through the last trial in the divine ability relic earlier, The speed he displayed was comparable to an early eminent saint stage powerhouse. Although that woman's cultivation base is only at the peak of the refined saint stage, the speed she displayed, the divine ability, the 1,000 illusory shadows, is comparable to an early eminent saint stage powerhouse. Under such circumstances, the only reason he could kill her was because his speed was not inferior to hers. As Wang Fei Xian muttered to herself, she focused her gaze on Duan Lingtian again. Don't tell me he has made a breakthrough again? Don't tell me he's already an early eminent saint stage powerhouse? The moment Wang Fei Xian thought of this, her heartbeat quickened. That's not right. However, Wang Fei Xian soon felt that something was amiss. This fellow had just broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage not long ago. At that time, it had caused a commotion in the Heaven Palace and the entire mystical sky mansion. No matter how monstrous and freakish his innate talent is, it's impossible for him to make 2 consecutive breakthroughs from the mastery refined saint stage in such a short time, right? However, if he didn't make a breakthrough, how could he possess such a fast speed? Wang Fei Xian was puzzled. In the end, she could not help but ask, have you made a breakthrough to the eminent saint stage? Are you asking me? Duan Lingtian turned around and glanced at Wang Fei Xian. Nonsense. There's only the 2 of us here. If I'm not asking you, am I supposed to be asking myself? When Wang Fei Xian heard Duan Lingtian's words, the expression on her face eased up a little. At the same time, she retorted in annoyance. No. Duan Lingtian shook his head when he saw Wang Fei Xian was asking about him. I haven't broken through to the eminent saint stage yet. He wanted to break through to the eminent saint stage because that would mean he could officially cultivate, comprehend, and master all kinds of divine abilities. You haven't broken through to the eminent saint stage, but you can display the speed of an early eminent saint stage powerhouse? Wang Fei Xian stared at him. How did you do it? Would you believe me if I told you I mastered a movement divine ability? Duan Lingtian asked with a smile. TCH. Wang Fei Xian looked at Duan Lingtian with disdain. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old kid? You want to master a divine ability before breaking through to the divine saint stage? You must be dreaming. Duan Lingtian smiled and did not explain. After all, he was just trying to fool Wang Fei Xian. The reason he could display the speed of an early eminent saint stage powerhouse was, naturally, due to the Sun True Origin. However, the existence of the Sun True Origin was undoubtedly a big secret to him. This secret was not only related to Hua Lao, but it was also related to the celestial supreme treasure, the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, in his possession. It's been a long time since I've searched for materials to repair the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. After I leave the St. Martial secret zone, I'll try my best to borrow the mystical sky mansion's power to search for materials for the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, so I can repair the 4th level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda as soon as possible. Duan Lingtian made up his mind when he thought about the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. Repairing the 4th level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda was of great significance to him. First of all, he would be able to obtain a better cultivation environment at that time. Moreover, according to Hua Lao, the time flow on the 4th level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda was much slower than the 3rd level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. If one stayed on the 4th level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda for 8 days, only 1 day would pass outside. Compared to the 3rd level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, it was much more efficient. Of course, this was not the most important thing. Once the 4th level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda was repaired, his life would be further protected. This was because he could immediately hide in the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda when he was in danger. To Duan Lingtian, the latter was more tempting than the former. Everyone only had 1 life, and this included Duan Lingtian as well. Therefore, he cherished his life very much. To put it bluntly, he was actually afraid of death. However, in this world, apart from some real lunatics, how many people were really not afraid of death? The higher the cultivation base and the stronger the ability, it also meant that the more effort they had put in the past, and the more they valued their lives. Of course, this did not mean that Duan Lingtian valued his life more than anything else. If it was him in his previous life, perhaps he would value his movement technique in life more than anything else. However, it was not the case for him in this life. In this life, he had family and friends. Those people were worthy of him using his life to protect. You should have obtained the movement technique divine ability that woman used before, right? The sun vital essence in his body was Duan Lingtian's secret. Therefore, he did not intend to say too much. He promptly changed the topic and looked at Wang Fei Xian. That's right. Hearing Duan Lingtian mention the divine ability she had obtained, Wang Fei Xian immediately smiled. The divine ability I obtained is the movement technique divine ability that woman used. What is it called? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. 1,000 illusory shadows. Wang Fei Xian said. 1,000 illusory shadows? Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows as he recalled the scene when he fought with that woman. The after-images that were dragged out were vivid in his mind. That movement technique divine ability lives up to its name. After half a day, Duan Lingtian brought Wang Fei Xian to the divine ability relic that he had discovered. The divine ability relic in this divine ability relic. Can you guess what level it is? Before entering, Wang Fei Xian looked at Duan Lingtian and asked. I can't guess. Duan Lingtian shook his head. If you really haven't explored it, I'm guessing it's a low-level divine ability relic. Wang Fei Xian said with a rare playful wink. I hope your jinx doesn't come true. The divine ability relic in here is mine. Chapter 1789. Duan Lingtian and Wang Fei Xian entered the divine ability relic that Duan Lingtian discovered a few days ago. Wang Fei Xian easily annihilated the few savage beasts in the first test because they were just a few early pristine saint stage savage beasts. It seems like I'm right. Although he had only passed the first trial, the difficulty of the first trial was enough to show that the god art recorded in this god art relic wasn't something worth looking forward to. Don't jinx it. Duan Lingtian glared at Wang Fei Xian. Of course, although he said that, he did not blame Wang Fei Xian in his heart. After all, even if Wang Fei Xian did not say that, it would not change the fact that this was just a low-level divine ability relic. Wang Fei Xian easily passed the next few tests. From the beginning to the end, Duan Lingtian did not have to make a move. Just as the two of them had guessed, the divine ability recorded in this divine ability relic was indeed just a low-level divine ability. A very useless low-level divine ability. Although he did not think much of it, Duan Lingtian still remembered it. It took less than 2 days from entering the divine ability relic to coming out. I think the next divine ability relic that we find will definitely record a mid-level divine ability or high-level divine ability. Just as Duan Lingtian and Wang Fei Xian were about to search for the third divine ability relic, Wang Fei Xian said to Duan Lingtian with a teasing smile. The divine ability in the next divine ability relic would belong to her. You're thinking too much. Duan Lingtian said in annoyance. I guess the next divine ability relic will be the same as the previous one. There will only be a useless low-level divine ability in it. What? Do you want to compete with me to see whose mouth is more accurate? Don't forget that I was right about your divine ability relic just now. Humph. The next divine ability relic will definitely not be a low-level divine ability relic. Wang Fei Xian snorted. It was obvious that she was deliberately provoking Duan Lingtian. 3 days later, the two of them found another divine ability relic. As it turned out, Princess you could guess correctly once, but she might not be able to guess correctly a second time. This divine ability relic was also a low-level divine ability relic. Jinx. Don't jinx it. Along the way, Wang Fei could not help but complain whenever she saw Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian was speechless. Women and villains were really difficult to deal with. Did she forget she was the one who cursed him first? After Wang Fei Xian obtained the low-level divine ability relic, the two of them continued to look for the next target. On the way, Wang Fei Xian looked over and seemed to want to say something. Duan Lingtian immediately said with a vigilant face, I'm warning you, if you dare to curse me again, don't even think about getting a mid-level divine ability relic. As for a high-level one, don't even think about it. When Wang Fei Xian recalled how both of them were injured, she immediately shut her mouth and no longer said anything. However, she could not help but glare at Duan Lingtian. As the saying went, when men and women work together, work is not tiring. In just 1 day, the two of them found the entrance to another divine ability relic. According to the rules of cooperation, This divine ability relic belonged to Duan Ling Tian. I hope the divine ability relic in this divine ability relic is a mid-level or above offensive divine ability. After entering the divine ability relic, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. In the Dao martial saint land, although divine abilities were similar to martial tactics, they were completely different from martial tactics. It was possible to cast divine abilities while casting martial tactics. The effects of the two could be stacked. Due to this reason, if Duan Ling Tian could obtain an offensive divine ability, his strength would definitely improve when he broke through to the eminent saint stage. In fact, as soon as he broke through to the eminent saint stage, he would be able to officially cultivate divine abilities. So far, he already had 3 decent Shen Tongha in his hands. The 6 Harmonies Golden Body was a defensive divine ability, the Elementary Devouring Tactic was an assist-type divine ability, and the Golden Crow's Wings was a movement divine ability. Among the 3 divine abilities, the 6 Harmonies Golden Body had the lowest level. It was only a mid-level divine ability. As for the other 2 divine abilities, before he returned to his body and communicated with Hua Lao in the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, he did not know which divine ability was more advanced. However, subconsciously, he still felt that the divine ability, the Golden Crow's Wings, should be more advanced. After all, it was Hua Lao's bloodline divine ability as a 3-legged golden crow. Naturally, even if he managed to cultivate the Golden Crow's Wings that Hua Lao had passed to him to the highest level, it would not be comparable to the Golden Crow's Wings that Hua Lao had cast. This was because it was Hua Lao's bloodline divine ability. When Hua Lao cast it, it would have a huge boost. However, even then, it was still a divine ability that did not belong to the mundane planets. Due to this reason, Duan Ling Tian subconsciously felt that the Golden Crow's Wings was the most powerful divine ability among the 3 divine abilities that he had mastered that would be helpful to him. Naturally, although he felt this way, he was not certain. He had a feeling that the Elementary Devouring Tactic was not as simple as it seemed. I'll have to ask Hua Lao after I leave the Saint Martial Secret Zone to find out the specifics. With this thought in mind, Duan Ling Tian did not dwell on this matter anymore. However, the only thing Duan Ling Tian currently lacked was an offensive divine ability. Although he had inherited the Supreme Sword Dao mental cultivation method, the Sovereign Heart Sword, from the Sword Saint, Feng Qingyang, to a certain extent, the Sovereign Heart Sword still belonged to the category of martial arts. With the help of the Sovereign Heart Sword's level, the techniques he displayed were also in the category of martial arts. It would only clash with other martial arts techniques, but it would not clash with divine abilities. Of course, it would be even better if it's an offensive divine ability like a sword technique. Duan Ling Tian kept dreaming in his heart. Wang Fei Xian was unaware of Duan Ling Tian's current thoughts. Otherwise, she would have definitely laughed at him and said that he was dreaming. Soon after, Duan Ling Tian and Wang Fei Xian went through the first test of the divine ability relic. Duan Ling Tian's expression darkened immediately after he killed the guardian wild beast in the first test. Wang Fei Xian's face was flushed red. After a long while, she finally could not help but laugh out loud. "You can't blame me this time. I didn't curse you." Based on the first test, the divine ability relic contained another low-grade divine ability. This was indeed the case. Just wait and see. The divine ability in the next divine ability relic will definitely not be a low-grade divine ability. Wang Fei Xian said confidently as they continued to search for the next divine ability relic. "I hope so." Duan Ling Tian nodded and no longer mocked Wang Fei Xian. Apart from that, he had also completely recovered from his depressed mood when he encountered another low-grade divine ability relic. "Don't worry. When it's your turn next time, the divine ability in the divine ability relic that you encounter will definitely not be a low-grade divine ability." Seeing that Duan Ling Tian was no longer arguing with her, Wang Fei Xian was not used to it. "Let's leave it to fate." Duan Ling Tian smiled and said nonchalantly, Are you all right?" Wang Fei Xian paused and looked at Duan Ling Tian seriously. "What can happen to me? Let's go." Duan Ling Tian shook his head and smiled. Although he was in a hurry to obtain an offensive divine ability, after obtaining that low-grade divine ability, he was no longer in such a hurry. It was not that the low-grade divine ability was special, but Duan Ling Tian suddenly realized that he was a little too greedy. The divine ability, the 6 Harmonies Golden Body, that he obtained in the St. Martial secret zone was still alright since it was a medium-grade divine ability. However, the other divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, that he obtained was not only a high-grade divine ability in the St. Martial secret zone, but it was also a unique high-grade divine ability in the St. Martial secret zone. At the very least, it was unique in the mystical Sky Mansion's St. Martial secret zone. The moment Duan Ling Tian thought of this, he finally accepted it. After all, contentment was bliss. Even if he could not obtain any useful divine abilities in the future, his trip to the St. Martial secret zone this time could be considered as a success. It was precisely because of this that he was so calm. Naturally, Wang Fei Xian did not know about Duan Lingtian's previous experience and the change in his mentality. For this reason, it was impossible for her to know why Duan Lingtian had such a change. One must admit that Wang Fei Xian's luck was indeed not bad. 2 days later, the two of them discovered another divine ability relic. The trials in this divine ability relic were not any weaker than the trials in the 6 Harmonies Pagoda and 6 Halls Palace that Duan Lingtian had gone through previously. The divine ability recorded in this divine ability was similar to the divine ability recorded in the 6 Harmonies Pagoda and 6 Halls Palace. It was a defensive divine ability. However, although this defensive divine ability was also a medium-grade divine ability, it was slightly inferior to the defensive divine ability, the 6 Harmonies Golden Body, that Duan Lingtian had obtained. Naturally, the difference was not much. After obtaining a high-grade divine ability and a medium-grade divine ability in succession, Wang Fei Xian was in a good mood. Let's go. Let's continue to look for the next divine ability relic. They soon found the next divine ability relic. This was Duan Lingtian's divine ability relic. However, it was still a low-grade divine ability. Duan Lingtian was not too surprised by this. On the contrary, Wang Fei Xian was a little embarrassed. Why don't we change the rules? In the future divine ability relics, until we encounter a medium-grade or higher divine ability, the low-grade divine ability will belong to me? If it's a medium-grade or higher divine ability, it will belong to you? Even Wang Fei Xian could not bear to see Duan Lingtian's bad luck. She was really worried that Duan Lingtian would encounter a low-grade divine ability when she obtained the 3rd medium-grade or higher divine ability. No need. Due to the change in his mentality, Duan Lingtian directly rejected Wang Fei Xian's good intentions. Why are you so stubborn? Wang Fei Xian was not happy with Duan Lingtian's rejection. Do you think you're protecting your man's dignity by rejecting me at this time? Do you think that your so-called dignity as a man is more important than your future? You must know that sometimes, a medium-grade or higher divine ability can even change your future. Do you think I didn't obtain a medium-grade or higher divine ability before I met you? Chapter 1790. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Wang Fei Xian was stunned. That's right. When she met Duan Lingtian had already been in the St. Martial secret zone for 2 months. Logically speaking, with Duan Lingtian's strength, it was impossible for him to not have encountered any other divine ability relics. Most of the divine ability relics that they found recently were found by Duan Lingtian. For a moment, she even wanted to dig out Duan Lingtian's eyes to see what was different about them and why it was so easy for them to find divine ability relics. Humph. Since you don't appreciate it, then I have nothing to say. Wang Fei Xian snorted and did not say anything else. However, she could not help but think to herself, if the divine ability in the next divine ability relic is a medium-grade divine ability or above, let's see how he regrets it. The divine ability in the next divine ability relic belonged to Wang Fei Xian. Perhaps Wang Fei Xian was really lucky. The divine ability in the next divine ability relic was indeed a medium-grade divine ability. Moreover, it was an offensive divine ability called the Falling Leaves Flying Flowers. How is it? Do you regret it? Wang Fei Xian asked Duan Lingtian after she memorized the divine ability. There's nothing to regret. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. If it was him in the past, he might feel regretful that he was not the one who obtained the offensive divine ability. However, his mentality had changed. He no longer cared about it. The divine ability in the next divine ability relic belonged to Duan Lingtian. Perhaps Duan Lingtian's luck was really bad. It was another low-grade divine ability. The divine ability in the next divine ability relic belonged to Wang Fei Xian. This time, Wang Fei Xian's luck was not very good. She also obtained a low-grade divine ability. This should be the last divine ability relic we'll explore. After 4 days, the Saint Martial Secret Zone will forcefully teleport us out. Wang Fei Xian said after discovering another divine ability relic and entering it. Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded. There were only 4 days left, and it was only enough for them to pass through this sacred art relic. This is the last divine ability relic. I hope it's a mid-level divine ability or above. Wang Fei Xian glanced at Duan Ling Tian and said. It just so happened that it was Duan Ling Tian's turn to obtain the divine ability of this divine ability relic. I hope so. Duan Ling Tian nodded and appeared very calm. It was as if he didn't care what level of divine ability was recorded in this divine ability relic. Seeing that the person involved didn't seem to care, Wang Fei Xian didn't say anything else. However, Wang Fei Xian turned pale with fright when she was faced with the first trial. Why are they so powerful? Even though Wang Fei Xian was at the intermediate refined saint stage, she could not pass the first challenge. The difficulty of this challenge was even more difficult than the first challenge in the divine ability relic where she obtained the high-grade movement divine ability, the 1,000 illusory shadows. High-grade divine ability? At the same time, Wang Fei Xian muttered to herself after taking a deep breath. My luck's not bad. Duan Ling Tian smiled and strode out. The trial that Wang Fei Xian could not pass was nothing to him. He only spent a dozen breaths of time before he annihilated the guardian savage beast of the first trial. Then, he began to challenge the subsequent challenges. The subsequent challenges were much more difficult than the challenge in the divine ability relic where Wang Fei Xian obtained the high-grade movement divine ability, the 1,000 illusory shadows. This made Duan Ling Tian and Wang Fei Xian even more certain that the divine ability contained in this divine ability relic was most likely a high-grade divine ability. Don't tell me it's really a high-grade sword-type divine ability? Duan Ling Tian thought to himself when he entered the next challenge and discovered he had appeared in another sword tomb. The previous few checkpoints were all in the sword mounds. Naturally, they were all different sword tombs. The test in every sword tomb was different, and it was extremely difficult to pass through. At the very least, Wang Fei Xian was not confident she could pass all the challenges. However, to Duan Ling Tian who had passed the divine ability relic, the abyssal swamp, and obtained the unique high-grade divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, in the mystical sky mansion Saint Martial Secret Zone, these challenges were nothing to him. The challenges he had passed in the abyssal swamp were much more difficult than this. The high-grade divine ability contained in this divine ability relic is definitely not as good as the elementary devouring tactic. However, compared to the high-grade movement divine ability, the 1,000 illusory shadows she obtained earlier, it should be slightly more powerful. This could be seen from the difficulty of the challenges he had encountered along the way. As it turns out, your bad luck from before has been accumulating. Wang Fei Xian sighed with an envious expression on her face. Duan Ling Tian smiled and did not say anything as he continued to challenge the challenges. Although his mentality had changed, he would not reject a high-grade divine ability that was placed in front of him. It's the last challenge. We can finally find out what kind of divine ability is contained in this divine ability relic. Wang Fei Xian said before they entered the last challenge. In any divine ability relic, the last challenge was to challenge the person who had mastered the divine ability. The divine ability that the person cast was also the divine ability that could be obtained after defeating the person. At the last challenge, the person who appeared in front of Duan Ling Tian and Wang Fei Xian was a young sword cultivator dressed in white. He carried a sheathed long sword on his back as he stood there as straight as a javelin. He gave off a feeling as though he was a sword. A sword cultivator? Duan Ling Tian raised an eyebrow as his body emitted an awe-inspiring battle intent. He possessed the supreme sword Dao mental cultivation method, the sovereign heart sword. Naturally, he could be considered as a sword cultivator as well. When he encountered someone who was also a sword cultivator, it was only natural for him to be competitive. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. As soon as Duan Ling Tian emitted his battle intent, the white-clad young man's body swayed and disappeared from the spot. Naturally, he only disappeared before Wang Fei Xian's eyes. In Duan Ling Tian's eyes, the white-clad young man shot up into the sky at an extremely fast speed. However, although his speed was fast, it was only comparable to the speed of an elite powerhouse at the peak of the refined saint stage. It was far from comparable to his speed. It was not even comparable to the speed of the woman who passed the last challenge in the Divine Ability Relic where Wang Fei Xian obtained the Divine Ability, the 1,000 Illusory Shadows. However, the woman's speed was only comparable to Duan Ling Tian due to the boost from her Divine Ability. This white-clad young man, on the other hand, did not have any movement Divine Ability to rely on. In terms of overall strength, that woman is far from comparable to him. When Duan Ling Tian saw the powerful aura the white-clad young man emitted when he unsheathed his long sword, he could tell how powerful he was. He was definitely a top-tier powerhouse at the peak of the refined saint stage. Moreover, this was under the condition that he did not use his divine ability. If he used his divine ability, his strength would naturally increase. His divine ability. It must be a high-grade sword technique divine ability. However, I don't know if it's an offensive divine ability, a defensive divine ability, an assist-type divine ability, or even a movement divine ability. Sword-type divine abilities were divided into many types as well. Soon after, the technique the white-clad young man used told Duan Ling Tian the answer. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. As the white-clad young man unsheathed his long sword, he did not seem to have made any movements, but 9 clones suddenly appeared around him. The 9 clones were identical to him. They held swords in their hands as they stared intently at Duan Ling Tian. What a lifelike clones! When Duan Ling Tian saw the 10 figures rapidly moving and mixing together in just a short while, he could not tell which figure was the true body at all even when he extended his divine consciousness. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian discovered another 10 figures were charging at him one after another. The 3-foot-long green swords in their hands shot out 7-foot-long sword rays toward Duan Ling Tian's head. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The 10 white-clad young men were like 10 sword celestials that had descended from the 9 heavens. They wielded the swords in their hands as they shot toward Duan Ling Tian at an extremely fast speed. What a fast sword! At this moment, Duan Ling Tian's expression turned solemn. He discovered the sword rays that shot out from the 10 white-clad young men's hands were actually the most powerful attack a powerhouse at the peak of the refined saint stage could cast. Each sword was comparable to the most powerful attack a powerhouse at the peak of the refined saint stage could cast. Whoosh! The first white-clad young man charged over and tapped his sword on the colossal sword bell that rose from Duan Ling Tian's body. It caused the colossal sword bell to tremble before it dimmed a little. Whoosh! Another white-clad young man charged over and attacked the colossal sword bell again, causing it to dim even more. Whoosh! The third white-clad young man used his third sword to destroy Duan Ling Tian's colossal sword bell in one fell swoop. Although Duan Ling Tian's colossal sword bell was comparable to the defense cast by an early eminent saint stage martial cultivator, it could only withstand 2 attacks from a powerhouse at the peak of the refined saint stage. It was impossible for it to withstand 3 attacks. With just 3 swords, Duan Ling Tian's defense had been destroyed. There were 7 other white-clad young men who continued to charge toward Duan Ling Tian with their swords after Duan Ling Tian had lost his defense. Whoosh! Under such circumstances, Duan Ling Tian, naturally, chose to dodge. However, no matter how he dodged, the swords in the 7 white-clad young men's hands still locked onto him. The 7 swords missed their target and left long sword marks in the air. At this moment, it seemed as though 7 cracks were about to appear in the air. Whoosh! All of a sudden, the sound of a sword whistling reverberated in Duan Ling Tian's ears. When he raised his head instinctively, he saw the 3-foot-long green sword in one of the white-clad young men's hands was shining brightly. It instantly accelerated and charged toward him at a speed that was slightly faster than his own. That's the main body. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian noticed the other 9 clones of the white-clad young man were entering his main body at an extremely fast speed. Every time a clone entered his main body, the strength of the sword in his main body's hand would increase. In the end, the speed of the white-clad young man's main body charging toward Duan Ling Tian with a 3-foot-long green sword in his hand had reached a speed that was comparable to an intermediate eminent saint stage powerhouse. How fast! Duan Ling Tian's expression changed drastically. Chapter 1791. The white-clad young man's sword was so powerful and fast that Duan Ling Tian could not dodge it. I can only take this sword head-on. Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath and immediately mobilized the Sun True Origin to form the 10,000 Swords territory as quickly as possible. However, the sword in the white-clothed young man's hand was simply too fast. Before the 10,000 Swords domain had the time to form, it had already crushed and shattered the 10,000 Swords domain with an unstoppable force. When the 10,000 Swords territory was shattered, the Sun True Origin shook and affected Duan Ling Tian, causing his internal organs to tremble. Barf! Duan Ling Tian spat out a mouthful of blood that turned into blood-red stars. However, Duan Ling Tian did not have time to care about his injuries. The white-clad young man charged at him with the sword in his hand. It was as though he was a sword immortal who had descended from the 9 heavens to kill him. The moment the 10,000 Swords domain was crushed, the sun vital essence in his body immediately gathered in his hand through the 99 saint meridians in his body. It gushed out and turned into a 3-foot-long sword that shone with golden light. From afar, it looked like a blazing sun. Whoosh! The white-clad young man's eyes were cold, and no emotions could be seen on his face. However, the sword in his hand was like the scythe of the Grim Reaper to Duan Ling Tian. It could take his life at any time. Although he would not really die if he was killed by the white-clad young man, Duan Ling Tian did not intend to wait for death. This was the last stage of the Divine Ability Relic. As long as he could pass it, he would be able to obtain a high-grade Divine Ability. Based on the white-clad young man's attack, it was obvious the Divine Ability was a sword-type offensive Divine Ability. It was also the Divine Ability that Duan Ling Tian dreamed of. Earlier, when Duan Ling Tian could not see any hope, he was very open-minded. However, now that he saw hope, naturally, Duan Ling Tian did not want to miss it. I'll do my best to kill him and obtain his divine ability. If I still can't defeat him even after using all my strength, I'll have no regrets. A crazy will was rapidly brewing in Duan Ling Tian's mind. Under the urging of this crazy will, Duan Ling Tian's figure moved. The 3-foot-long sword in his hand trembled and shot out like lightning, meeting the sword of the white-clothed youth that was descending from the sky. Whoosh! The power contained in the white-clad young man's sword was comparable to the power of an intermediate eminent saint stage powerhouse. Although Duan Ling Tian had also used his full strength, his sword was still much weaker than the white-clothed youth's sword. Whoosh! Whoosh! The resplendent golden light that covered the 3-foot-long blade finally collided with the 3-foot-long blade in the hands of the white-clothed young man. Sword tip against sword tip. A wild and violent energy surged out from both directions. The collision caused the surrounding space to tremble, as though it could split apart at any moment. What a strong power! As they clashed, Duan Ling Tian immediately realized how terrifying the white-clothed youth's sword was. The energy in the white-clothed youth's sword had completely suppressed the energy in the sword in his hand. Not only that, but the energy even surged into his hand and into his body through the sword in his hand. This energy was majestic and vast. As soon as it entered his body, it began to wreak havoc as though it was trying to damage his internal organs. Even though Duan Ling Tian had hastily mobilized the remaining Sun True Origin in his body, it was still difficult for him to withstand this energy. Oh no! Duan Ling Tian's body jolted as horror dawned on his face. Wang Fei Xian, who was watching the battle from a distance away, could not interfere since the beginning. When she saw Duan Ling Tian and the white-clad young man colliding head-on with each other and seemed to be at a disadvantage, horror dawned on her face. At the same time, she charged toward the white-clad young man as though she had transformed into a gust of wind. She was an intermediate refined saint stage martial cultivator after all. The power of Wang Fei Xian's attack was not weak at all. Even someone as powerful as the white-clothed youth had to withdraw a portion of his energy in time when faced with Wang Fei Xian's attack. He condensed the energy into a sword qi and shot it toward Wang Fei Xian. Swish! Swish! The crisp sound of sword whistling rang in the air as the sword qi pierced through Wang Fei Xian's body. From the beginning until the end, Wang Fei Xian did not even have time to react. It's too fast. This was the only thought that remained in Wang Fei Xian's mind before her clone was vaporized. Ling Tian, you can do it. Wang Fei Xian thought to herself as her divine consciousness left her clone and returned to her main body. She was sent out of the Saint Martial Secret Zone. When Wang Fei Xian's clone was killed by the white-clothed young man, Duan Lingtian, who was originally in deep trouble, had a chance to catch his breath since the white-clothed young man had withdrawn a portion of his energy in time. It was during this moment that Duan Lingtian suddenly recalled the profundity of the second stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword. The sword follows the heart. The sword follows the heart. The energy that the white-clothed young man had channeled into Duan Lingtian's body was mainly boosted by a sword-type divine ability after all. Due to this reason, it was also a sword energy. Duan Lingtian's Sovereign Heart Sword was a supreme sword Dao mental cultivation method. Although he had not cultivated it to the highest stage yet, when he activated the mental cultivation method to the second stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword, it only took him a moment to expel the energy the white-clothed young man had left in his body. At this moment, Wang Fei Xian's clone was vaporized. Dang! Duan Lingtian's eyes turned cold. Before the white-clothed young man could fully focus on him, the 3-foot-long blade in his hand began to tremble violently. At this moment, the profundity of the second stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword guided the Sun True Origin and the energy that belonged to the white-clothed young man that had been expelled by Duan Lingtian to gather on the 3-foot-long blade in his hand. It was like a raging worm charging out of its nest as it charged toward the white-clothed young man. Whoosh! As soon as the sword was unleashed, its sharp aura revealed a hint of coldness, causing the temperature in the surroundings to drop a little. Duan Lingtian's sword finally pierced through the white-clothed young man's body. However, there was no bloody scene as the white-clothed young man was vaporized immediately. It's finally over. After killing the white-clothed young man, Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief. When he recalled the scene earlier, fear still lingered in his heart. Fortunately, I activated the second stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword's mental cultivation method at the critical moment and expelled all of his energy from his body. However, it's also thanks to Wang Fei Xian. If she hadn't distracted him, I might not have been able to expel his energy, even if I activated the mental cultivation method of the Sovereign Heart Sword. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Crash! Suddenly, the sound of something shattering rang in the air. Following that, Duan Lingtian raised his head. With just a glance, he saw a crack in the air. Behind the crack was a gigantic stone sword. The stone sword fell from the sky with the tip of the sword pointed downward and stabbed firmly into the ground. It's not a stone tablet. According to Duan Lingtian's past experience, apart from the elementary devouring tactic, almost all of the divine abilities he obtained were recorded in stone tablets. This was the first time he had seen a stone sword. However, when his divine consciousness entered the stone sword, he quickly realized the stone sword was the same as the stone tablet. They were both carriers of divine abilities. It's indeed a sword-type offensive divine ability. High-grade divine ability. Otherworldly celestial. After his divine consciousness entered the stone sword, Duan Lingtian quickly found out what divine ability the white-clothed young man had used earlier. Otherworldly celestial, it lives up to its name. Previously, when the white-clothed young man descended from the sky, it was indeed as though he was a sword celestial that had descended from the 9 heavens. Perhaps it was because Duan Lingtian had cultivated the Supreme Sword Dao mental cultivation method, the Sovereign Heart Sword. It only took him half a day to memorize all of the information about the divine ability, Otherworldly Celestial. With just a thought, he could take it out to cultivate and comprehend it. I've gained quite a lot from this trip to the St. Martial Secret Zone. With a flash, the divine ability relic vanished. Duan Lingtian returned to the place where he discovered the entrance of the divine ability relic. There's only 1 day left. Let's meditate for a day. After calculating the time, Duan Lingtian found out the St. Martial Secret Zone would send him out the next day. For this reason, he sat down cross-legged and waited for the St. Martial Secret Zone to send him out the next day. Outside the St. Martial Secret Zone, Wang Fei Xian's appearance had attracted many people's attention. Among the 30 people who entered the St. Martial Secret Zone, there were only 5 people left before Wang Fei Xian came out. Now that Wang Fei Xian had come out, it meant there were only 4 people left in the St. Martial Secret Zone. Miss Fei Xian. When Lu Jian saw Wang Fei Xian coming out, he immediately went up to her with a guilty expression on his face. I'm sorry. I'm too weak. I couldn't help you. He and Wang Fei Xian had discovered 2 divine ability relics together. Wang Fei Xian had passed the first divine ability relic and let him have the divine ability. However, they did not have the ability to pass the second divine ability relic. He was even killed and eliminated. You don't have to apologize. The reason I let you have the divine ability is to repay a favor to Ling Tian's elder. From today onward, Ling Tian no longer owes you or your elder any favors. Do you understand? Wang Fei Xian said as she looked at Lu Jian indifferently. Yes. Lu Jian nodded. In the past, he did not know the reason Duan Ling Tian wanted to work with him was to repay a favor to his elder. However, he already knew the reason now. Not only that, but when the relationship between Duan Ling Tian and Li Feng was exposed, he knew Duan Ling Tian wanted to help Li Feng repay a favor to his elder. His elder was none other than Lu Hongguang, the second elder of Raging Wave Mansion. Little girl from the Wang clan, did you encounter Ling Tian in the Saint Martial secret zone? Zhu Luqi, the palace master of Heaven Palace, asked as he looked at Wang Fei Xian with a glint in his eyes. Everyone present on the scene was very curious about Duan Lingtian's situation in the Saint Martial secret zone. They were curious because Duan Ling Tian had entered the #1 divine ability relic in the mystical Sky Mansion's Saint Martial secret zone alone, but he was not eliminated. There must be something fishy going on. All of them wanted to know how Duan Ling Tian managed to escape from the divine ability relic. Yes. Wang Fei Xian did not know why Zhu Luqi asked this. However, she still nodded in response. I was with him for the next 20 days. Chapter 1792. Did you hear him mention that he encountered an extremely difficult divine ability relic? Do you know how he managed to escape from there? Qian Pingshang, the palace master of Yellow Palace, asked curiously as he looked at Wang Fei Xian. Extremely difficult divine ability relic? Escape. Wang Fei Xian frowned and shook her head. I didn't hear him mention it. It seems like he didn't tell you about it. In that case, we can only wait for him to tell us tomorrow. Qian Pingshang nodded before continuing. As time passed, another person was eliminated half a day later. This person was also a Heaven Palace's disciple. He was none other than Gao Peng, the strongest Heaven Palace's disciple among the younger generation in Heaven Palace apart from Duan Ling Tian, Wang Fei Xian, and Zhao Ji. Gao Peng was an intermediate refined saint stage martial cultivator. However, when he came out, his expression was extremely grave. How could he look good? He had almost passed the last trial of the medium-grade divine ability relic. However, due to a small mistake, he was killed by the guardian of the last trial with his divine ability. Due to this reason, he did not obtain any medium-grade divine ability at all. He only obtained a few low-grade divine abilities. After Gao Peng came out, no one else came out earlier. It was only on the second day that 3 figures finally appeared in the Saint Martial secret zone. I'm out. One of the 3 figures was Duan Ling Tian. After he came out, he sighed in relief and stretched his body as though no one was around. At the same time, he noticed the 2 people next to him. These 2 people were not Heaven Palace's disciples. However, under his divine eye, both of their cultivation bases were exposed. They were both at the intermediate refined saint stage. It seems like they're the other 2 intermediate refined saint stage disciples in the mystical Sky Mansion. Duan Ling Tian had long heard that in the mystical Sky Mansion, apart from Zhao Ji and Gao Peng from Heaven Palace, there were 2 other intermediate refined saint stage disciples in Earth Palace and Mystical Palace. As for the younger generation in Yellow Palace, there was no one at the intermediate refined saint stage or above. Ha! As soon as Duan Ling Tian came out, he noticed the group of people outside were looking at him. What happened? Duan Ling Tian looked at Wang Fei Xian, who was standing behind the Sky Hall's hallmaster, and asked. They all want to know how you escaped from the Saint Martial secret zone's #1 divine ability relic. Wang Fei Xian replied. Why haven't I heard you mention the #1 divine ability relic before? The #1 divine ability relic? Duan Ling Tian was at a loss. What was that? It's said to be a divine ability relic with an extremely high difficulty. In the history of the mystical Sky Mansion, nobody has ever passed the first trial of that divine ability relic. Wang Fei Xian said. In the history of the mystical Sky Mansion, nobody had ever passed the first trial of the divine ability relic. Upon hearing Wang Fei Xian's words, Duan Ling Tian immediately thought of the abyssal swamp. The first trial of the Abyssal Swamp was definitely the most monstrous first trial of all the divine ability relic he had encountered in there. Unless one was a young powerhouse whose strength was comparable to an eminent saint stage powerhouse, it was impossible for one to pass that trial. That wild beast tribe was extremely terrifying. Duan Ling Tian exchanged a few more words with Wang Fei Xian, and finally confirmed that the #1 divine ability relic in the mystical Sky Mansion's St. Martial secret zone was the Abyssal Swamp. Under the circumstances where they don't know what kind of divine ability is contained in the Abyssal Swamp, they actually acknowledge the divine ability as the #1 divine ability in the mystical Sky Mansion's St. Martial secret zone. Duan Ling Tian did not expect the divine ability he obtained, the elementary devouring tactic, would have such a title. However, all of them want to know how I escaped from the first trial of the Abyssal Swamp. Does this mean nobody thinks I've passed the trial and obtained the divine ability? Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. If I tell them I obtained the divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, in the Abyssal Swamp, would the mystical Sky Mansion imprison me and not allow me to leave? Duan Ling Tian had not thought about this before he came out. However, after he came out and realized the significance of the elementary devouring tactic to the mystical Sky Mansion, this thought appeared in his mind. Although he was grateful to the mystical Sky Mansion for allowing him to obtain the elementary devouring tactic, he did not plan to stay in the mystical Sky Mansion forever. At the latest, he would leave the mystical Sky Mansion and head to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land after his cultivation base had broken through to the eminent saint stage. The moment Duan Ling Tian thought of this, he decided not to tell them he had obtained the elementary devouring tactic. Faced with the question from Qian Ping Shang, the palace master of Yellow Palace, Duan Ling Tian's expression turned solemn as he said, "When I was in the swamp, I felt that something was amiss, so I chose to leave immediately. Now that I think about it, if I was a little later, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to escape when the entire group of wild beasts came out." When Duan Ling Tian reached the end of his sentence, he sighed in relief. However, a hint of fear could still be seen on his face. "So that's how it is. You're really lucky." Qian Ping Shang did not doubt Duan Ling Tian's answer at all. The others had similar thoughts as well, since they did not think Duan Ling Tian would be able to pass the first trial of the divine ability relic. Humph! He's really afraid of death. That group of wild beasts hasn't even come out, and he chose to run away. At this moment, a discordant voice resonated in the air. The person who spoke was none other than Zhao Ji. "No matter how afraid of death I am, it's still better than someone who was eliminated after entering for only 3 days." Duan Ling Tian replied with a faint smile in response to Zhao Ji's sarcastic words. The moment Duan Ling Tian's words left his mouth, many people present on the scene could not help but twitch their mouths. Ling Tian really knew how to rub salt into their wounds. However, they did not blame Ling Tian. If they had to blame someone, they could only blame Zhao Ji for speaking rudely. Otherwise, why would Ling Tian expose his scars in public and slap his face? "You!" Zhao Ji's expression changed drastically. When he heard Duan Ling Tian's words, horror dawned on Zhao Ji's face. Just as he was about to say something, his father, Zhao Deng, sent him a voice transmission to remind him, causing him to shut his mouth immediately. He said to Duan Ling Tian through voice transmission, "Ling Tian, you and I are absolutely irreconcilable. In the mystical Sky Mansion, it's either you or me." "Of course, it's either you or me," Duan Ling Tian replied indifferently through voice transmission. It was as though he did not take Zhao Ji's threat seriously at all. "Humph! Just you wait." Zhao Ji snorted coldly through voice transmission, but he did not say anything else. However, his eyes that were looking at Duan Ling Tian seemed as though they would burst into flames at any moment. Although Zhao Deng, who was standing next to Zhao Ji, did not say anything, there was a hint of coldness in the depth of his eyes as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. If looks could kill, Duan Ling Tian would have been cut into 1,000 pieces a long time ago. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian noticed the vicious gaze of the father and son from the Zhao clan. However, he was not bothered by it at all. Previously, when he slapped Zhao Ji twice at the peak of the Heaven Palace, he was already mentally prepared to stand on the opposite side of the Zhao clan. Due to this reason, when he encountered Zhao Ji in the St. Martial secret zone, he immediately killed Zhao Ji's clone and eliminated Zhao Ji. Since he had already offended them, it did not matter if he offended them further. Ha! Who's this? Duan Lingtian suddenly noticed an unfamiliar gaze staring at him. When he turned around, he saw a skinny old man standing in the distance and looking at him quietly. This was his first time meeting this old man. He was not one of the mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials whom he had met earlier. Elder Ku, now that you've seen him, according to what you said earlier, shouldn't you leave now? Xueqi, the palace master of Heaven Palace, asked nonchalantly as he looked at Kumi, Elder Ku. A hint of surprise could be seen in Duan Lingtian's eyes. It seemed like this old man was not from the mystical Sky Mansion. Otherwise, Xueqi, the palace master of Heaven Palace, would not have spoken to him in such a manner. At the same time, Duan Lingtian noticed a hint of disappointment could be seen in the skinny old man's eyes when he looked at him. What's he disappointed about? Duan Lingtian was puzzled by this. This was his first time meeting the old man. What was there to be disappointed about? Naturally, Duan Lingtian was unaware that the old man standing in front of him was none other than Kumi, one of the two capable subordinates of his cheapskate father, Duan Ruffing. The reason Kumi was disappointed was because he noticed Duan Lingtian was not in disguise. He's not the young mansion master. Kumi had seen Duan Lingtian's portrait before. When he compared the current Duan Lingtian, he knew the current Duan Lingtian was not the young mansion master he was looking for. However, it did not cross Kumi's mind that the young man standing in front of him was the young mansion master he was looking for. However, the young mansion master had used the disguising secret tactic to disguise himself without leaving any traces behind. That was why he looked like this without any traces of disguise at all. Mansion Master Meng. Farewell. Faced with Xueqi's overbearing attitude, Kumi completely ignored him. Instead, he looked at the mansion master of Mystical Sky Mansion, Meng Qing, who was standing nearby and bade him farewell before leaving. When Kumi left, he disappeared into thin air before most people's eyes. Among the people present on the scene, Meng Qing was the only one who could clearly see Kumi's figure when he left. What a fast speed! The group of Mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials present on the scene had a solemn expression on their faces. They had a new understanding of the strength of the Azure Cloud Mansion's powerhouse, Kumi. Kumi's strength was far above theirs. Subsequently, it was time to report their gains. Apart from Duan Lingtian, who planned to keep it a secret, the others reported their gains. The number of divine abilities and the grade of the divine abilities they obtained would affect their status in the Mystical Sky Mansion in the future. Those who obtained a high-grade divine ability would, naturally, be nurtured by the Mystical Sky Mansion. High-grade divine ability? When it was Wang Fei Xian's turn to report, she revealed the high-grade movement divine ability, the 1,000 illusory shadows, that she had obtained. It shocked everyone present on the scene. Chapter 1793. High-grade divine ability. Wang Fei Xian was the first person to say she had obtained a high-grade divine ability. The 1,000 illusory shadows. In the history of our Mystical Sky Mansion, there was a senior who had obtained it before. However, since he was a man, he didn't manage to master the divine ability. However, according to the letter he left behind, if a female disciple obtained this divine ability, there's a high chance she would be able to master it. At this moment, Qian Pingshang, the palace master of Yellow Palace, spoke up. The group of Mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials stared at Wang Fei Xian with burning eyes. Wang Fei Xian was a female martial artist. Did this not mean she would be able to master the high-grade divine ability in the future? Senior brother Zhu, why don't you give this girl to our Yellow Palace? Soon after, Qian Pingshang looked at Xueqi and began to poach him. I'm interested in taking her as my direct disciple. Junior brother Qian, it's too late. I've already decided to take this girl as my direct disciple. After learning that Wang Fei Xian had obtained the high-grade movement divine ability, the 1,000 illusory shadows, Xueqi, naturally, would not allow her to join the Yellow Palace. For this reason, when he heard Qian Pingshang's words, he immediately expressed his intention to take Wang Fei Xian as his direct disciple. Upon hearing Xueqi's words, Wang Fei Xian's eyes lit up immediately. She had revealed that she had obtained a high-grade divine ability so she could be nurtured better by the Mystical Sky Mansion. Now that the Palace Master of Heaven Palace wanted to take her as his direct disciple, she had already achieved her goal. The Palace Master of Heaven Palace was the leader of the group of Vice Mansion Masters in the Mystical Sky Mansion. His strength and status in the Mystical Sky Mansion was second only to the Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion and the two Great Guardians. Naturally, Wang Fei Xian was happy to become his direct disciple. "How is it, girl? Are you willing to acknowledge me as your master?" Zhu Luqi ignored Qian Ping Shang, who had a bitter expression on his face. He immediately looked at Wang Fei Xian and asked with a smile. "Greetings, master." Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Wang Fei Xian knelt down in the air and kowtowed 3 times to Zhu Luqi, which could be considered the ceremony of apprenticeship. Haha, seeing this, Zhu Luqi laughed heartily and was very happy. "Congratulations, senior brother Zhu. Congratulations, Palace Master." At the same time, everyone present congratulated Zhu Luqi, including Qian Ping Shang, the Palace Master of the Yellow Palace. Although his heart was bleeding, he could only accept his fate. In fact, it was not only Qian Ping Shang, the Palace Master of the Yellow Palace, whose heart was bleeding. Among the Mystical Sky Mansion's Vice Mansion Masters present on the scene, apart from Zhao Deng, felt their hearts bleeding as well. Who wouldn't want an outstanding disciple who obtained a high-grade divine ability? However, among the group of Mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials present on the scene, Mansion Master Meng Qing was the only one who could compete with Zhu Luqi, the Palace Master of Heaven Palace. Due to this reason, when Zhu Luqi said he wanted to take Wang Fei Xian as his direct disciple, they had a tacit understanding and did not interrupt since they knew it would be useless even if they did. "Congratulations." Duan Ling Tian looked at Wang Fei Xian and promptly sent a voice transmission to congratulate her. "That day, after I was eliminated, did you manage to defeat that white-clad sword cultivator?" Wang Fei Xian asked through voice transmission. That day, she was killed by the guardian of the final trial of the high-grade divine ability relic. The strength of that guardian was beyond her imagination. Even she was not certain if Duan Ling Tian had passed that trial or not. "Yes." Duan Ling Tian nodded. "I managed to defeat him by luck." "In that case, you must have obtained a high-grade divine ability as well?" Wang Fei Xian asked. "Yes." Duan Ling Tian nodded before he continued to say, "However, I hope you can. You hope I can keep it a secret for you, right?" "Don't worry, I won't tell anyone." Before Duan Ling Tian could finish speaking, Wang Fei Xian interrupted Duan Ling Tian considerately and promised, "You have to leave the Mystical Sky Mansion in the future and go to the Upper Province to look for your master. If they find out you've obtained a high-grade divine ability, they might not let you go." "Thank you." Duan Ling Tian felt warmth in his heart when he heard Wang Fei Xian's considerate words, and he thanked her through voice transmission. "What are you thanking me for? If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have been able to obtain the 1,000 illusory shadows." Wang Fei Xian rolled her eyes at Duan Ling Tian before she continued to say, "Therefore, we're even now. However, I've helped you return the favor to Lu Jian Sr., but the favor you owe me can't be considered as being returned." Duan Ling Tian was dumbfounded when he heard Wang Fei Xian's words. Could it not be considered as being returned? At this moment, Duan Ling Tian was tempted to tell her that he had obtained a high-grade divine ability. In that case, he would no longer owe Wang Fei Xian a favor. However, he did not say it in the end. Duan Ling Tian's strength was undoubtedly the strongest among the group of people who had entered the Saint Martial secret zone. Everyone present on the scene was looking forward to the divine ability he had obtained. However, sometimes, the higher one's expectations were, the greater the disappointment. A medium-grade divine ability? When they found out Duan Ling Tian had only obtained a medium-grade divine ability and a few low-grade divine abilities, most of the Mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials, including Mansion Master Meng Qing, were disappointed. Only the people from the Zhao clan were gloating. Why didn't you obtain a high-grade divine ability? With your strength, an ordinary high-grade divine ability relic shouldn't pose a problem to you." Qian Ping Shang, the Palace Master of Yellow Palace, looked at Duan Ling Tian in shock. He found it hard to believe. "I only encountered 2 high-grade divine ability relics." Duan Ling Tian shook his head and said, "The first one is the number 1 divine ability relic. The second one is the Divine Ability Relic where the 1,000 illusory shadows is recorded. In that case, you're the one who gave the 1,000 illusory shadows to Fei Xian? Xueqi, the Palace Master of Heaven Palace, looked at Duan Lingtian with a hint of admiration in his eyes. He felt Duan Lingtian knew how to make the right choice. Compared to female martial artists, the 1,000 illusory shadows was much more difficult for male martial artists to master. Giving it to a female was the right choice. Actually, it's not that. Just as Duan Lingtian was about to say it was not that he gave it to Wang Fei Xian, Wang Fei Xian interrupted him. That's right, Master. He was the one who gave it to me. If it wasn't for his help, I wouldn't have obtained that divine ability at all. Apart from Zhao Deng, the group of Mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials, including Mansion Master Meng Qing, looked at Duan Lingtian with a hint of admiration in their eyes. Their thoughts were the same as Xueqi. They felt Duan Lingtian had made the right choice. Not everyone is able to give up on a high-grade divine ability. Lingtian, you're really good. One of the Vice Mansion Masters of Mystical Sky Mansion praised him. That's right. In the future, if our Mystical Sky Mansion manages to obtain the high-grade divine ability, the 1,000 illusory shadows, it'll be all thanks to you. At that time, your name will definitely leave a mark in our Mystical Sky Mansion's history and be passed down for generations to come. Another Vice Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion chimed in. As the Mystical Sky Mansion's disciples revealed their gains one by one, among the 30 people who entered the St. Martial Secret Zone, only Wang Fei Xian alone obtained a high-grade divine ability. Naturally, this was under the premise that Duan Lingtian had concealed his gains. Apart from that, among the 30 people who entered the St. Martial Secret Zone, Lu Jian was the only one whose cultivation base was below the refined saint stage who obtained a medium-grade divine ability. At this moment, the disciples at the peak of the pristine saint stage present on the scene looked at Lu Jian enviously. Apart from Zhao Ji who was eliminated by Duan Lingtian, among the intermediate refined saint stage martial cultivators who entered the St. Martial Secret Zone, apart from Wang Fei Xian, there were 2 others who obtained a medium-grade divine ability. Gao Peng was the only one who did not obtain a medium-grade divine ability like Zhao Ji. Naturally, he was slightly stronger than Zhao Ji and obtained 3 low-grade divine abilities. On the other hand, there were a few other early refined saint stage powerhouses who obtained a medium-grade divine ability as well. This result caused Gao Peng and Zhao Ji's expression to turn grave. No matter what, some people were happy about this trip to the St. Martial Secret Zone while others were sad. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, was, naturally, happy. Until the moment Meng Qing, the Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion, ordered everyone to leave, he did not say anything about wanting to take Duan Lingtian as his disciple. Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief. It seems like the news that was spread out by the others has made the Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion dismiss the idea of taking me in as his disciple. This is good as well since I won't be staying in the Mystical Sky Mansion for long anyway. However, if I manage to master the divine abilities, the elementary devouring tactic and the otherworldly celestial in the future, I'll find a chance to teach them to the Mystical Sky Mansion's disciples. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Thank you, Senior Brother Lingtian. Duan Lingtian left with Gu Li and Wang Fei Xian. The 3 of them had not gone far when Lu Jian caught up to them and thanked Duan Lingtian respectfully. If it was not for Duan Lingtian, Wang Fei Xian would not have helped him obtain the medium-grade divine ability. There's no need to thank me. If you want to thank someone, you should thank Elder Lu Hongguang from the Raging Wave Mansion. Also, please tell Elder Lu Hongguang that Li Feng did not intentionally stand him up that day. He just happened to have something to do. Duan Lingtian said, I'll definitely tell him. Lu Jian quickly nodded before he bade farewell and left, no longer bothering Duan Lingtian. Junior Brother Lingtian, you're really unlucky. Although you've come across 2 high-grade divine ability relics, it's impossible to pass one of them. The other one has a divine ability that's not suitable for a male martial cultivator. On the way, Gu Li glanced at Duan Lingtian and sighed. If it's meant to be, it will be. If it's not meant to be, don't force it. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly when he heard Gu Li's sigh. When Gu Li heard this, he thought Duan Lingtian had accepted his fate. However, When Wang Fei Xian heard this, it had a different meaning. This was because she knew Duan Ling Tian had obtained a high-grade sword-type offensive divine ability. Boom! All of a sudden, a loud explosion resonated in the sky. It shocked Duan Ling Tian and the other two so much that they came to a halt. Following that, a sinister voice resonated in the air and spread through the entire mystical sky mansion. I'm Feng Bu Yi, the deputy leader of the Mountain Shade Black Market. I'm passing by the mystical sky mansion to meet the strongest person among the younger generation in the mystical sky mansion, Ling Tian. Little brother Ling Tian, please come out and meet me. The deputy leader of the Mountain Shade Black Market. Feng Bu Yi. A commotion instantly broke out in the mystical sky mansion. He's looking for me? Chapter 1794. It's actually Feng Bu Yi, the deputy leader of the Mountain Shade Black Market. He's the right-hand man of the Mountain Shade Black Market's leader. It's said that his strength is not inferior to our mystical sky mansion's two great guardians. Feng Bu Yi did not bother to conceal his voice. It spread through the entire mystical sky mansion. Almost all of the mystical sky mansion's disciples who were not in closed-door cultivation heard his voice. Is he here for Ling Tian? It seems like Ling Tian's innate talent has already alerted the Mountain Shade Black Market. Even the deputy leader of the Mountain Shade Black Market, Feng Bu Yi, has personally come to poach him. Ling Tian hasn't acknowledged anyone as his master in our mystical sky mansion yet. If Feng Bu Yi poaches him away, it'll be a great loss to our mystical sky mansion. It's said that once Ling Tian has broken through to the eminent saint stage, he'll head to the upper province. He's currently a martial cultivator at the peak of the refined saint stage. He's only a step away from entering the eminent saint stage. Perhaps it was because of this that Lord Mansion Master, who originally wanted to take him as a disciple, didn't take action. That's right. With Ling Tian's innate talent, he'll definitely be able to break through to the eminent saint stage in 1 or 2 years. He won't be staying in our mystical sky mansion for long. I'm afraid Feng Bu Yi, the deputy leader of the Mountain Shade Black Market, has come in vain this time. If I were Ling Tian, I definitely wouldn't go to the Mountain Shade Black Market. After all, I'll be heading to the upper province soon. The group of mystical sky mansion's disciples discussed among themselves. Nobody thought Feng Bu Yi would be able to poach Duan Ling Tian to the Mountain Shade Black Market. The appearance of Feng Bu Yi, the deputy leader of the Mountain Shade Black Market, had naturally alerted the group of mystical sky mansion's high-ranking officials. Other than Meng Qing, the mansion master of mystical sky mansion, the other mystical sky mansion's vice mansion masters, who had just left and had yet to return to their respective places of cultivation, soared up into the sky and flew toward the source of the voice. Deputy Chief Feng. Since Meng Qing was not present, the group of mystical sky mansion's vice mansion masters was, naturally, led by Zhu Luqi, who was also the palace master of Heaven Palace. Zhu Luqi stood near Feng Bu Yi and greeted him nonchalantly. Feng Bu Yi was an old man dressed in black. He had a medium build and an ordinary face. He was the kind of person who would not stand out in a crowd. Feng Bu Yi's grayish-white hair fluttered in the wind like snakes, giving off a sinister feeling. Humph! Feng Bu Yi merely snorted indifferently when Zhu Luqi took the initiative to greet him. From the beginning until the end, he did not even look at Zhu Luqi at all. I came to the mystical sky mansion for little brother Ling Tian. Don't make a fuss in front of me if you have no business here. You impudent! Facing Feng Bu Yi's disregard, Zhu Luqi's face turned red. After a long while, he spat out 2 words. Impudent? Upon hearing Zhu Luqi's words, Feng Bu Yi sneered. Then, without any movement, he vanished into thin air as though he had vanished into thin air. When the group of mystical sky mansion's high-ranking officials, including Zhu Luqi, saw this, their expressions changed. Slap! Almost at the same time, the crisp sound of a slap resonated in the air. Feng Bu Yi, who had appeared in front of Zhu Luqi, had raised his hand and slapped Zhu Luqi. Who do you think you are to speak to me in this manner? At the same time, Feng Bu Yi's sinister voice resonated in the air. The dignified palace master of Mystical Sky Mansion's Heaven Palace, the leader of the Mystical Sky Mansion's vice mansion masters, was slapped in public. Naturally, Xueqi was enraged. He immediately made his move at lightning speed. A vast energy transformed into a palm print that shrouded Feng Buyi, who was standing in front of him. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. Faced with Xueqi's attack, Feng Buyi's expression remained unchanged. He said disdainfully as he also struck his palm out to meet Xueqi's palm. Boom! In just a blink of an eye, the two palms collided with each other. Two powerful forces collided and set off an earth-shattering explosion. It even caused the clouds in the surroundings to disperse, creating a vacuum. At once, the people who were originally hidden behind the clouds appeared before the group of mystical Sky Mansion's disciples on the ground. Xueqi's expression turned grave when he saw Feng Buyi's palm strike head-on. His body trembled before he was sent flying out like an arrow. He only managed to stabilize himself after flying out for 100 meters. On the other hand, Feng Buyi stood in his original spot without moving at all. He's actually so strong. Xueqi, whose internal organs were shaken, felt a sweetness in his throat. However, he endured it and did not throw up the blood. His dignity and pride made him unwilling to throw up the blood in front of so many people. When the other mystical Sky Mansion's Vice Mansion Masters saw this, they could not help but feel chills running up their spines. Their strength was slightly weaker than Xueqi. Even Xueqi was not a match for Feng Buyi, let alone them. Due to this reason, although they were furious when they saw Xueqi was injured, they did not dare to show it on their faces. As the deputy leader of the Mountain Shade Black Market, Feng Buyi was temperamental. He was capable of doing anything. None of them were willing to offend him for fear they would end up like Xueqi. In your mystical Sky Mansion, only Mansion Master Meng Qing and those two old fellows are quite strong. To put it bluntly, apart from the three of them, I, Feng Buyi, really don't care about the others, including all of you. Feng Buyi glanced at Xueqi and the others disdainfully before he said indifferently, "All right, I'm not here to teach all of you a lesson. Go and summon that genius from your mystical Sky Mansion, Ling Tian. I have something to ask of him." When Feng Buyi reached the end of his sentence, it sounded as though he was ordering Xueqi and the others. At this moment, apart from Xueqi, who ignored him, the other mystical Sky Mansion's Vice Mansion Masters looked at each other but did not say anything. What? None of you are willing to run this errand for me? Upon seeing this, Feng Buyi narrowed his eyes. A cold gleam flashed in his eyes, scaring the few mystical Sky Mansion's Vice Mansion Masters. There's no need to trouble the few Vice Mansion Masters. I'm already here. Just when the atmosphere was heavy and on the verge of breaking out, a voice sounded. It was Duan Ling Tian, who was flying over from afar. Gu Li and Wang Fei Xian were standing next to him. "Master, are you all right?" Wang Fei Xian was the first to arrive next to Xueqi. She asked with a concerned expression on her face. "I'm fine." Xueqi shook his head. When he looked at Feng Buyi again, his eyes were filled with killing intent. Feng Buyi actually dared to teach him a lesson in front of the direct disciple he had just accepted, causing him to lose all his face. At Xueqi's age, he valued his face more than anything else. Feng Buyi's actions earlier made him feel even worse than killing him. However, currently, Feng Buyi did not even look at Xueqi. He completely ignored Xueqi. His gaze landed on Duan Ling Tian. His eyes gleamed as he said condescendingly, "You're Ling Tian, the strongest person among the younger generation in the mystical Sky Mansion?" "I don't dare to say I'm the strongest person among the younger generation in the mystical Sky Mansion, but I'm indeed Ling Tian." Duan Ling Tian replied indifferently. The strength Feng Buyi had displayed earlier had taken him by surprise. He did not expect the vice leader of the Mountain Shade Black Market to be so powerful. However, he was extremely calm when he faced Feng Buyi. Although Feng Buyi was powerful, he was nothing in front of Hua Lao, who was in the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Hua Lao could be considered as a powerhouse in the Devata realms. Duan Ling Tian was able to remain calm when he faced Hua Lao, let alone a mere vice leader of a WCI subterranean force. From the beginning until the end, he did not feel pressured at all. "Ling Tian, I won't beat around the bush. I'm here on the orders of the Mountain Shade Black Market's leader, Lord Dugu. Lord Dugu intends to invite you to join our Mountain Shade Black Market." If you can prove your worth, Lord Dugu is willing to accept you as his direct disciple. A hint of admiration could be seen in Feng Buyi's eyes when he saw how calm Duan Lingtian was in front of him. Duan Lingtian was stunned when he heard Feng Buyi's words. The leader of the Mountain Shade Black Market? Inviting him to join the Mountain Shade Black Market? Since when was he so popular? Xueqi and the others were shocked as well. In the end, Feng Buyi was only a messenger. The person who wanted to poach their mystical Sky Mansion's disciple was actually the leader of the Mountain Shade Black Market. Leader Dugu of the Mountain Shade Black Market was widely acknowledged as one of the strongest powerhouses in the WCI Subterranean. The other strongest powerhouse in the WCI Subterranean was Duan Rufeng, the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion. Most importantly, just like Duan Rufeng, Dugu was not very old. They still had a lot of room for growth in the future. In the WCI Subterranean, they could only be considered as passers-by. With their innate talent, it was only a matter of time before they went to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land to shine. However, although leader Dugu of the Mountain Shade Black Market was young, he was a great deterrent to Xueqi and the others. Due to this reason, when Feng Buyi said he was here on leader Dugu's order, Xueqi and the others remained silent. If they offended leader Dugu, even if they were in the Mystical Sky Mansion and had the protection of the Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion, it would be easy for him to kill them. Leader Dugu's strength was originally above the Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion. Coupled with the fact that he was the leader of the Mountain Shade Black Market, he was skilled in assassination. If he wanted to kill them, it would be as easy as crushing an ant. Deputy Leader Feng, I'm sorry. Please help me tell Master Dugu that I have no intention of joining the Mountain Shade Black Market since I won't be staying in the Mystical Sky Mansion for long. Moreover, I already have a master. I'll leave the lower province in 2 to 3 years to look for my master in the upper province. Duan Lingtian politely declined Feng Buyi's invitation. Even Feng Buyi did not expect the young man before him would reject him so directly. He had said he was here on the order of leader Dugu of the Mountain Shade Black Market. Was this brat not afraid he would offend the Mountain Shade Black Market and be killed? Feng Buyi did not doubt Duan Lingtian's words at the end. This was because he had heard a lot about Duan Lingtian from the other Mystical Sky Mansion's disciples in the past 2 months. Chapter 1795. After learning that this young man's master was a powerhouse from the upper province, even Feng Buyi, the deputy leader of the Mountain Shade Black Market, had to be cautious. He was already mentally prepared for this, so he was not surprised. Since this Ling Tian will leave the Mystical Sky Mansion and the lower province in 3 years, he's not a threat to our Mountain Shade Black Market. The moment Feng Buyi thought of this, he glanced at Duan Ling Tian indifferently before leaving. According to the Mountain Shade Black Market's leader's order, if this Ling Tian was unwilling to join the Mountain Shade Black Market, he would have to kill him to prevent future troubles. However, the situation was different now. He did not dare to make the decision himself. After all, it seemed like this Ling Tian had a master who was a powerhouse from the upper province. Due to this reason, he would have to report this matter to the Mountain Shade Black Market's leader before he could decide whether to kill this Ling Tian or not. When they saw Feng Buyi leaving just like that, apart from Xueqi, the Palace Master of Heaven Palace, whose expression was still grave, the other Mystical Sky Mansion's Vice Mansion Masters sighed in relief and left one after another, returning to their respective cultivation places. Before Zhao Deng left, he glanced at Duan Ling Tian with killing intent from the corner of his eyes. Junior brother Ling Tian, you've offended the Zhao clan. You must be careful in the future. If there's nothing important, try not to go out. Even if you want to go out, you must inform me first. I'll go with you. With me around, I don't think they'll dare to do anything to you so openly. Gu Li reminded Duan Ling Tian when he noticed Zhao Deng's gaze. At the same time, he reminded Duan Ling Tian to bring him along when he went out in the future. All right. Upon hearing Gu Li's words, Duan Ling Tian felt warmth in his heart. Although he had not known Gu Li for long, due to their similar personalities, they had become good friends. The appearance of Feng Buyi, the deputy leader of the Mountain Shade Black Market, was merely a small interlude after the Saint Martial Secret Zone closed. The group of Mystical Sky Mansion's disciples quickly shifted their attention away. In the mystical Sky Mansion, news of the gains of the 30 people who entered the St. Martial secret zone began to spread like wildfire. Wang Fei Xian, the only person who obtained a high-grade divine ability, attracted a lot of attention. Who would have thought that Wang Fei Xian would obtain a high-grade divine ability? Ling Tian, whom I had high hopes for, didn't obtain a high-grade divine ability. Many mystical Sky Mansion's disciples sighed emotionally. In their eyes, Wang Fei Xian was like a dark horse who had suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Moreover, she had even become the subordinate of the Heaven Palace's palace master. Her future achievements were limitless. After parting ways with Gu Li and returning to his residence, Duan Ling Tian didn't see Wang Fei Xian for several consecutive days. Wang Fei Xian also didn't come looking for him as often as before. It seems that she's been quite busy recently. Duan Ling Tian was not surprised by this. After all, Wang Fei Xian was no longer the person she used to be. Not only did she obtain the high-grade divine ability, the 1,000 illusory shadows, but she had also become the subordinate of the Heaven Palace's palace master. However, it's strange. I used to feel annoyed when she came looking for me in the past. Now that she doesn't come looking for me, I'm not used to it. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and returned to his room, preparing to enter closed-door cultivation for a period of time. He had rested enough for the past few days. After I'm done with my closed-door cultivation, I'll look for senior brother Gu Li and ask him to help me look for the materials to repair the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. At that time, I'm sure they've already settled the matter in the Rising Sky Mansion. The reason he did not mention this matter to Gu Li was because he knew Gu Li was going to the Rising Sky Mansion with Guardian Gu. At that time, even the Vice Mansion Master, Zhao Deng, and his father, the other guardian of the mystical Sky Mansion, would have to go as well. Moreover, the Mansion Master, Meng Qing, would personally go as well. They were not going to the Rising Sky Mansion as guests. Instead, they were going for the Devil Dao cultivation method that contained the Soul Congregation technique in the hands of the young Mansion Master of Rising Sky Mansion, Su Jing. Initially, I was thinking of killing Su Jing after he recovers to prevent future troubles. However, it seems like he won't be able to live until then. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. He did not think Su Jing would be able to survive. As long as the mystical Sky Mansion obtained the Devil Dao cultivation method from Su Jing, he would lose his value and would not be able to survive. As for whether the mystical Sky Mansion would be able to obtain it or not, he had never considered this question. Even the Mansion Master, Meng Qing, had personally made a move. If he could not even take down a 4th-rate force, then the mystical Sky Mansion would not deserve to be called a quasi-3rd-rate force. Perhaps, the mystical Sky Mansion was not as powerful as the Mountainshade Black Market or the Azure Cloud Mansion, but it was not something a mere 4th-rate force could compare to. Hualao! After closing the door and entering the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, Duan Ling Tian immediately looked for Hualao and asked him about the grade of the divine ability, the Golden Crow's Wings. What grade is the Golden Crow's Wings divine ability that you taught me earlier? How does it compare to the divine abilities in this world? Currently, other than the Golden Crow's Wings divine ability, he had also obtained many other divine abilities. Naturally, most of them were low-grade divine abilities. There were only 3 divine abilities that were not low-grade. The 3 divine abilities were the Intermediate Divine Ability, the 6 Harmonies Golden Body, the High-Grade Divine Abilities, the Elementary Devouring Tactic, and the Otherworldly Celestial. Among the 3 divine abilities, the Elementary Devouring Tactic was, naturally, the most powerful. The second most powerful was the Otherworldly Celestial, followed by the 6 Harmonies Golden Body. If I want to compare it with the divine abilities in this world, I must first understand the divine abilities here before I can compare them. Hualao said. Duan Ling Tian nodded. He was about to tell Duan Ling Tian about the Elementary Devouring Tactic and the Otherworldly Celestial. However, as soon as he mentioned the Elementary Devouring Tactic, Hualao could not help but stare at him and interrupt him. Are you sure the divine ability you obtained is the Elementary Devouring Tactic? Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded. He did not know why Hualao had lost his composure. Could there be something wrong? Describe the Elementary Devouring Tactic you obtained. Hualao took a deep breath before he asked slowly. Duan Ling Tian suppressed the curiosity in his heart for the time being, and explained everything he knew about the divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, without leaving anything out. It's really the elementary devouring tactic. After listening to Duan Lingtian's description, Hualao remained silent for a moment. Then his eyes lit up, startling Duan Lingtian. Hualao, why you seem to know about the elementary devouring tactic as well? The elementary devouring tactic is an amazing divine ability. Hualao looked at Duan Lingtian and said bluntly, in terms of grade, it's inferior to the golden crow's wings I taught you. However, the golden crow's wings that's superior to it is the golden crow's wings that's mastered by the Golden Crow clan. In terms of grade, the golden crow's wings that you mastered is, at most, on par with it. On par. Although Elder Hua was referring to the divine ability, the golden crow's wings, that he could master, Duan Lingtian was still shocked. Although he was not a three-legged golden crow and could not unleash the full power of the golden crow's wings, it was still a divine ability from the Devata realms. It was not something the divine abilities from the mundane realms could compare to. Yet now, he found out that in terms of quality, the elementary devour technique he obtained was actually not inferior to his golden crow's wings. How could he not be shocked by this? How did you master the elementary devouring tactic? Hualao asked curiously as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Upon hearing Hualao's question, Duan Lingtian immediately told Hualao about the abyssal swamp and his experience there. I didn't expect the elementary devouring tactic would be passed down in the mundane realm. The elementary devouring tactic is an amazing divine ability even in the Devata realms. There are only a handful of people in the Devata realms who have mastered it. Hualao sighed emotionally. What? Although Duan Lingtian already knew the elementary devouring tactic was amazing, he was still shocked when he heard Hualao's words. The elementary devouring tactic is an amazing divine ability in the Devata realms? Yes. Hualao nodded. The elementary devouring tactic is an extremely famous divine ability in the Devata realms. Apart from its amazing ability, it's also the foundation of the advanced devouring tactic. One must master the elementary devouring tactic before cultivating or mastering the advanced devouring tactic. The advanced devouring tactic. Duan Lingtian was dumbfounded. There's an advanced devouring tactic? Of course. Hualao nodded again. A hint of respect could be seen in his eyes as he said, the advanced devouring tactic is a top divine ability in the Devata realms. The owner of that divine ability is an overlord in a Devata realm. That powerhouse's strength is ranked in the top 3 among all the overlords in the Devata realms. Gasp. As soon as Hualao finished speaking, Duan Lingtian could not help but gasp. The advanced devouring tactic was a top divine ability in the Devata realms? The owner of the advanced devouring tactic was an overlord in a Devata realm? His strength was ranked in the top 3 among all the overlords in the Devata realms? Although there was not much information that Duan Lingtian needed to digest, every piece of information was shocking to him. They were all explosive information. Rumor has it that the elementary devouring tactic was derived from the advanced devouring tactic. The person who created the elementary devouring tactic is also that powerhouse. When that expert was mentioned, even Elder Hua could not help but feel deep respect for him. I didn't expect the elementary devouring tactic I obtained has such a shocking origin. Duan Lingtian sighed emotionally. However, it's all thanks to the Sun True origin that I obtained the elementary devouring tactic. I have to thank Hualao for this. If it wasn't for Hualao enlightening me and helping me produce the Sun True origin, I wouldn't have been able to pass the test in the abyssal swamp and obtain the divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic. Duan Lingtian looked at Hualao gratefully. The first few tests in the abyssal swamp were still manageable. As long as one was at the eminent saint stage or above, one should be able to pass them. However, even a powerhouse at the divine saint stage, exemplary saint stage, or quintessential saint stage might not be able to pass the last test, let alone a powerhouse at the eminent saint stage or above. Chapter 1796. Until now, when Duan Lingtian recalled the strength of the old man at the early refined saint stage during the final trial in the abyssal swamp, he could not help but feel a lingering fear in his heart. If it was an ordinary martial cultivator, he would not be a match for that old man even if his cultivation base was at the peak of the refined saint stage. Due to this reason, in his opinion, the Sun true origin that Hualao had given him was the main reason he was able to pass the final trial in the Abyssal Swamp and obtain the divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Hualao smiled faintly. It's your good fortune to be able to obtain the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda and meet me. It's also your good fortune to be able to obtain the inheritance from the Sword Saint, Feng Qingyang. It's also your good fortune to be able to obtain the elementary devouring tactic this time. In the end, the Sun true origin has nothing to do with you being able to obtain the elementary devouring tactic. It's all because of your good fortune. Even Hualao could not help but sigh emotionally when he heard about Duan Lingtian's good fortune. Back then, even among the people he knew in the Devata realms, there were not many people who could compare to Duan Lingtian in terms of good fortune. Naturally, Hualao did not take the initiative to mention this to Duan Lingtian. In his opinion, even if he told Duan Lingtian about this, it would only harm Duan Lingtian. It would be fine if Duan Lingtian took his fortuitous encounter seriously. However, if he did not, he would slack off because of his fortuitous encounter. In the end, even if he had an extraordinary fortuitous encounter, he would not have any great achievements. Good fortune was a person's luck, but it could not be relied on too much. Hualao had lived for so many years, and he had seen many similar tragedies. Naturally, he did not want Duan Lingtian to make the same mistake. Duan Lingtian remained silent when he heard Hualao's words. When he thought about his journey, his luck was indeed not bad. Naturally, as someone whose soul had transmigrated from another world, Duan Lingtian was not complacent because of these fortuitous encounters. In his opinion, transmigrating from Earth to this world was the greatest fortuitous encounter he had in his life. Otherwise, he would have died long ago, let alone obtain the fortuitous encounter later on. Duan Lingtian had a good attitude in this regard. Naturally, Elder Hua was unaware of this. That was why he did not dare to tell Duan Lingtian about this. Elder Hua, after some time, I will start looking for materials to repair the 4th level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. Duan Lingtian's cultivation in closed-door cultivation. When Duan Lingtian's next time, Gu Li, Duan Lingtian's realm, Duan Lingtian's sect return Duan Li Duan came return. Duan Lingtian entered closed-door cultivation mainly to raise his cultivation base and further comprehend the profundity of the Supreme Sword Dao mental cultivation method, the Sovereign Heart Sword. Currently, he had only comprehended the 2nd stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword. The sword shadow follow the heart. The Sovereign Heart Sword had a total of 5 stages. In the future, he still had a very, very long way to go. While Duan Lingtian was cultivating, in the faraway Rising Sky Mansions district, the 4th-rate force, the Rising Sky Mansion, was facing a calamity. The Rising Sky Mansion was originally peaceful and quiet until their mansion master was killed by a mysterious powerhouse. Only then did it cause a huge commotion. The mansion master of the Rising Sky Mansion was the strongest powerhouse in the Rising Sky Mansion. In the entire Debussy subterranean, there were only a handful of powerhouses who could kill him without alerting others. Due to this reason, when the group of Rising Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials and disciples discovered that their mansion master was killed, they panicked. Subsequently, a few more high-ranking officials of the Rising Sky Mansion were killed. In the end, almost all of the high-ranking officials of the Rising Sky Mansion were killed. Even some of the outstanding disciples of the Rising Sky Mansion were killed. The people from the Rising Sky Mansion who were killed all had one thing in common. All of them knew that their young mansion master, Su Jing, had obtained a top Devil Dao cultivation method that contained the soul congregation technique. However, up until the moment they died, it did not cross their minds that the group of tiger-like powerhouses would come for the cultivation method that their young mansion master, Su Jing, cultivated. The people who killed them were none other than the group of high-ranking officials from the Mystical Sky Mansion. Among the people from the Mystical Sky Mansion who came, the weakest one was Gu Li naturally. Gu Li was only here to join in the fun. He followed his father, Gu Yun, and did not even have the chance to make a move from the beginning until the end. Apart from Gu Li, the weakest among the people from the Mystical Sky Mansion was a Vice Mansion Master. Due to this reason, they were able to annihilate the backbone of the Rising Sky Mansion in one fell swoop before most of the people from the Rising Sky Mansion could even react. Has everything been cleaned up? In the sky above the rising sky mansion's estate, a group of people flew over from all directions. They were the group of high-ranking officials from the mystical sky mansion. The person who spoke was none other than the mansion master of mystical sky mansion, Meng Qing. Mansion master, the east side has been cleaned up. Gu Xiaiyun, who was standing next to Gu Li, said. The west side has been cleaned up as well. The old man standing next to Zhao Deng said. This old man was Zhao Deng's father, the other guardian of the mystical sky mansion. In the entire mystical sky mansion, in terms of strength, he was on par with Gu Xiaiyun. He was only inferior to Meng Qing. Lord Mansion Master, the south side has been cleaned up. The four great palace masters of the mystical sky mansion led by Xueqi, the palace master of Heaven Palace, had also arrived. Xueqi reported to Meng Qing respectfully. As for the other vice mansion masters, they followed Meng Qing and were in charge of cleaning up the north side of the rising sky mansion's estate. After all, this matter had to be done secretly. Since it was related to a top Devil Dao cultivation method, even the Mountain Shade Black Market and the Azure Cloud Mansion would be tempted. Very good. Meng Qing nodded in satisfaction. I've already moved Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, to a secret place. Since we've cleaned up everything, we can return now. However, based on Su Jing's condition, if we use the soul-searching secret tactic now, I'm afraid his soul won't be able to withstand it. For this reason, we'll have to bring him back and imprison him for a period of time. Meng Qing added. Previously, he used the soul congregation technique, causing his soul to disperse. He'll need at least a few years to fully recover. However, if we want to use the soul-searching secret tactic on him, we'll have to wait for his soul to recover for another year or so. Otherwise, with his current condition, I'm afraid his soul will disperse completely before we can extract the Devil Dao cultivation method from his soul. Gu Xiaiyun nodded. Then, we'll wait for another year or so. I hope the Devil Dao cultivation method he obtained isn't a heartless one. In that case, with that cultivation method, our mystical sky mansion's position in the WCI subterranean will definitely rise to a higher level. The eyes of the old man next to Zhao Deng, the other guardian of mystical sky mansion, gleamed. When he reached the end of his sentence, his voice was filled with excitement. The moment his words left his mouth, even Meng Qing, the mansion master of mystical sky mansion, lost his composure, let alone the others. In the WCI subterranean, the mystical sky mansion was one of the quasi-third-rate forces. In the eyes of ordinary people, the mystical sky mansion was one of the top forces in the WCI subterranean. However, only those who stood in the upper echelons of the WCI subterranean knew that although the mystical sky mansion was a quasi-third-rate force, it was still lacking compared to the Mountain Shade Black Market and Azure Cloud Mansion that were also quasi-third-rate forces. Lord Mansion Master. At this moment, Qian Ping Shang, the palace master of Yellow Palace, said hesitantly, breaking the good atmosphere. At once most people, including Meng Qing, shifted their attention to Qian Ping Shang. What's wrong? Meng Qing was puzzled. There might be a fish that slipped through the net. Qian Ping Shang smiled wryly. A fish that slipped through the net. The moment Qian Ping Shang's words left his mouth, everyone, including Xueqi, the palace master of Earth Palace, and the palace master of Mystical Palace, could not help but have a change in expression. Didn't Palace Master Zhu say earlier that we've cleaned everything up? Before Meng Qing could speak, Zhao Jin had already looked at Qian Ping Shang and asked in an interrogative tone. Junior brother Qian, what's going on? Xueqi looked at Qian Ping Shang. His expression was extremely grave as well. Qian Ping Shang did not mention this to him earlier. Senior brother Zhu. Didn't Su Jing have a follower? We didn't notice that follower at all, right? Qian Ping Shang asked as he looked at Xueqi. Su Jing's hunchbacked follower? Upon hearing this, Xueqi's frown eased up. He's only Su Jing's follower. It's impossible for him to know that Su Jing has obtained the Devil Dao cultivation method, right? Moreover, when we were cleaning up, we didn't hear anyone mention that he knew about the Devil Dao cultivation method at all. Those people are all proud and arrogant. Perhaps, they didn't care about Su Jing's follower at all. Qian Ping Shang shook his head. Initially, I didn't care about Su Jing's follower at all. However, the more I thought about it, the more I felt something was amiss. I heard that 1 year before the Rising Sky ranking battle began, Su Jing's follower was not in the Rising Sky Mansion's estate. It's suspected that he had left with Su Jing. If he left then, before Qian Pingshang could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Gu Xiaoyun, who had a grave expression on his face. A Rising Sky Mansion's disciple in the area that I'm in charge of mentioned that Su Jing's follower appeared at the Rising Sky ranking battle with Su Jing. After that, he even returned with Su Tsen, the Grand Elder of Rising Sky Mansion. Apart from that Rising Sky Mansion's disciple, nobody mentioned him at all. I think they didn't care about him at all. After all, his position in the Rising Sky Mansion is extremely low. However, if he was by Su Jing's side when he left, he must have known about the Devil Dao cultivation method. When Gu Xiaoyun reached the end of his sentence, his expression turned grave. Someone in the area that I was in charge of also mentioned Su Jing's follower. However, he was in the area that Palace Master Zhu was in charge of, so I didn't ask about it. Initially, I thought Palace Master Zhu would deal with him. However, it did not cross my mind that he would be the fish that escaped the net. Zhao Jin looked at Zhu Luqi with a reprimanding expression on his face. What? Zhu Luqi's expression turned grave. It did not cross his mind that the only fish that escaped the net had escaped from under his watch. Lord Mansion Master, although we didn't know that Su Jing's follower knew about the Devil Dao cultivation method, we did look for him, but we couldn't find him. Chapter 1797. Qian Pingshang's words were an excuse for Zhu Luqi and the other two palace masters. Previously, when they were searching the Rising Sky Mansion's estate, he was the only one among them who had purposely looked for Su Jing's follower in an attempt to find him. For this reason, Zhu Luqi and the other two palace masters had even advised him to forget about it if he did not manage to find him. An insignificant follower would definitely not know about the Devil Dao cultivation method. For this reason, the moment Qian Pingshang's words left his mouth, Zhu Luqi, the palace master of Earth Palace, and the palace master of Mystical Palace looked at him gratefully. Since Su Jing's follower was not in the Rising Sky Mansion's estate, it could not be said that he had escaped from under their noses. Since he's not in the Rising Sky Mansion's estate, he must have no idea about what happened here. In that case, let's look for him ourselves and kill him to prevent future trouble. Meng Qing said as his eyes gleamed sharply. Due to the discovery of the fish that had escaped the net, the group of people who were about to return to the Mystical Sky Mansion had to put their trip on hold. Nobody had any complaints about this. All of them wanted to find the fish that had escaped the net and kill him to prevent future trouble. In fact, this was not a joke. If news of this spread out, it would undoubtedly be a huge blow to the Mystical Sky Mansion. If it was a heartless Devil Dao cultivation method, nobody would be worried that the Mystical Sky Mansion would risk universal condemnation to cultivate such a Devil Dao cultivation method. However, if the Devil Dao cultivation method was an ordinary Devil Dao cultivation method, it would definitely attract many people's attention. Naturally, in the WCI subterranean, only quasi-third-rate forces would dare to covet the Mystical Sky Mansion's cultivation method. The other forces would not be so bold. Instead of saying they did not have the courage, it was more accurate to say they did not have the strength. In the WCI subterranean, the Mystical Sky Mansion was not afraid of the other quasi-third-rate forces. However, the Mystical Sky Mansion had to be wary of the Mountain Shade Black Market and the Azure Cloud Mansion. If those two forces came together to ask for the Devil Path cultivation method, they really couldn't refuse. Apart from the Mountain Shade Black Market and the Azure Cloud Mansion, the Mystical Sky Mansion was even more wary of the powerhouses from the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Although the powerhouses from the upper province rarely came to the lower province, no matter how few of them came, they would still be able to spread the news to the upper province. Even the experts of the upper province would be interested in the demonic Dao cultivation technique that contained the Soul Congregation technique. Due to this reason, the Mystical Sky Mansion did not allow news about top Devil Dao cultivation methods to spread. According to the Rising Sky Mansion servant who knows Su Jing's sidekick, if Su Jing isn't in the Rising Sky Mansion's estate, he must have gone home to visit his family. Soon after, the group of Mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials confirmed this news. At the same time, they also found out where Su Jing's lackey's home was. It was in a small town called Camel Peak Town that was 1,000 miles south of the Rising Sky Mansion's estate. Camel Peak Town was a very special town. Almost all of the residents of Camel Peak Town were born with a hunchback. Su Jing's sidekick with a hunchback was a native of Camel Peak Town. Not only that, but he was also a genius martial cultivator that everyone in Camel Peak Town knew about. Naturally, he was only a genius martial cultivator in the eyes of the people in Camel Peak Town, since there were rarely any big shots in Camel Peak Town. You're here to look for Rong Fan? Rong Fan is the pride of our Camel Peak Town. He's also the person with the best reputation in the history of our Camel Peak Town. Do you know the Rising Sky Mansion? It's that fourth-rate force where Rong Fan is currently staying. When the residents of Camel Peak Town heard that the people from the mystical Sky Mansion were here to look for Rong Fan, all of them were very enthusiastic. Naturally, the people who appeared were not the group of mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials. Instead, they were ordinary disciples from the mystical Sky Mansion's outposts nearby. Even if someone remembered their faces, nobody would recognize them. Old man, I'm from the Rising Sky Mansion. I'm here this time because I have an urgent matter to look for Rong Fan. Is he in town? A young disciple from the mystical Sky Mansion asked an elderly resident of Camel Peak Town with an anxious expression on his face. It seemed as though he really had an urgent matter. Rong Fan has returned some time ago. It's said that he'll be staying at home for some time. His house is in the east of our Camel Peak Town. The biggest house is his house. When the elderly resident of Camel Peak Town mentioned Rong Fan, his face was filled with pride. As someone from the fourth-rate force, the Rising Sky Mansion, Rong Fan had always been the pride of the entire Camel Peak Town. The East. The few mystical Sky Mansion's disciples who came to Camel Peak Town found out where Rong Fan's house was located one after another. After informing the mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials in secret, they went to Rong Fan's house. You're all Rising Sky Mansion's disciples? After the few mystical Sky Mansion's disciples reported their fake identities, Rong Fan's parents were very enthusiastic and welcomed them in. Little Fan must have caused a lot of trouble for all of you. If he has done anything wrong in the past, both of us will apologize to all of you. Although Rong Fan's parents had a cultivation base, they were only ordinary martial cultivators. When they found out that the few people in front of them were Rising Sky Mansion's disciples, they were instantly terrified. Uncle, Auntie, there's no need to be nervous. We came to look for Rong Fan because Lord Mansion Master asked us to. The young Mansion Master has already woken up, and we need him to hurry back and serve him. One of the mystical Sky Mansion's disciples said vigilantly. The young Mansion Master has woken up? Perhaps. The outsiders thought that the young Mansion Master of the Rising Sky Mansion was dead. However, as Rong Fan's parents, they naturally knew that the young Mansion Master their son served was not dead. In the entire Camel Peak Town, only they knew about this. Rong Fan had also sternly reminded them not to spread this news. Due to this reason, when they heard the mystical Sky Mansion's disciple mention this matter, they were completely certain that the few people in front of them were Rising Sky Mansion's disciples. Little Fan went out early in the morning, and I reckon he'll only be back in the evening. As for where he went, we don't know either. Why don't all of you wait at home? Rong Fan's parents suggested. The few mystical Sky Mansion's disciples looked at each other. At the same time, they were reminded by the mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials who were hiding in the dark, so they nodded in agreement. He went out. Soon after, the Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion, Meng Qing, and the others who were hiding outside the town also learned about this news. Quickly seal off the town. Also, search the town thoroughly. If you find any townsfolk, knock them out immediately so that they won't alert you when they see Rong Fan. Meng Qing decisively gave his order. If they wanted to find Rong Fan, they had to be extremely meticulous. However, it was still too late for Meng Qing to find out that Rong Fan was not in Camel Peak Town. Many townsfolk who had left earlier had already gone far away. Although the mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials were searching the surroundings thoroughly, there were still one or two fish that escaped the net. Rong Fan. Several hundred miles away from Camel Peak Town, a townsfolk with a high cultivation base saw Rong Fan and went up to him with a smile. Rong Hong. When Rong Fan saw him, he grinned. Why? Where are you going? I'm going to Southern Tablet City. You must have just returned from there, right? Rong Hong answered Rong Fan before he asked with a smile. Yes. Rong Fan nodded. I bought some things for my parents. Hee hee. Rong Fan, you're really doing well. Initially, I thought your position in the Rising Sky Mansion would drop day by day after the young mansion master of the Rising Sky Mansion was killed. I didn't expect someone from the Rising Sky Mansion would personally come to town to look for you. Rong Hong chuckled. What? When Rong Fan heard this, he could not help but be stunned. Someone from the Rising Sky Mansion came to look for me? When Rong Fan heard this news, his first thought was that it was impossible. Previously, when he was following the young mansion master in the Rising Sky Mansion, although his position was not high, it was not low either. Many people still flattered him. However, ever since the young mansion master's soul dissipated, most people thought he was dead. His days had not been easy, and those who flattered him no longer paid any attention to him. As for those who knew the young mansion master was still alive, they had a high status in the Rising Sky Mansion. Before the young mansion master died, they had already looked down on him. It was impossible for them to come to Camel Peak Town to look for him. Due to this reason, when he heard Rong Fan said someone from the Rising Sky Mansion came to Camel Peak Town to look for him, he found it hard to believe. Who are the people who came? Did he say anything? For some reason, Rong Fan was slightly flustered. Perhaps it was because he was flattered, or perhaps it was because of something else. He didn't say anything. However, it seems like 5 people came looking for you, Rong Hong replied. Yes. 5 people? Horror dawned on Rong Fan's face. 5 people who claimed to be from the Rising Sky Mansion came looking for him? At this moment, if he still could not see that something was amiss, he would have lived for so many years in vain. Put aside the fact that most people thought the young mansion master of the Rising Sky Mansion was dead. Even if the young mansion master was still alive, it was impossible for so many Rising Sky Mansion's disciples to come looking for him. There must be something fishy about this. What? Is there something wrong? Rong Hong was stunned when he saw the horror on Rong Fan's face. When he regained his senses, he could not help but ask. Nothing. Rong Fan shook his head. Then, he looked at Rong Hong solemnly. Rong Hong, don't tell anyone that you've seen me today, especially those who claim to be from the Rising Sky Mansion. Remember. You must remember this. After he finished speaking, Rong Fan left without even turning his head back. Naturally, he did not return to Camel Peak Town. Instead, he made his way to the Rising Sky Mansion's estate because he felt something was amiss. When he arrived near the Rising Sky Mansion's estate, Rong Fan could feel the atmosphere in the Rising Sky Mansion's estate was a little off. Although he could not see anything from the outside, due to Rong Hong's warning earlier, he could not help but feel a little suspicious. Let's hide first. Rong Fan waited patiently outside the Rising Sky Mansion's estate. He needed to confirm something. Ha! After waiting for 3 days and 3 nights, an unfamiliar yet familiar figure appeared in Rong Fan's field of vision. Isn't this person Zhao Ji from the Mystical Sky Mansion? Chapter 1798. Although Rong Fan was an insignificant person in the Rising Sky Mansion, the person he followed was the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion. Due to this reason, he had a wide range of contacts. About 5 years ago, when he followed Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, out, he had met Zhao Ji from the Mystical Sky Mansion. According to his young mansion master, Zhao Ji was the strongest person among the 2nd generation in the Mystical Sky Mansion. Due to this reason, he had memorized Zhao Ji's appearance in his mind. That person was someone even his young mansion master did not dare to offend. Today, when he saw Zhao Ji for the first time, he did not recognize him at all. All he felt was a sense of familiarity. After recalling for a while, he finally recognized Zhao Ji. As for the 2 people following behind Zhao Ji, he did not know them nor did he have any impression of them. According to the young mansion master, Zhao Ji is the only son of the vice mansion master of Mystical Sky Mansion, Zhao Deng. Moreover, his grandfather is one of the 2 great guardians of the Mystical Sky Mansion. Rong Fan's heart jolted when he recalled what Su Jing had told him. The two great guardians of the mystical sky mansion were only second to the mansion master in the mystical sky mansion. They were not any weaker than the mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion. However, why is Zhao Ji here in our Rising Sky Mansion? Rong Fan was puzzled when he saw Zhao Ji making his way to the Rising Sky Mansion's estate. As far as he knew, the Rising Sky Mansion and the Mystical Sky Mansion did not have any relationship at all. Why would Zhao Ji, the strongest person among the second generation in the Mystical Sky Mansion, come to the Rising Sky Mansion? While Rong Fan was still puzzled, a figure appeared out of thin air in the direction of the Rising Sky Mansion's estate. It was a middle-aged man. His features were similar to Zhao Ji's. This person, could he be Zhao Ji's father? The Vice Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion, Zhao Deng? It was no wonder Rong Fan would make such a guess. This middle-aged man looked very similar to Zhao Ji. The middle-aged man was indeed Zhao Deng. Why are you here? Zhao Deng asked with a frown as he descended from the sky and appeared in front of Zhao Ji and his two brothers. Didn't I ask you to wait for news at home? There was a hint of reproach in Zhao Deng's tone. Father, I saw that you haven't returned to your family for a long time, so I came to take a look. How is it? Did you get the Devil Path cultivation method? Zhao Ji asked anxiously as he stared at Zhao Deng with burning eyes. That Devil Dao cultivation method can only be obtained through the soul-searching secret tactic after Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, has recovered slightly. Zhao Deng shook his head. When this matter is over, we'll bring him back to the mystical Sky Mansion. Yes. Zhao Ji nodded, and then he asked in confusion, Father, why did you take so long? It was precisely because Zhao Deng had not returned that Zhao Ji decided to come here on his own accord. He wanted to know the exact situation. He was also eager to obtain the Devil Dao cultivation method that the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion cultivated. Once he obtained it, his strength would increase rapidly. At that time, even Ling Tian would not be his match. He wanted to take back all the glory that Ling Tian had stolen from him. Something has happened. There's still no news about the lackey next to the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion. However, the prefecture lord and your grandfather have already gone to that lackey's house. They should be able to find him. Zhao Deng said. A lackey shouldn't know that Su Jing has cultivated a top Devil Dao cultivation method, right? Zhao Ji frowned. Aren't you making a mountain out of a molehill by going through so much trouble for a lackey? That lackey is not an ordinary lackey. When Su Jing obtained the Devil Dao cultivation method, he might have been beside him. At that time, he must have followed Su Jing to participate in the Rising Sky ranking battle as well. Zhao Deng said solemnly, due to this reason, if he doesn't die, our mystical Sky Mansion's operation this time will definitely cause trouble. With the Lord Mansion Master and Grandfather making a move, he'll definitely die. Zhao Ji said in a deep voice as his eyes gleamed coldly. You should go back. If Lord Mansion Master finds out that you're here, he'll definitely reprimand you. Zhao Deng said in a deep voice as he looked at Zhao Ji. Isn't Gu Li here as well? Zhao Ji frowned, slightly unconvinced. As Zhao Ji's father, Zhao Deng naturally, could hear the unwillingness in Zhao Ji's voice. He immediately shook his head and said, Don't be unconvinced about this matter. Apart from Ling Tian's contribution, Gu Li's contribution is even more important. Even if we put this aside, in terms of strength, you're still far from being Gu Li's match. When Zhao Deng reached the end of his sentence, a hint of disappointment could be heard in his tone. If you're so free, why don't you cultivate in closed-door cultivation? Otherwise, let alone Gu Li, you'll never be a match for Ling Tian. Ling Tian. Zhao Ji's eyes were cold and filled with killing intent. He won't live for long. Bai Ju, Tu, bring him back. Zhao Deng ordered as he looked at the two people behind Zhao Ji. The two people who came with Zhao Ji were none other than the mystical Sky Mansion's disciples, Zhao Baiju and Zhao Tuesday. They were also the two people who wanted to make a move on Duan Ling Tian at the peak of the mystical Sky Mansion's Heaven Palace. At that time, due to Gu Li's appearance, they had dismissed the idea of making a move on Duan Ling Tian. Yes, master. Zhao Baiju and Zhao Tu were Zhao Deng's direct disciples. When they heard Zhao Deng's order, They responded respectfully before looking at Xueqi in unison. Little junior brother. Listen to master. Let's go back. Although Xueqi wanted to stay and join in the fun, he had no choice but to leave unwillingly since Zhao Deng did not allow it. After Xueqi and the other two left, Zhao Deng also returned to the Rising Sky Mansion's estate. Something seems to be amiss, Rongfan, who was hiding in the distance, could not hear what Zhao Deng and Xueqi were talking about because he was far away. However, he still felt something was amiss. This Zhao Deng is the Vice Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion. Why did he come to our Rising Sky Mansion's estate? Rongfan took a deep breath and made up his mind. To be safe, I can't return to the Rising Sky Mansion's estate for now. I'll go back and have a look after Zhao Deng has left. The moment Rongfan thought of this, he found a secluded place nearby and hid. At the same time, he did not forget to monitor the route that one would have to take to return to the Mystical Sky Mansion's estate. In Camel Peak Town, the group of high-ranking officials led by Mansion Master Meng Qing had stayed there for an entire month. However, they still did not find any clues about Rongfan. Rongfan did not return that night as his parents had said. It was as though he had completely disappeared. Now, we're certain Rongfan must have found out about something. I'm sure he's already suspicious of those few disciples' identities. Gu Xiaiyun, one of the two great guardians of Mystical Sky Mansion, said with a grave expression. That day, although our men had gone to chase after those who left Camel Peak Town, there were still 7 people we couldn't catch up to. Among those 7 people, someone must have seen Rongfan and told him about what happened in Camel Peak Town. The other guardian, Zhao Jin, also said in a deep voice, Guardians, both of you personally go and capture those 7 people. Ask them to swear on the lightning penalty oath to prove whether they've seen Rongfan or not. Meng Qing said. He also felt that the key to this matter was most likely those 7 people. With Gu Xiaiyun and Zhao Jin making a move, the truth soon came to light. Lord Mansion Master. When Gu Xiaiyun and Zhao Jin returned, they brought a person with them. This person was none other than Rong Hong, who had met Rongfan before. When Rongfan was brought over, his entire body was trembling. The strength of the 2 old men next to him made him feel fear from the bottom of his heart and soul. Without any movement, just their aura alone was enough to suffocate him. If the 2 of them did not show mercy, he would have suffocated to death. Lord Mansion Master, we've brought him here. When he heard the 2 old men next to him calling the middle-aged man nearby Lord Mansion Master, his vision turned black, and he almost fainted. Lord Mansion Master? Could it be that this person was the Mansion Master of Rising Sky Mansion? The Mansion Master of Rising Sky Mansion actually came here personally for Rongfan? Damn Rongfan! What kind of trouble did you get into? Even the Mansion Master of Rising Sky Mansion personally came here. That's right. When Rongfan left after meeting me for the last time, it was obvious that there was something wrong with his expression. It seems like he was already thinking of running for his life at that time. No wonder I haven't seen him for almost a month. The moment Rong Hong thought of this, his expression turned grave. He had kept Rongfan's secret, but he did not expect he would be dragged into this as well. Lord Mansion Master. When Rong Hong guessed the person in front of him was the Mansion Master of Rising Sky Mansion, he immediately kneeled on the ground as his entire body trembled. I didn't know Rongfan had committed a crime. That's why I did such a foolish thing. At this moment, Meng Qing also learned about Rongfan's departure from the 2 Mystical Sky Mansion's guardians. He left in the direction of the Rising Sky Mansion's estate? Meng Qing looked at Rong Hong and asked for confirmation. Yes. Rong Hong quickly nodded like a chick pecking at rice. He did not dare to hesitate at all. When Zhao Jin saw Rong Hong had lost his value, he directly killed him with just a lift of his hand. Palace Master Qian, you'll lead 2 disciples to guard this place for now. If Rongfan returns, you must kill him immediately. At the same time, Meng Qing looked at Qian Pingshang, the Palace Master of Yellow Palace, and ordered. Yes, Lord Mansion Master. Qian Pingshang accepted the order. As for the others, follow me back to the Rising Sky Mansion. However, I'm guessing Rongfan did not return to the Rising Sky Mansion's estate. Otherwise, our people guarding the estate would have already reported about Rong Fan's matter. At this moment, even Meng Qing, the mansion master of Mystical Sky Mansion, had a grave expression on his face. Although the fish that had escaped the net was insignificant, if news of this spread out, the Mystical Sky Mansion would definitely face a lot of trouble. Duan Lingtian only found out about this after Gu Li returned. Does this mean all of you did not manage to find Rong Fan before you returned? Duan Lingtian asked. No. Chapter 1799. It seems like Rong Fan is quite smart. To think he didn't return to the Rising Sky Mansion's estate. However, I wonder if he's aware of what happened? Duan Lingtian said with a glint in his eyes. He had seen Rong Fan before. He was the hunchbacked young man who followed behind Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, during the Rising Sky ranking battle. He was very inconspicuous. The reason Duan Lingtian remembered him was because he had a hunchback. As for his other features, he did not have any impression at all. I don't think he knows about it yet. Otherwise, the news would have spread before we came back. Gu Li said, currently, Zhao Deng and his son are personally guarding the Rising Sky Mansion's estate. Anyone who enters the Rising Sky Mansion's estate can only enter and not leave. For this reason, we don't have to worry about the news of the Rising Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials and elite disciples being killed spreading out for the time being. If news of this spreads out, the Rising Sky Mansion will be removed from the fourth-rate force. However, paper can't keep fire forever. What's Lord Mansion Master's plan in the future? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. According to Lord Mansion Master's plan, he'll let Lord Zhao Deng and his son guard the Rising Sky Mansion's estate for a period of time before sending someone to replace them. This will continue until the remnant soul of Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, has recovered to the point where it can withstand the soul-searching secret tactic. Gu Li said, if the Devil Dao cultivation method that Su Jing cultivates is a heartless Devil Dao cultivation method, we'll remove the people there. In that case, even if news of this spreads out, people will only say that the Rising Sky Mansion is enforcing justice on behalf of the heavens. However, if the Devil Dao cultivation method is a normal Devil Dao cultivation method, we'll send someone to guard the Rising Sky Mansion's estate and Camel Peak Town until we find Rong Fan. Upon hearing Gu Li's words, although Duan Lingtian could understand Mansion Master Meng Qing's decision, he did not think highly of it. Even if the Devil Dao cultivation method was a normal Devil Dao cultivation method, and even if the Mystical Sky Mansion constantly sent someone to guard the Rising Sky Mansion's estate, something would still happen in the end. Paper can't keep fire forever. It would be fine if the people from the Mystical Sky Mansion imprisoned ordinary people. However, the problem was, as a fourth-rate force, the Rising Sky Mansion was also under the jurisdiction of a quasi-third-rate force. Sooner or later, someone from the quasi-third-rate force would go to the Rising Sky Mansion's estate. Once someone from a quasi-third-rate faction was killed or imprisoned, the entire faction would definitely be alarmed. At that time, the Mystical Sky Mansion might not be able to hide the fact that the core force of the Rising Sky Mansion was almost annihilated. Of course, putting aside that quasi-third-rate force, Duan Lingtian also felt that it wouldn't be long before the truth came out. After all, any normal person would be careless to guard and monitor a place at all times. No one could be absolutely safe. However, although Duan Lingtian did not think highly of Mansion Master Meng Qing's actions, he did not say much. After all, this matter did not have much to do with him. As for the Devil Path cultivation method, whether it was a crazy Devil Path cultivation method or a normal Devil Path cultivation method, he had no interest in it. This was because he had never thought of cultivating a Devil Path cultivation method and becoming a Devil cultivator. After I nurtured the Sun True Origin in my body, I haven't used the Devil Seal tablet yet. With the strength of the Sun True Origin that's comparable to the true origin of an early eminent saint stage powerhouse, I should be able to kill all Devil cultivators below the exemplary saint stage if I use the Devil Seal tablet now. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, his emotions surged again. In fact, there were only a handful of powerhouses at the exemplary saint stage and above even in the Mystical Sky Mansion. At the very least, according to the news he obtained, there were only 3 people who had entered the exemplary saint stage in the Mystical Sky Mansion. They were Mansion Master Meng Qing and the 2 guardians of the Mystical Sky Mansion, Gu Xiaoyun and Zhao Jin. Senior brother Gu Li. You're the son of Guardian Gu. You should know his current cultivation base, right? I heard Guardian Gu is an exemplary saint stage powerhouse? When Duanling Tian saw Gu Li from the corner of his eyes, he recalled Gu Li was the son of Guardian Gu. He must know about Guardian Gu's cultivation base. Yes. In the face of Duanling Tian's question, Gu Li did not conceal anything and replied bluntly. My father's cultivation base has already broken through to the early exemplary saint stage a long time ago. It's the same as Zhao Jin. Zhao Jin is also at the early exemplary saint stage? Duanling Tian was surprised. Yes. Gu Li nodded. According to my father, there are only 4 exemplary saint stage powerhouses in the mystical sky mansion. Among them, Lord Mansion Master is the strongest. He and that old fellow from Zhao clan are the weakest. 4 exemplary saint stage powerhouses? The 2 great guardians are the weakest? Duanling Tian's eyes widened. Apart from the Mansion Master, there's another one. Make a guess. Gu Li smiled. When Duanling Tian saw the mischievous smile in Gu Li's eyes, a thought flashed in his mind as he thought of someone. Don't tell me it's the guardian of the Heaven Palace's spirit pool? Senior brother Gu Li, your Grand Master? That's right. Gu Li nodded before he sighed. It's all because of Grand Master's bad luck. Back then, he was severely injured, causing his cultivation base to stagnate. Otherwise, with his innate talent, he would have reached the quintessential saint stage a long time ago. Grand Master should have been wandering and cultivating in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. However, due to his injuries, he had no choice but to stay in the lower province. Isn't the upper province a place where powerhouses at the eminent saint stage and above can go? With senior strength, I'm afraid you can go to the upper province whenever you want, right? Duanling Tian asked, puzzled. Indeed. Gu Li nodded before a wry smile appeared on his face. Although that's the case, Grand Master is a genius in the martial Dao in his generation. He's unwilling to see his seniors and juniors who were weaker than him surpass him one by one. Due to his pride, he chose to stay in the lower province and be an inconspicuous guardian of the spirit pool. Duanling Tian finally understood. If that was the case, it was understandable. Senior brother Gu Li. Is there anyone at the quintessential saint stage in the WCI subterranean? Duanling Tian asked the question that had been bothering him. Yes. The moment Duanling Tian's words left his mouth, Gu Li gave him a definite answer. Yes. However, as far as I know, there doesn't seem to be anyone at the quintessential saint stage in the quasi-third-rate forces in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Logically speaking, although exemplary saint stage powerhouses don't live forever, it shouldn't be a problem for them to live for 1 or 2,000 years. After living for so long, there must be someone who has broken through to the quintessential saint stage, right? Duanling Tian was even more puzzled. Indeed, there are, but they're not in the quasi-third-rate forces. Gu Li continued to say, apart from those reclusive powerhouses, the only quintessential saint stage powerhouses in the WCI subterranean are the Watchers who guard the passage between the upper and lower province. Watchers? Duanling Tian frowned. What's that? The Watchers are quintessential saint stage powerhouses from first-rate forces in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Their duty is to watch over the lower province. Once a quintessential saint stage powerhouse appears in the lower province, they must go to the upper province. If a quintessential saint stage powerhouse dares to cause a commotion in the lower province, the Watchers will consider how to punish the quintessential saint stage powerhouse based on the severity of the matter. Gu Li said with a hint of dread on his face. There was once a powerhouse at the peak of the exemplary saint stage, who had broken through to the quintessential saint stage and wanted to unify the lower province with his powerful strength. Guess what happened to him in the end? What happened? Duanling Tian asked with a tone that contained slight curiosity. If a quintessential saint stage powerhouse was ambitious enough, they could unify the lower province. He's dead. He was killed by the Watchers. Gu Li said. What? Duanling Tian was shocked when he heard Gu Li's words. A quintessential saint stage powerhouse was killed? The one who killed him was the Watchers? According to the rules set by the first-rate forces in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, once a quintessential saint stage martial or Dao cultivator appears in the lower province, They must leave the lower province to avoid disturbing the balance in the lower province. Naturally, quintessential saint stage powerhouses can choose to stay in the lower province, but they're not allowed to make a move. Once they make a move, the Watchers will kill them. Due to this reason, almost all of those who have broken through to the quintessential saint stage in the WCI subterranean would choose to leave. Although the lower province is good, it's useless if they can't make a move no matter how strong their cultivation base is. Only the upper province is their stage. Guli said a lot in one breath, allowing Duan Ling Tian to learn some things that he did not know in the past. These were not recorded in the books that he had read. The first-rate forces in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land are really meddlesome. Duan Ling Tian sighed emotionally. It said that the three great forces in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, the three great sects, have jointly given the order. The first-rate forces in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land are only following orders. Guli said. The three great sects. Upon hearing Guli's words, Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed immediately. Zoroastrianism was one of the three great sections. His fiancée was taken away by someone from Zoroastrianism. However, Duan Ling Tian's agitated emotions were quickly suppressed by him, and he regained his composure. No wonder there's no quintessential saint stage powerhouse in the quasi-third-rate forces in the WCI subterranean. As it turns out, there's a watcher watching over them to prevent quintessential saint stage powerhouses from acting recklessly in the lower province. Duan Ling Tian finally understood. Currently, the strongest people in the WCI subterranean should be the leader of Mountain Shade Black Market and the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, right? Duan Ling Tian asked again. Yes. Guli nodded. According to my father, the leader of Mountain Shade Black Market and the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion are both at the peak of the exemplary saint stage. Most importantly, both of them are devil cultivators. Their strength is much stronger than ordinary martial and Dao cultivators with the same cultivation base. When they break through to the quintessential saint stage, they won't be able to fight anymore. At that time, I'm afraid the Mountain Shade Black Market and the Azure Cloud Mansion will have a hard time, right? Duan Ling Tian asked again. It's not that easy to break through to the quintessential saint stage. Chapter 1800. Moreover, even if they've really broken through to the quintessential saint stage, they're allowed to make a move under passive circumstances. For example, if they're guarding the forces they control, they're allowed to fight back as long as they're younger than 100 years old. Guli explained. This. Senior brother Guli, didn't you say quintessential saint stage powerhouses aren't allowed to make a move in the lower province? You didn't say they're allowed to fight back. Duan Ling Tian was confused. He was even more confused about the rule of first-rate forces in the upper province against quintessential saint stage powerhouses in the lower province. Indeed, ordinary quintessential saint stage powerhouses can't even fight back. However, there are exceptions. All quintessential saint stage powerhouses below the age of 100 in the lower province are allowed to fight back. Apart from that, those who have broken through to the quintessential saint stage below the age of 100 are usually recruited by the Watcher into the first-rate forces in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Guli continued to say, due to this reason, quintessential saint stage powerhouses below the age of 100 have special privileges in the lower province. If they have a good relationship with the Watcher, even if they take the initiative to attack, the Watcher can turn a blind eye to it as long as it's not too much. Upon hearing this, Duan Ling Tian could not help but smile wryly as he shook his head. It seemed like no matter where one was, having a good relationship would make a difference. The leader of the Mountain Shade Black Market and the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion are both below the age of 100? At the same time, Duan Ling Tian also realized this problem. Yes. Guli nodded and said with a reverent expression on his face, no matter if it's the leader of the Mountain Shade Black Market or the mansion master of the Azure Cloud Mansion, both of them have a chance of entering the quintessential saint stage before the age of 100. Such a monster is rare in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Breaking through to the quintessential saint stage before the age of 100? Even Duan Ling Tian could not help but feel shocked. Although he was confident he could break through to the quintessential saint stage before the age of 100 or even 50, he was confident he could break through to the quintessential saint stage before the age of 100. However, The reason he was so confident was because he had the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. The time flow on the 3rd level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda was 5 times slower than the outside. And this was only the 3rd level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. Once the 4th level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda was repaired, the flow of time inside would be 8 times slower than outside. 8 times slower, what kind of concept was that? In other words, 1 day outside was equivalent to 8 days on the 4th floor of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. Moreover, according to Hualao, the cultivation environment on the 4th level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda was much better than the 3rd level. Once he repaired the 4th level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, his cultivation would definitely improve by leaps and bounds. The sooner I repair the 4th level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, the sooner I'll be able to break through to the eminent saint stage and comprehend the divine ability. At that time, I'll be able to protect myself even if I go to the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land. Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian immediately looked at Gu Li and changed the topic. Senior Gu Li, I have something I need your help with. Junior brother Lingtian, there's no need for formalities between us. Just tell me what you need. As long as I, Gu Li, am able to do it, I'll do it for you even if I have to go through fire and water. Gu Li said confidently. Upon hearing Gu Li's words, Duan Lingtian was, naturally, touched. He quickly said, you don't have to go through fire and water. I just need your help to look for some materials. Senior brother Gu Li. If it's convenient for you, please refer me to Guardian Gu, Senior brother Gu Li. With Guardian Gu's connections, I'm sure it'll be more efficient for him to help look for those materials. Junior brother Lingtian, you're treating me like an outsider. There's nothing inconvenient about it. Now, come with me to see my old man. Even if he's in closed-door cultivation, I'll still call him out. Gu Li patted his chest and promised Duan Lingtian. There's no need for that. Duan Lingtian quickly shook his head. Gu Li chuckled before he stood up and called out to Duan Lingtian. Junior brother Lingtian, let's go. Come with me to see my old man. He came back with me, so I don't think he's in closed-door cultivation yet. Moreover, he's always wanted to see you, but he didn't have the chance to do so. Under Gu Li's lead, Duan Lingtian finally met Gu Xiaiyun. Gu Xiaiyun came out to welcome him, causing him to feel flattered. You're Lingtian? Indeed, you're a dragon among men. When Gu Xiaiyun saw Duan Lingtian, he was all smiles. He did not put on any airs that a guardian of mystical sky mansion should have. Come in and have a seat. The reason Gu Xiaiyun was so polite to Duan Lingtian was mainly because Duan Lingtian was his son's friend. In fact, his son did not have many friends in the entire mystical sky mansion. He only had one friend like Duan Lingtian whom he could confide in. It was none other than Duan Lingtian. Another reason was, naturally, Duan Lingtian had given his son a great merit. Discovering that the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion had cultivated a top Devil Dao cultivation method was extremely important to the mystical sky mansion. For this reason, the Lord Mansion Master had even personally praised his son and promised many benefits to the Gu clan. Logically speaking, he had no reason to neglect Duan Lingtian. Guardian Gu, please. Although Duan Lingtian was flattered, he did not become arrogant. He still treated Gu Xiaiyun as a junior. When Gu Xiaiyun saw this, he felt very pleased. He felt his son had finally made a good friend. Naturally, he did not put on the airs of a dignified senior just because Duan Lingtian was a junior. From the beginning until the end, he warmly welcomed Duan Lingtian like a kind senior. Lingtian, you don't have to address me as Guardian Gu in private in the future. Since you're Li Er's friend, you can just call me Uncle Gu. Gu Xiaiyun personally poured a cup of tea for Duan Lingtian and smiled as he said to Duan Lingtian, Uncle Gu. Duan Lingtian was not a pedantic person, so he did not refuse. However, his respect for Gu Xiaiyun grew. This was a senior who deserved respect. Father, junior brother Lingtian came with me this time not only to meet you, but also to ask for your help to look for some special materials. When Gu Li saw Duan Lingtian and Gu Xiaiyun being so polite to each other without bringing up the main topic, he felt anxious for them. Oh! Upon hearing Gu Li's words, Gu Xiaiyun looked at Duan Lingtian and asked, Little Tian, what materials do you need Uncle Gu's help to look for? After a few exchanges, Gu Xiaoyun's way of addressing Duanling Tian had changed. It had become much more intimate. Uncle Gu, the materials I need are all on this. Duanling Tian raised his hand and took out a piece of paper. There were many drawings of the shapes and appearances of the materials. There were even descriptions at the side. It was something he had prepared when he was in closed-door cultivation. Uncle Gu, please use your connections to help me look for these materials. How many saint stones do you need? Uncle Gu, just give me the number when the time comes. However, even Duanling Tian did not expect Gu Xiaoyun and Gu Li's expressions to turn slightly gloomy as soon as he finished speaking. At this moment, he also realized he had said something wrong. As expected, Gu Li took the initiative to look at Duanling Tian and said solemnly, Junior brother Ling Tian, although we haven't known each other for long, we have a good relationship. In my heart, I've already treated you as a good friend who has known me for many years. Don't you think it's a little too estranged for you to mention saint stones in front of me? Little Tian, Uncle Gu doesn't lack saint stones. To be honest, if you weren't a good friend of Li, I might not help you even if you brought more saint stones. Gu Xiaoyun also expressed his opinion. Uncle Gu, senior brother Gu Li, this is my negligence. I was wrong. Duanling Tian hurriedly apologized. He had already realized this earlier, but since he had already said it, it was impossible for him to take it back. He could only take advantage of this opportunity to remedy the situation. Upon hearing Duanling Tian's words, Gu Xiaoyun and Gu Li's expressions finally eased up. I'll make many copies of these materials and use my connections to look for them. However, I've never seen some of these materials before. Therefore, I don't dare to guarantee that I'll be able to find all of them. Gu Xiaoyun looked at the blueprint in his hand again before he spoke to Duanling Tian. Although he wanted to help Duanling Tian find all of these materials, he did not dare to guarantee that he would be able to find all of them because he did not recognize some of them. I understand. Just try your best, Uncle Gu. Duanling Tian nodded. He did not expect Gu Xiaoyun to be able to help him find all of the materials. According to Hualao, some of the materials were considered rare even in the Devata realms. After the matter of finding the materials to repair the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda came to an end, Duanling Tian could finally calm down and cultivate. As for the matter of Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, and the Devil Dao cultivation method that he cultivated, he did not ask about it nor was he interested in asking about it. However, even if he was not interested in asking about it, it did not mean that others would feel the same way. 1 month later, Duanling Tian was summoned by Mansion Master Meng Qing of Mystical Sky Mansion. Although this was the second time Duanling Tian was meeting Meng Qing, the last time he met Meng Qing, there was a group of people around. However, he was alone today. It was completely different. Although it felt different, he was not afraid at all. Mansion Master. Duanling Tian took the initiative to greet Meng Qing, who was sitting in the main seat in the main hall. Just like before, he did not address him as Lord. Meng Qing did not make a fuss about this. He smiled and gestured for Duanling Tian to take a seat. Then he went straight to the point and said, Ling Tian, you're the main reason why the Mystical Sky Mansion is able to find out about Su Jing obtaining the Devil Dao cultivation method that contains the Soul Congregation technique. Mansion Master, this is the reason you called me here? Duanling Tian was stunned. Not entirely. Meng Qing shook his head before he continued to say, I heard that you heard about Su Jing obtaining the Devil Dao cultivation method that contains the Soul Congregation technique from your senior brother, Li Feng. Your senior brother, Li Feng, has already gone to the upper province to look for your master. Chapter 1801. Li Feng was Ling Tian, and Ling Tian was Li Feng. Apart from Duanling Tian himself, only Gu Li knew about this. Due to this reason, he was not surprised when he heard Meng Qing's words. I think so. Duanling Tian nodded in response to Meng Qing's question. At the same time, he could vaguely guess the reason Meng Qing looked for him. It must be because he was worried his master would take a liking to the Devil Dao cultivation method that Su Jing cultivated. Meng Qing did not know his master was just a figment of his imagination. Even Meng Qing, the mansion master of Mystical Sky Mansion, had to be careful when dealing with a powerhouse from the upper province. If that Devil Dao cultivation method is a heartless Devil Dao cultivation method, it's fine. However, if it's a normal Devil Dao cultivation method, our Mystical Sky Mansion is willing to share it with you and your master. Meng Qing's eyes gleamed as he told Duan Lingtian bluntly. Mansion master, Duan Lingtian did not expect Meng Qing to say such a thing. He was stunned. He wanted to say something, but before he could finish his sentence, Meng Qing interrupted him. It's decided then. After all, if it wasn't for you and your senior brother, our Mystical Sky Mansion wouldn't have obtained this Devil Dao cultivation method. However, we haven't obtained this Devil Dao cultivation method yet. We'll have to wait for a year or so for the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion's remnant soul to recover a little before we can use the soul-searching secret tactic. Meng Qing added when he reached the end of his sentence. Mansion master, our master isn't interested in that Devil Dao cultivation method at all. After Meng Qing finished speaking, Duan Lingtian finally chimed in. Not interested? Duan Lingtian's words stunned Meng Qing. That was a top Devil Dao cultivation method. There was actually someone who was not interested in it? It seems like Lingtian's master is not a simple person even in the upper province. Meng Qing's heart trembled as he guessed. Mansion master, you can rest assured. Our sect has no intention of obtaining that Devil Dao cultivation method. Moreover, I won't spread the news that the Mystical Sky Mansion has obtained that Devil Dao cultivation method. Duan Lingtian added. When Meng Qing heard this, he took a deep look at Duan Lingtian before he finally said, No matter what, you've contributed greatly to the Mystical Sky Mansion this time, and the Mystical Sky Mansion is indebted to you. Originally, I planned to share the Devil Dao cultivation method with your sect as a form of repayment. However, it did not cross my mind that your sect is not interested in the Devil Dao cultivation method at all. In that case, the Mystical Sky Mansion and I will, naturally, have to repay you in other ways. After that, Meng Qing asked, Tell me, what do you want in return? Or perhaps, what do you want the Mystical Sky Mansion to do for you? Mansion Master, if it's possible, I hope the Mystical Sky Mansion can help me look for some materials. At this moment, Duan Lingtian also realized this was an opportunity to speed up the search for the materials to repair the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. As one of the 2 great guardians of the Mystical Sky Mansion, although Gu Xiaiyun had a wide network, it was still lacking compared to the entire Mystical Sky Mansion. If Mansion Master Meng Qing ordered the entire Mystical Sky Mansion to help him look for the materials, it would definitely be much more efficient. Materials? What materials? Meng Qing had a puzzled expression on his face. I've already drawn those materials and passed them to Guardian Gu so he can help me look for them. If Mansion Master really wants to repay me, please help me look for those materials. Those materials are very important to me and my sect. Duan Lingtian said. All right, I understand. Meng Qing nodded. I'll look for Guardian Gu in a while and ask him to make a few more drawings of those materials. The Mystical Sky Mansion will do its best to help you look for those materials. This is my promise to you. As the Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion, Meng Qing was, naturally, a man of his word. Due to this reason, Duan Lingtian did not doubt Meng Qing's words at all. Thank you, Mansion Master. Compared to what you've done for the Mystical Sky Mansion, this is nothing. Meng Qing waved his hand. Nothing. Duan Lingtian did not comment on Meng Qing's words. Perhaps it was nothing to Meng Qing, but it was a big deal to him. Those materials were related to repairing the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. In his opinion, it was much more attractive than the Devil Dao cultivation method that Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, cultivated. Naturally, Duan Lingtian did not explain further. What could he say? Could he reveal the secret of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda? He did not doubt that if he revealed the secret of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, the Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion would most likely kill him and snatch the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda away. The temptation of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was too great. Even if he was in Meng Qing's position as the Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion, he would still be greedy and snatch the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda from a disciple who was much weaker than him. The Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda was a celestial supreme treasure. Even in the upper province of the Tao Marshal Saint Land, there was nothing more attractive than it. As a quasi-third-rate force, the mystical sky mansion was one of the top forces in the WCI subterranean. It was easy for them to search for materials. As Meng Qing passed down his orders, the mystical sky mansion's elders and disciples in the mystical sky mansion's bases in the lower province began to search for the materials that Duan Ling Tian needed. As time passed by, more than half of the WCI subterranean was turned upside down by them. At the same time, 3 months had gone by. Zhao Deng and Zhao Jin, who were guarding the Rising Sky Mansion's estate, had also been replaced by the other 2 Mystical Sky Mansion's Vice Mansion Masters and had returned to the Mystical Sky Mansion's estate. The moment the 2 of them returned, Zhao Ji received the news and immediately went to look for them. "Grandfather, father, did Rong Fan come?" Zhao Ji asked immediately when he saw Zhao Jin and Zhao Deng. "No." Zhao Deng shook his head. A smile appeared on Zhao Jin's face when he saw Zhao Ji. You didn't neglect your cultivation during this time, right?" "No." Zhao Ji shook his head. Zhao Ji shook his head and walked up to Zhao Jin's side. "Grandfather, now that all of you have returned, shouldn't you discuss with Lord Mansion Master about using the soul-searching secret tactic on Su Jing, the young Mansion Master of Rising Sky Mansion?" Zhao Ji wanted to obtain the Devil Dao cultivation method that Su Jing cultivated even in his dreams. I know you want to cultivate that Devil Dao cultivation method. However, that Devil Dao cultivation method is still a Devil Dao cultivation method. We're still not sure what kind of Devil Dao cultivation method it is. If it's a crazy and inhumane cultivation method, we won't be able to cultivate it even if we obtain it. Zhao Jin shook his head and said, "That's why you must be mentally prepared." Zhao Ji did not agree or disagree with Zhao Jin's words. However, he still said, "Grandfather, you said we're still not sure. What if that Devil Dao cultivation method is a normal Devil Dao cultivation method?" "Indeed, there's such a possibility." Zhao Jin nodded. When he looked at Zhao Ji again, a doting expression could be seen in his eyes. It's not that I don't want to use the soul-searching secret tactic on Su Jing to obtain his cultivation method. However, he's too weak now. Although we can use the soul-searching secret tactic on him now, I'm afraid his soul will completely disperse before we can obtain the complete cultivation method he's cultivating. I've taken a look at his injuries. It'll take at least half a year for his soul to recover to the point where it can withstand the soul-searching secret tactic. Zhao Jin continued to say, "Half a year? So long?" Zhao Ji had a disappointed expression on his face. He was already tired of waiting. He did not expect he would have to wait for another half a year. It's only half a year. It'll pass by in just a blink of an eye. During this half a year, cultivate properly and strive to break through to the mastery-refined saint stage. I promise you, if there's no problem with that Devil Dao cultivation method, I'll pass it to you as soon as I obtain it." When Zhao Jin saw the disappointment on Zhao Ji's face, his heart ached a little as he quickly comforted him. "Thank you, grandfather." Zhao Ji forced a smile on his face. Following that, a thought flashed in Zhao Ji's mind. A figure that he hated so much that he ground his teeth appeared at the right time. Ling Tian. "Grandfather, now that the matter with the Rising Sky Mansion has been resolved, shouldn't we think of a way to deal with Ling Tian?" The moment Zhao Ji thought about Duan Ling Tian, his eyes turned red. His hatred for Duan Ling Tian had already seeped into his bones. As long as Duan Ling Tian was still alive in this world, he would not be able to eat or sleep in peace. When Zhao Jin heard Zhao Ji's words and sensed his hatred, the doting look in his eyes disappeared and was replaced by killing intent. Don't worry. I promise you that Ling Tian won't be able to jump around for long. Father. At this moment, Zhao Deng, who was standing at the side, said, "I heard that Lord Mansion Master is mobilizing the entire Mystical Sky Mansion's forces to look for some materials for Ling Tian. Although Lord Mansion Master did not accept him as a disciple, he seems to value him as much as his direct disciples." "I'm already aware of what you're talking about. However, the reason Lord Mansion Master helped him is because he rejected Lord Mansion Master's offer to share the Devil Dao cultivation method with his sect. The reason Lord Mansion Master helped him like that is because he contributed the information about the Devil Dao cultivation method. What Zhao Jin knew was much more than what Zhao Deng knew. Naturally, even if we really want to kill Ling Tian, we won't do it in the mystical Sky Mansion's estate. We'll have to think of a way to make Duan Ling Tian leave the estate before we make our move. As long as we do it cleanly, nobody will know who killed him. Even if someone suspects us, without any evidence, even Lord Mansion Master won't be able to do anything to us. Zhao Jin continued to say. As he spoke, the killing intent in his eyes intensified. Zhao Deng nodded. Zhao Ji, on the other hand, was so excited that his face was flushed red. His eyes gleamed coldly as he muttered through gritted teeth. Ling Tian, you won't live for long. No one has ever survived the person my grandfather wants to kill. In the future, if you want to blame someone on the road to hell, you can only blame yourself for being unlucky. Since you've offended me, you're destined to die. Chapter 1802. The Zhao clan was led by Zhao Jin, the guardian of mystical Sky Mansion. Below him was his son, Zhao Deng. Below him were the mystical Sky Mansion's elders from the Zhao clan. Naturally, not all of these mystical Sky Mansion's elders had the surname Zhao. Most of them did not have the surname Zhao. Since they relied on Zhao Jin and Zhao Deng, they could be considered as part of the Zhao clan. Among these people, there was no lack of disciples from Zhao Jin and Zhao Deng. If everyone in the Zhao clan was described as a pyramid, then Zhao Jin would be the person standing at the top of the pyramid. He was the leader of the Zhao clan. Due to this reason, every word and action of his represented the will of the Zhao clan. For example, if Zhao Jin, the guardian of Mystical Sky Mansion, had a falling out with Meng Qing, the Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion, the Mystical Sky Mansion's elders and disciples from the Zhao clan, even those who did not have the surname Zhao, would stand on his side. Due to this, the Zhao clan's position in the mystical Sky Mansion was only second to the Mansion Master. Find a way to lure Ling Tian away and kill Ling Tian? Soon after, the mystical Sky Mansion's elders from the Zhao clan and the disciples on the mystical Sky ranking received Zhao Jin's order one after another. Naturally, it was a secret order. Although Zhao Jin's position in the mystical Sky Mansion was extraordinary, he still did not dare to kill someone openly in the mystical Sky Mansion. This was because there was still a Mansion Master in the mystical Sky Mansion. He was the true owner of the mystical Sky Mansion, and he was someone he had to be wary of. Ling Tian? This name. Is he the most famous person among the younger generation in our mystical Sky Mansion? Many mystical Sky Mansion's elders and disciples from the Zhao clan had just come out of closed-door cultivation. They had only heard that there was a monstrous genius martial cultivator in the mystical Sky Mansion, who had broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage before the age of 40. As for the conflict between the genius martial cultivator and Zhao Ji, the little young master of the Zhao clan, they had not heard about it yet. That's right. It's him. What did he do? He actually made Lord Guardian personally order to kill him. You must have just come out of closed-door cultivation, right? Yes, I just came out of seclusion yesterday. No wonder. That Ling Tian has a deep grudge with our Zhao clan, to the point of being mortal enemies. Lord Protector said that if anyone could lure Ling Tian out and kill him, he would take that person as his adopted son or adopted daughter. No way. Adopted son? Adopted daughter? Lord Protector's adopted son and daughter are people who can call Lord Zhao Deng's brother. I've already confirmed it. This is definitely not fake news. It seems like Lord Protector hates Ling Tian a lot. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made such a promise. Quickly tell me, how did that Ling Tian offend our Zhao clan and Lord Protector? That Ling Tian is really something. First, he slapped young Master Ji twice in front of everyone in the Heaven Palace. Then, he kicked young Master Ji out of the Saint Martial Secret Zone. Young Master Ji had only been in the Saint Martial Secret Zone for 3 days. He didn't even have the time to find the Divine Ability relic, let alone find the Divine Ability. It's no wonder then. Everyone only has one chance to enter the Saint Martial Secret Zone in their lifetime. The way he treated young Master Ji is equivalent to ruining the future of our Zhao clan. Moreover, Lord Protector dotes on young Master Ji so much. If Lord Protector doesn't kill him, Who else would he kill? Soon after, all the people from the Zhao clan in the mystical Sky Mansion's estate began to move as though they were on steroids. In fact, as long as they lured someone out and killed him, they would be able to become Guardian Zhao Jin's adopted son or adopted daughter. This was a golden opportunity to turn a pheasant into a phoenix. Nobody was willing to miss out on such a rare opportunity. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian was unaware of all this. It was not only Duan Ling Tian, but the other people in the mystical Sky Mansion were also unaware of this matter. Although this matter was widely spread among the mystical Sky Mansion's elders and disciples from the Zhao clan, it did not leak out at all. Based on this, one could see how strong the Zhao clan was. It was impossible to find any weakness in their defense. Many mystical Sky Mansion's elders and disciples from the Zhao clan began to make their way to the Heaven Palace from time to time to the place where Duan Ling Tian was staying. However, they soon discovered that Duan Ling Tian was in closed-door cultivation. After waiting for more than half a month, they still did not see Duan Ling Tian coming out. For this reason, many people retreated. Naturally, there were also some people who stayed behind. It was as though they would not give up until Duan Ling Tian came out of his closed-door cultivation. Another half a month went by, and there were not many people left. It's better to wait for him to come out of his closed-door cultivation before thinking of a way to lure him out. If we keep waiting here, it's no different from waiting for a rabbit to come out of a stump. It's easy to attract other people's attention. This was the thought of most of the Zhao clan's elders and disciples who had left. The few people who stayed behind were all mystical Sky Mansion's disciples from the Zhao clan. Moreover, they were only at the early eminent saint stage. All of them dreamed of becoming Guardian Zhao Jin's adopted son by killing Duan Ling Tian. At that time, their status would rise like a rocket. No matter how lively it was outside, Duan Ling Tian was staying in the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Currently, he was close to breaking through to the intermediate refined saint stage. As long as he successfully broke through, he would be an intermediate refined saint stage martial cultivator. At that time, his sun true origin would rise again to the point where it was comparable to the true origin of an ordinary intermediate eminent saint stage powerhouse. Once I break through, my strength won't be weaker than an intermediate eminent saint stage powerhouse even if I don't rely on external force and brute force. Not only that, but with the profundity of the second stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword, I'll be able to easily defeat most intermediate eminent saint stage powerhouses. Duan Ling Tian was at the brink of breaking through. His emotions were getting more and more agitated. At this moment, he was still unaware there were many people out there who wanted his life. As long as they killed him, they would be able to obtain an extraordinary status and become famous. Adopted son? Adopted daughter. When Zhao Ji, who had been in closed-door cultivation for an entire month, came out, he instantly heard about the promise his grandfather had made to the mystical Sky Mansion's elders and disciples from the Zhao clan. He could not help but feel shocked. I can't believe grandfather actually made such a promise for me. The moment Zhao Ji thought of this, a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. Ling Tian, I'd like to see how long you can live. This was Zhao Ji's first time seeing his grandfather going to such lengths to kill someone. He also believed the promise his grandfather made was enough to make 90% of the people from the Zhao clan go crazy. For the sake of this promise, they were even willing to risk their lives. Soon after, Zhao Ji learned his father was in charge of monitoring Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion. Currently, Su Jing's soul remnant had yet to recover, so he was still in a coma. Currently, he was imprisoned in a secret underground chamber in the main mansion of the mystical Sky Mansion. The secret underground chamber was guarded by the vice mansion masters of mystical Sky Mansion. They would rotate shifts once a month. With the vice mansion masters of mystical Sky Mansion keeping watch, not many people in the Debussy subterranean would be able to kidnap Su Jing. Moreover, the vice mansion masters of mystical Sky Mansion were only the last hurdle if they wanted to kidnap Su Jing. Before that, they would still have to deal with the patrolling elders and disciples around the main mansion of the mystical Sky Mansion. Coincidentally, it was Zhao Ji's father's turn to be on duty this month. Since I have nothing to do, let's go and take a look at Su Jing. I think I've seen him before. However, he's just the young mansion master of a mere fourth-rate force, so I didn't pay attention to him at that time. In the mystical Sky Mansion, It was extremely difficult for ordinary people to enter the secret underground chamber. However, it was extremely easy for Xueqi. This was because he was the little young master of the Zhao clan. Even the patrolling elders and disciples in the main mansion of the mystical Sky Mansion, and the guards in the main mansion had to be wary of Guardian Zhao Jin and Vice Mansion Master Zhao Deng, who stood behind Xueqi. Father, due to this reason, Xueqi easily arrived outside the secret underground chamber. The moment he reached the door and opened his mouth, before he could even call out "Father," a person appeared out of thin air in front of him. This person's body was filled with an awe-inspiring killing intent. "Father, it's me." When Xueqi sensed the killing intent that was surging toward him, horror dawned on him as he hurriedly spoke again. Why are you here? Aren't you in closed-door cultivation?" The person who appeared out of thin air outside the secret underground chamber was none other than one of the Vice Mansion Masters of Mystical Sky Mansion. He was Xueqi's father, Zhao Deng. When Zhao Deng discovered the person before him was his son, he immediately withdrew the killing intent on his body. "Father, I've just come out of closed-door cultivation. I heard you're here, so I came to see you." Xueqi chuckled. "You're not here to see me. You're here to see Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, right?" As Xueqi's father, how could Zhao Deng not see through his son's thoughts? Xueqi smiled awkwardly. "What did you gain from your closed-door cultivation this time?" Zhao Deng asked. "I'll definitely break through to the Mastery Refined Saint stage the next time I enter closed-door cultivation," Xueqi said solemnly. Zhao Deng's eyes lit up as he nodded. "That's right. You should be able to break through to the Mastery Refined Saint stage before Gao Peng from your Heaven Palace. Although you're still not as good as Ling Tian, it's still not bad." The last sentence was said by Zhao Deng subconsciously. The moment the words left his mouth, he knew he had said the wrong thing. As expected, he quickly noticed Xueqi's expression had turned grave. He immediately tried to salvage the situation. "However, Ling Tian won't be able to live for long. I'm sure you've heard about your grandfather's order and the promise he made, right? In order to avenge you, your grandfather didn't even ask for my opinion before he decided to find me a sibling." When Zhao Deng reached the end of his sentence, he could not help but sigh. His son's position in his father's heart seemed to be getting lower and lower. However, he was still his son after all. Zhao Deng was not at a loss for words. He merely sighed emotionally. With grandfather's order and promise, Duan Ling Tian will definitely die. Chapter 1803. The secret underground room was very clean. Apart from a stone bed, there was nothing else in the room. At this moment, an unconscious young man was lying on the stone bed. If Duan Ling Tian was here, he would be able to recognize this young man was none other than Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion whose glabella he had pierced through with his sword during the Rising Sky ranking battle. Su Jing lay motionless on the stone bed. "Father, can you wake him up now?" Xueqi could not help but ask Zhao Deng as he stood in front of the stone bed. His eyes gleamed with greed as he looked at Su Jing, who was lying on the bed. If someone did not know better, they might think he was gay and was interested in Su Jing. However, the reason Xueqi had such a gaze was not because he was interested in Su Jing. What he was interested in was the top Devil Dao cultivation method in Su Jing's mind. "No." Upon hearing Xueqi's words, Zhao Deng shook his head. Right now, he's just relying on the remnant of his soul to survive. If he wants to wake up, he'll have to recover his soul first. At the very least, he'll have to recover 80% of his soul before he can wake up. Then, can he sense the outside world now? Xueqi asked again. He should be able to. Zhao Deng nodded. However, I've tried to communicate with his soul through voice transmission, but I didn't get any response. I don't know if he's ignoring me on purpose or if he really doesn't sense my voice transmission. Voice transmission? Xueqi's eyes lit up. Father, are you talking about divine consciousness voice transmission? In the Dao Martial Saint land, those who were at the saint stage and above had an additional voice transmission technique. Before breaking through to the saint stage, they could only use their own strength to transmit voice transmission. However, after breaking through to the saint stage, They could use their spiritual energy that had transformed into divine consciousness to transmit voice transmission. This kind of voice transmission was also known as divine consciousness voice transmission. It was a common voice transmission technique used by powerhouses at the saint stage and above. Yes. Zhao Deng nodded again. Although his soul is still very weak, it shouldn't affect his senses in the outside world. It shouldn't affect him from transmitting voice transmission with his weak divine consciousness. This time, Zhao Ji did not reply. Instead, he stared at Su Jing with a burning gaze. At the same time, he extended his divine consciousness and fused with Su Jing's mind, transmitting his voice over. Su Jing, do you still remember me? I'm Zhao Ji from the mystical Sky Mansion. I've met you a few years ago. However, Zhao Ji did not receive any response from Su Jing's remnant soul. However, he was not discouraged. Su Jing, I know you must have regained consciousness by now. Moreover, you must know that it's our mystical Sky Mansion who annihilated your rising Sky Mansion and that our mystical Sky Mansion wants the top cultivation method in your possession. Although Su Jing did not respond, Zhao Ji still continued to speak. At the same time, Zhao Ji's divine consciousness clearly sensed that Su Jing's remnant soul had moved slightly. Immediately, he confirmed that Su Jing had regained consciousness. Do you know how our mystical Sky Mansion found out that you, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, possess a top Devil Dao cultivation method? Zhao Ji continued to communicate with Su Jing using his divine consciousness. However, this time around, Su Jing's remnant soul did not make any unusual movements. Clearly, it was vigilant and did not make the same mistake as before. I know you must be very curious about this. Let me tell you. The reason our mystical Sky Mansion found out you've cultivated a top Devil Dao cultivation method is all because of Li Feng. Li Feng. As soon as Zhao Ji finished speaking, his divine consciousness could sense that Su Jing's remnant soul had moved again. Moreover, it seemed to be very agitated this time. To outsiders, you're killed by Li Feng. However, since Li Feng took your spatial ring and couldn't claim ownership of it, he knew you're still alive. There's only one possibility you're still alive. You must have cultivated a Devil Dao cultivation method that has the soul congregation technique recorded in it. Zhao Ji said through voice transmission. A Devil Dao cultivation method that has the soul congregation technique is usually a top Devil Dao cultivation method. Am I right? Li Feng's from the mystical Sky Mansion? Finally, a voice that was trying its best to suppress its anger reached Zhao Ji's divine consciousness, allowing him to hear its words. The person who sent the voice transmission to Zhao Ji was none other than Su Jing, who was lying on the bed. When Zhao Ji mentioned Li Feng, he could no longer suppress his emotions. In the end, he did not even bother to hide it anymore. Li Feng's not from the mystical Sky Mansion, but his junior brother is from the mystical Sky Mansion. At the same time, his junior brother is also my enemy. Zhao Ji was not surprised when he heard Su Jing's voice. The reason he mentioned Li Feng earlier was to provoke Su Jing. After all, Su Jing was in such a miserable state because of Li Feng. As it turned out, he had succeeded. Su Jing had taken the bait. He's the one who told the mystical Sky Mansion about the news of you obtaining the top Devil Dao cultivation method. Although he didn't make a move at all from the beginning until the end, he's the one who gave us the most credit since he provided us with the most important information. Zhao Ji transmitted his voice indifferently. Li Feng's junior brother? Su Jing's voice was filled with ruthlessness. It was as though he could not wait to kill Li Feng's junior brother. That's right. He's Li Feng's junior brother. Zhao Ji continued to transmit his voice. His name is Ling Tian, and he's from the same master as Li Feng. However, I'm afraid it's impossible for you to seek revenge on Li Feng for now since he has already gone to the upper province. On the other hand, it won't be difficult for you to seek revenge on Ling Tian. Seek revenge on him? Aren't all of you from the mystical Sky Mansion? Are you trying to fool me? Su Jing sneered. That's right. We're all from the mystical Sky Mansion. However, apart from being from the mystical Sky Mansion, he's also my enemy, a mortal enemy. If you want to kill him to vent your anger and indirectly seek revenge on Li Feng, we can work together. Zhao Ji replied. Work together with you? How? Su Jing asked curiously. He seemed to be looking forward to this. Before we work together, I want to know. Is the top Devil Dao cultivation method you cultivate an ordinary Devil Dao cultivation method, or is it a perverse Devil Dao cultivation method in the eyes of ordinary people? Xueqi asked. This was something he had always wanted to know as well. Since you know I cultivate a top Devil Dao cultivation method, you must have heard that I only spent a year to break through to the peak of the refined saint stage from the early refined saint stage. Do you think it's possible for an ordinary Devil Dao cultivation method to do that? Xueqi replied to Xueqi's question. What kind of perverse thing do you have to do to cultivate that top Devil Dao cultivation method of yours? Xueqi asked again. Hee. Actually, it's nothing much. I just have to devour the vital essence and blood of young women until they turn into dried corpses. If I have enough virgin girls, I'll be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort by devouring their vital essence and blood. The reason my cultivation base rose so quickly that year is because I've devoured a lot of virgin girls' vital essence and blood to cultivate. Naturally, all of them turned into dried corpses in the end. As Xueqi spoke, he spoke in a reminiscing tone. When Xueqi heard Xueqi's words, he could not help but feel chills running up his spine. At the same time, a thought flashed in his mind as he asked through voice transmission in shock. Why does the situation you're talking about sound like the cultivation method of a Devil Dao powerhouse that appeared in the lower province many years ago? Don't tell me you're cultivating the Devouring Dark Devil technique? The Devouring Dark Devil technique was a Devil Dao cultivation method that struck fear in people's hearts in the Debussy subterranean many years ago. That year, the Devil Dao powerhouse who cultivated this devil technique was rampant for a period of time. In the end, after he had incurred public wrath, he was besieged by many top powerhouses in the lower province and escaped to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land despite being heavily injured. Currently, although many years had passed, the deeds of that Devil Dao powerhouse were still passed down in quasi-third-rate forces. Even the Devouring Dark Devil technique that he cultivated was very famous as well. Due to this reason, Xueqi was able to say the words Devouring Dark Devil technique in one breath. I didn't expect you to know about the Devouring Dark Devil technique as well. That's right. I'm cultivating the Devouring Dark Devil technique. Speaking of which, I've obtained the inheritance of that Devil Dao powerhouse who was rampant in the lower province many years ago, Xueqi said. Xueqi replied. If I'm not mistaken, the strongest powerhouse in your Rising Sky Mansion was killed by that Devil Dao powerhouse back then. In the end, due to the loss of that powerhouse, your Rising Sky Mansion began to decline. After a few generations, it was reduced to a fourth-rate force. Xueqi knew about this story. Speaking of which, the Devil Dao powerhouse who cultivated the Devouring Dark Devil technique was your Rising Sky Mansion's mortal enemy. How did you manage to cultivate the Devouring Dark Devil technique? How could those old fellows from the Rising Sky Mansion allow you to cultivate their mortal enemy's Devouring Dark Devil technique? They don't know that I cultivate the Devouring Dark Devil technique. As for myself, I don't care what kind of devil technique it is. As long as it can raise my strength in a short period of time, it's a good cultivation method to me. I don't care about anything else, and I don't want to care about it as well. Xueqi's words were unbridled. To a certain extent, it had influenced Xueqi. Xueqi. After a while, Xueqi transmitted his voice to Xueqi. In another 6 months at the most, someone will perform the soul-searching secret tactic on you. At that time, the devil technique you cultivate will belong to the mystical Sky Mansion. Since it's the Devouring Dark Devil technique, the Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion won't allow anyone to cultivate it. And when that time comes, it will be time for you to be killed. When Xueqi reached this part of his sentence, a hint of temptation could be heard in his voice. How about this? Let's make a deal. You pass the Devouring Dark Devil technique to me now, and after you die, I'll kill Li Feng's junior brother, Ling Tian, to avenge you. What do you think? Chapter 1804. Why should you believe me? Xueqi was stunned when he heard Xueqi's words. Then, he replied indifferently, you can only believe me now since you don't have a choice. Xueqi thought Xueqi would panic and be led by the nose by him when he said this. Who knew Xueqi would not fall for this trick at all? No choice? Then you don't have a choice. That Ling Tian guy might not even be Li Feng's junior brother. Even if he's Li Feng's junior brother, the person I want to seek revenge on is Li Feng, not him. Although I'm happy that he's dead, it's meaningless when I think about how Li Feng is still alive. When Su Jing reached the end of his sentence, his voice was indifferent. It was as though he did not care whether Li Feng's junior brother, Ling Tian, was still alive or not. Zhao Ji was dumbfounded. Everything before his eyes was completely different from the script he had in his mind. This was not how it should be. You want to use Ling Tian to exchange for my devouring dark devil technique? You're really wishful thinking. If I'm not mistaken, you're actually worried that after the people from the mystical sky mansion take the devouring dark devil technique from me using the soul-searching secret tactic, they'll let it gather dust and won't allow anyone to cultivate it, right? Su Jing continued to say to Zhao Ji through voice transmission, "You want to obtain the devouring dark devil technique from me because you want to risk universal condemnation and cultivate the devouring dark devil technique. I can't believe the dignified son of the Vice Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion would choose to abandon himself for the sake of power. As expected of the young Mansion Master of Rising Sky Mansion. You're very smart." Zhao Ji's expression was extremely grave. However, the only chance he had to obtain the devouring dark devil technique was right in front of him. He did not want to miss it. Once Su Jing was subjected to the soul-searching secret tactic, the devouring dark devil technique would be exposed to the public. At that time, Mansion Master Meng Qing of Mystical Sky Mansion would definitely seal or destroy the devouring dark devil technique, not allowing anyone to cultivate it. Although the cultivation method of the devouring dark devil technique could be said to be insane, to Zhao Ji, powerful strength was his foundation. As for the process of obtaining powerful strength, it was not important at all. Therefore, he was desperate to obtain the devouring dark devil technique. "Speak. What will it take for you to teach me the devouring dark devil technique?" Zhao Ji took a deep breath and went straight to the point. "If you want me to teach you the devouring dark devil technique, it's very simple. As long as you save me, I'll slowly teach you the devouring dark devil technique." Su Jing's voice continued to ring out as he stated his request. Impossible. It never occurred to Zhao Ji that Su Jing would make such a crazy request. Save Su Jing? What a joke. Even if he was the grandson of the guardian of Mystical Sky Mansion, Zhao Jin, and the son of Zhao Deng, the Vice Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion, it was still impossible for him to rescue Su Jing, unless his grandfather or his father were willing to help him. However, this was not realistic. This was because he knew very well that even though his grandfather and father doted on him a lot, they would definitely stop him if he said that he wanted to cultivate the devouring dark devil technique. It wasn't that his grandfather and father were bemoaning the state of the universe and pitying the fate of mankind, but his grandfather and father were worried that after he cultivated the devouring dark devil technique, he would become a public enemy. That powerhouse who cultivated the devouring dark devil technique was someone everyone wanted to kill. It was said that after he went to the upper province of the Dao Marshal Saint Land, he did not have a good life. He could only tuck his tail between his legs and behave himself. If that's the case, there's no need for us to continue this conversation. I'll wait for the Mystical Sky Mansion's powerhouse to perform the soul-searching secret tactic on me after my soul has recovered. Su Jing continued to speak through voice transmission. Based on his words, it was as though a dead pig was not afraid of boiling water. "You should know that with my ability, it's extremely difficult for me to save you. Can't you change your request?" Zhao Ji asked in a deep voice. However, Su Jing ignored him this time. Su Jing's lack of response could be considered as another way of responding to Zhao Ji. He would not change his request. If he could save him, he would be able to obtain the devouring dark devil technique. If he could not, he would not be able to obtain it. Zhao Ji's expression turned grave when he realized Su Jing still did not respond after calling him a few more times. What's wrong? Don't tell me Su Jing reacted to your voice transmission?" Zhao Deng's eyes lit up when he saw Zhao Ji's expression had turned grave. He was slightly agitated. "Damn it! How dare you ignore me?" The moment Zhao Deng's words left his mouth, Zhao Ji regained his senses. As though he had been injected with stimulants, he raised his hand and slapped it towards Su Jing's head. What are you doing?" Zhao Deng's expression turned grave when he saw Zhao Ji's action. He immediately grabbed Zhao Ji's hand to stop him from attacking Su Jing. Are you crazy? If you kill him, not only will Lord Mansion Master not let you go, but you'll also become the public enemy of the Mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials. In that case, no matter how high your achievements are, you won't be able to become the Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion in the future. Zhao Deng's tone was stern when he reached the end of his sentence. Father, I was wrong. At the same time, Zhao Ji seemed to have accepted Zhao Deng's lesson. He lowered his head and admitted his mistake. However, father, he must be pretending to be asleep. Although his soul is damaged, it shouldn't affect his communication with the outside world. When Zhao Ji reached the end of his sentence, his expression was filled with grief and indignation. It was as though he had never communicated with Su Jing at all. The reason he did this was, naturally, because he did not want his father to know he had communicated with Su Jing. After all, the things they had communicated with each other were shameful. As expected of young Master Zhao Ji. You can even deceive your own father so easily. If I were your father, I'd be so angry that I'd throw up 3 liters of blood if I knew you were lying to me like this. Su Jing, who had remained silent for a long time, transmitted his voice to tease Zhao Ji. Su Jing, don't be so smug. I might not be able to think of a way to save you. If I can't think of a way, you'll definitely die. Zhao Ji replied through voice transmission. If even young Master Zhao can't think of a way to save me, then I can only accept my fate, Su Jing said indifferently. It was as though he was not worried about his life at all. It was as though he had transcended all worldly affairs. Even if he's pretending to be asleep, there's nothing we can do to him. Moreover, he won't be able to pretend for long. At most, it'll take 6 months before we perform the soul-searching secret tactic on him. Once our Mystical Sky Mansion obtains the Devil Dao cultivation method he cultivates, he'll definitely die. Zhao Deng did not doubt his son's words at all. Instead, he took the initiative to persuade him. Therefore, there's no point in arguing with a dead person. All right. Zhao Ji nodded as though he had been persuaded. Then, he bade farewell to Zhao Deng. Father, it's not good for me to stay here for too long. I'll take my leave first. Go ahead. After Zhao Deng sent his son out of the secret underground chamber, he turned around and left. After Zhao Ji left the secret underground chamber, he was thinking of a way to save Su Jing. What way do I have to save Su Jing from the secret underground chamber in the main mansion? I must get my hands on the devouring dark devil technique no matter what. Once I cultivate it, my strength will definitely skyrocket. Su Jing's innate talent is far inferior to mine, but he only spent a year to break through to the peak of the refined saint stage from the early refined saint stage. If it were me, I wouldn't be any weaker than him under the same conditions. Currently, Zhao Ji was obsessed with the devouring dark devil technique. While Zhao Ji was thinking of a way to save Su Jing, Duan Ling Tian left the 7 Treasures exquisite pagoda and opened the door to his room. As soon as he opened the door, he unintentionally extended his divine consciousness and instantly sensed someone was spying on him. Moreover, it was not just one person. Someone from the Zhao clan? Besides the members of the Zhao clan, Duan Ling Tian was truly unable to figure out who would be hiding in the shadows and spying on him. You've come out of closed-door cultivation? Just as Duan Ling Tian was about to look for Gu Li, a voice resonated from afar. The owner of the voice was a woman. In the distance, along with the voice, a beautiful figure appeared. She had a graceful figure and an angelic face. Wherever she passed, the surroundings seemed to be overshadowed by her. The person was none other than Wang Fei Xian. Where have you been? Duan Ling Tian asked with a smile. After the Saint Martial secret zone closed, you left with the palace master. I haven't seen you since then. Why? Did you miss me? Wang Fei Xian's eyes lit up as she looked at Duan Ling Tian with a burning gaze. Not really. I just feel a little unaccustomed to it. Even if it's a fly that's always around me, I'd still feel a little unaccustomed to it if it suddenly left. One must admit that Duan Ling Tian's metaphor was very vivid and appropriate. However, when Wang Fei Xian heard his metaphor, her expression turned grave immediately. Based on your words, It seems like you're treating me like a fly? I didn't say that. Duan Lingtian shrugged. However, there's nothing I can do if you really want to take it as a fly. Duan Lingtian's words were truly infuriating. Wang Feixian glared at Duan Lingtian before saying faintly, "Previously, I entered the spirit pool to cultivate. As expected of the Heaven Palace's spirit pool, it's really a good place. I feel that my cultivation base is already close to the mastery refined saint stage. I should be able to make a breakthrough in 1 or 2 years. Naturally, if I can enter the spirit pool again within a year, I'm confident I'll be able to break through to the mastery refined saint stage within a year." When Wang Feixian reached the end of her sentence, the strong confidence she exuded affected Duan Lingtian as well. "Congratulations." Duan Lingtian congratulated Wang Feixian. He knew very well that Wang Feixian's future would be very smooth since she had acknowledged Xueqi, the palace master of Heaven Palace, as her master. He was happy for her from the bottom of his heart. After all, he had already treated Wang Feixian as a friend. It was normal to care about a friend and be happy for a friend. Wang Feixian did not know how many times she had heard such congratulatory words. Chapter 1805. It seems like it's not peaceful here. At the same time, Wang Feixian had also discovered the few people hiding in the dark. She immediately said to Duan Lingtian, "Indeed, it's not peaceful here." Duan Lingtian nodded. He had long discovered these few people, but he did not point it out. They must be from the Zhao clan. Based on their auras, I can tell they must be at the eminent saint stage or above. It seems like the Zhao clan is going to make a move on you. Wang Feixian said solemnly. She was worried for Duan Lingtian. From today onward, you have to be careful. It's fine. Duan Lingtian shook his head casually. Even the Zhao clan won't dare to make a move on me in the Mystical Sky Mansion's estate. After all, there's the Mystical Sky Mansion's rules. They won't challenge the Mystical Sky Mansion's authority just to make a move on me. You're right, but even a cornered dog will jump over a wall. Moreover, don't leave the Mystical Sky Mansion's estate during this period of time to avoid any accidents. Wang Feixian reminded him. Based on her words, it seemed like she was more worried about his safety than Duan Lingtian. "Don't worry. I have some things to do, so I don't have time to leave the Mystical Sky Mansion's estate." Duan Lingtian replied. That was the truth. He had come out of his closed-door cultivation to look for Guli because he wanted to know how many materials Guli and his father had found for him to repair the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. At the same time, he wanted to know how many materials Meng Qing, the mansion master of Mystical Sky Mansion, had helped him find. Meng Qing had given out orders to search for materials for Duan Lingtian. After the materials were sent back to the Mystical Sky Mansion's estate, they would be gathered in Guli's hands and passed to Duan Lingtian by Guli. This was also what Duan Lingtian had suggested to Meng Qing. After all, no matter what, Meng Qing was still the mansion master of Mystical Sky Mansion. It was impossible for him to help Duan Lingtian collect those materials. Recently, Duan Lingtian had no intention of going out. The first reason was to send the materials into the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda so that Hua Lao could repair the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. The second reason was because he had already reached the critical point of a breakthrough. He was only a hair's breadth away from successfully breaking through to the intermediate refined saint stage. Once he had broken through to the intermediate refined saint stage, his strength would improve as well. "Then where are you going?" When Wang Feixian heard Duan Lingtian said he did not have time to leave the Mystical Sky Mansion's estate, she sighed in relief. She could see that Duan Lingtian was preparing to leave the Heavenly Hall. "I'm going to the main residence to look for senior apprentice brother Gu Li," Duan Lingtian said. "All right, I won't disturb you then. Go ahead. It's time for me to go back and cultivate so I can break through as soon as possible." Wang Feixian nodded and bade farewell to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian nodded and turned around to leave. Wang Feixian only regained her senses when Duan Lingtian's silhouette disappeared from her sight. She retracted her dazed gaze. What an unromantic block of wood. After retracting her gaze, Wang Feixian was slightly annoyed. It was rare for her to act like a little girl. I wonder how he managed to woo his 2 fiancés and his confidant. Don't tell me they're also the ones who woo him? Wang Feixian stomped her feet before she turned around and returned to her residence. The moment Wang Feixian left, the few mystical Sky Mansion's disciples from Zhao clan who were hiding in the dark immediately flew in the direction Duan Lingtian had left and followed Duan Lingtian from afar. They're following me? Duan Lingtian instantly noticed the few tails behind him. He frowned slightly, but he did not bother about them. If they were to fight, although he would not be at a disadvantage, he would not be able to teach them a painful lesson. After all, the mystical Sky Mansion had a rule that forbade killing and maiming of fellow disciples in the mystical Sky Mansion's estate. If they violated the rule, they would be severely punished. Isn't he leaving the estate? When they saw Duan Lingtian had entered the main mansion and had no intention of leaving the mystical Sky Mansion's estate, they were instantly disappointed. Although they were slightly dispirited, they still followed him from afar. They only came to a halt when they saw Duan Lingtian had gone northeast of the main mansion. Isn't that Guardian Gu's cultivation place? Gu Li, who's ranked first on the mystical sky ranking, lives there as well. I've long heard that Lingtian has a good relationship with Gu Li. It seems like he has no intention of leaving the mystical Sky Mansion after coming out of closed-door cultivation this time. He's only here to look for Gu Li. The mystical Sky Mansion's guardian, Gu Xiayun, was someone who was on par with Zhao Jin, the leader of the Zhao clan. Even if they were given 100 guts, they would not dare to go near Gu Xiayun's cultivation place. After waiting for a long time, the few of them left one after another when Duan Lingtian still did not come out. At the same time, the news of Lingtian coming out of closed-door cultivation also swept through the Zhao clan like a hurricane. The entire Zhao clan was in an uproar immediately. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was unaware of all this. At this moment, he was taking a spatial ring from Gu Li. The things inside the spatial ring were the materials that the mystical Sky Mansion had gathered with the strength of the entire mansion. To be more precise, they were the materials to repair the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. Junior brother Lingtian, if it wasn't for the mansion master's help, I'm afraid my father and I wouldn't even be able to gather 1/10 of the materials inside in such a short time. After Gu Li passed the spatial ring to Duan Lingtian, he sighed emotionally. No matter what, I still have to thank senior brother Gu Li. By the way, where's Uncle Gu? Why don't I see him? From the beginning until the end, Duan Lingtian did not see Gu Xiayun at all. My father went out some time ago, and he should only be back in a few days. Why? Are you looking for him? Gu Li asked. Nothing. Duan Lingtian shook his head. I'm just asking. Senior brother Gu Li, how's your cultivation progress? Duan Lingtian asked, changing the topic. Previously, Gu Li had mentioned to him that once he had broken through to the Divine Saint stage, he would leave the mystical Sky Mansion and the Debussy Subterranean to make his way to the upper province. Currently, Gu Li's cultivation base was already at the peak of the Eminent Saint stage. He was only a step away from the Divine Saint stage. It's still the same. I'll need at least 2 years to make a breakthrough. Gu Li smiled. Junior brother Lingtian, you should hurry up and break through to the Eminent Saint stage as well. At that time, I'll be going to the upper province, and you'll have to go to the upper province to look for your master as well. With me around, you don't have to wait until you've broken through to the Divine Saint stage before you go. What do you think? Of course. Duan Lingtian nodded with a smile. If he was given another 2 years, it would not be difficult for him to break through to the Eminent Saint stage if he tried to enter the spirit pool 1 or 2 more times. Gu Li was unaware that Duan Lingtian's cultivation base was only at the early refined saint stage. Otherwise, he would have been shocked. In the eyes of everyone in the mystical Sky Mansion, including Gu Li, Duan Lingtian was at the peak of the refined saint stage. He was only a step away from breaking through to the Eminent Saint stage. Since Duan Lingtian had agreed to go to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land with Gu Li, he could not help but feel pressured. For this reason, he quickly bade farewell to Gu Li and returned to his residence. After he returned to his room, he immediately entered the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda and tossed the spatial ring that was filled with materials to Hua Lao. Hua Lao, these are the materials to repair the 4th level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. This is only the first batch. There will be more materials sent to you in the future. Feel free to use them. Duan Ling Tian believed that with the mystical Sky Mansion's efforts, apart from a few rare materials, he would be able to gather the rest of the materials. As for the rare materials, he would have to rely on luck. After Hua Lao took the materials, he busied himself with repairing the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Duan Ling Tian also returned to the 3rd level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda and continued to cultivate. Perhaps, it was due to the pressure from the agreement with Gu Li. It only took Duan Ling Tian 10 days to successfully break through to the intermediate refined saint stage. 10 days in the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was equivalent to 2 days in the outside world. After breaking through to the intermediate refined saint stage, the Sun True Origin in Duan Ling Tian's body had transformed to a stage where it was comparable to the true origin of an ordinary intermediate eminent saint stage powerhouse. After continuing to cultivate for a while, Duan Ling Tian finally reached a bottleneck. At this moment, he stopped cultivating and took out the Jasper Celestial Sword. Through the Jasper Celestial Sword, he further comprehended the profundity of the Supreme Sword Dao mental cultivation method, the Sovereign Heart Sword. The second stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword, the Sword Shadowed Heart, was also gradually stabilizing. He was getting closer and closer to breaking through to the 3rd stage. It has already been a month. Don't tell me he's going to enter closed-door cultivation again? At the same time, the Zhao clan's disciples who were guarding outside Duan Ling Tian's door felt like they were going crazy. Is this Ling Tian even human? He just came out of closed-door cultivation, and he's going to enter closed-door cultivation again. Don't tell me he doesn't encounter any bottlenecks when he cultivates? Many Zhao clan's disciples were speechless. Their goal was to lure Ling Tian out of the mystical Sky Mansion's estate and kill him. However, Ling Tian was in closed-door cultivation all day. Even if they had thousands of plans in their minds, they did not know where to start. They could only wait for Ling Tian to come out of closed-door cultivation before they could proceed to the next step. Time flew by like a white steed flitting by a crack. Unknowingly, another few months had passed. It had been a year since Duan Ling Tian had first arrived at the mystical Sky Mansion. Ever since he entered closed-door cultivation, Duan Ling Tian still did not have any intention of coming out of closed-door cultivation. The group of Zhao clan's disciples who were eager to contribute to the mystical Sky Mansion were extremely anxious. However, there was nothing they could do. At this moment, a shocking piece of news began to spread from the main mansion and entered the ears of the mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials. Su Jing has disappeared. Naturally, the high-ranking officials in the mystical Sky Mansion referred to the Vice Mansion Masters and above. What's going on? In the secret underground room, Meng Qing, the Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion, looked at the empty stone bed. Although there was no change in his expression, the others present on the scene could hear the anger in his voice. Where's Palace Master Zhu? At the same time, one of the Vice Mansion Masters of Mystical Sky Mansion noticed that Zhu Luqi, the Palace Master of Heaven Palace, was not around. Who's on duty recently? Meng Qing asked in a deep voice. I think it's Palace Master Zhu. Chapter 1806. The group of Mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials, including Mansion Master Meng Qing, had rushed here when they heard about Su Jing being rescued. However, when the group arrived, they realized that there was only one person missing. Moreover, it just so happened that it was his turn to guard this place and keep an eye on Su Jing. It was none other than Zhu Luqi, the Palace Master of Heaven Palace. Lord Mansion Master. Lord Mansion Master. Just as the atmosphere in the secret underground room became a little tense, an anxious voice suddenly resonated from outside. Cheer. Upon hearing this familiar voice, Zhao Jin and Zhao Deng looked at each other and saw the confusion in each other's eyes. What was he doing here at this time? Soon after, Zhao Ji appeared in front of the group of Mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials. He was panting. Ji, what are you doing here? You shouldn't have come here. Zhao Deng glared at Zhao Ji and said in a low voice. When he was on duty previously, it was not a big deal for Zhao Ji to come here. However, the Mansion Master and the others were here today, and the atmosphere was a little strange. He was worried his son's arrival would anger the mansion master. "Gr, listen to me and go back." At this moment, Zhao Jin also spoke. "Lord Mansion Master." However, Zhao Ji ignored his grandfather and father. His gaze landed on Meng Qing, who was looking at him with a solemn expression. "Earlier, I think I saw our Heavenly Palace's Palace Master Zhu bringing someone to the north. A patrolling elder and more than 10 patrolling disciples were all injured by him." Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The moment Zhao Jin's words left his mouth, horror dawned on the group of Mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials, including Meng Qing. Embezzlement. At this moment, these words appeared in the minds of the group of Mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials. Whoosh. As though a gust of wind had blown through the secret underground room, Meng Qing disappeared before everyone's eyes. "Let's go." Subsequently, Gu Xiaoyun and Zhao Jin, the 2 Mystical Sky Mansion's guardians, left as well. The other vice mansion masters followed suit as well. Zhao Deng raised his hand and brought Zhao Ji along. As he followed them, he asked, "Ji, did you really see it clearly? Did Palace Master Zhu bring someone to the north?" "Father, I wouldn't dare to joke about this. Right now, that patrol elder should be rushing over here as well." Zhao Ji asked solemnly, "Father, is the person Palace Master Zhu brought away Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion?" "Yes." A cold light flashed in Zhao Deng's eyes. "I didn't expect Zhu Luqi to be so bold as to take Su Jing away. It seems like he found out about the Devil Dao cultivation method from Su Jing. That Devil Dao cultivation method is most likely that kind of deranged cultivation method." In the blink of an eye, Zhao Deng connected the dots. This also caused Zhao Ji to be extremely shocked, and he secretly wiped off a layer of cold sweat. Along the way, the group of Mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials, led by Mansion Master Meng Qing, encountered a Mystical Sky Mansion's elder who was rushing north. The Mystical Sky Mansion's elder's face was pale. It was obvious he was severely injured. "Lord Mansion Master, Palace Master Zhu forcefully took Su Jing away and injured us. This is the jade token that Palace Master Zhu asked me to pass to you." When the Mystical Sky Mansion's elder saw Meng Qing, he immediately passed the jade token in his hand to him. Meng Qing took the jade token with a solemn expression. He mobilized the energy in his body and inserted it into the jade token. He purposely let the voice in the jade token play. "Lord Mansion Master, the cultivation method that Su Jing cultivates is the devouring dark devil technique that's famous in the lower province many years ago. Even if you steal and obtain such a horrifying cultivation method using the soul-searching secret tactic, you're destined to only be left with dust in the Mystical Sky Mansion. For this reason, I took Su Jing away because I need the devouring dark devil technique. Only by cultivating the devouring dark devil technique will I be able to wash away the humiliation that Feng Bu Yi from the Mountain Shade Black Market has brought me." Zhu Luqi's voice resonated in the air. "Originally, I thought I'd never be able to seek revenge from Feng Bu Yi in this lifetime. However, the appearance of the devouring dark devil technique has given me hope. After thinking about it for a long time, I finally decided to take Su Jing away to obtain the devouring dark devil technique." "Don't worry, Lord Mansion Master. As long as I obtain the devouring dark devil technique, I'll think of a way to get rid of Su Jing. No matter what, Su Jing's existence is still a hidden danger to our Mystical Sky Mansion. From today onward, I, Zhu Luqi, will leave the Mystical Sky Mansion. Everything I do in the future will have nothing to do with the Mystical Sky Mansion. I hope Lord Mansion Master will take into account that I've worked hard for the Mystical Sky Mansion and the Heaven Palace in the past and don't make things difficult for my disciples. They're innocent, and I've let them down." Zhu Luqi's voice stopped at this point. The devouring dark devil technique. At this moment, other than Zhao Ji, everyone present on the scene turned pale with fright. To them, the devouring dark devil technique was a legendary cultivation method. The cultivation process was so crazy that it made one's hair stand on end. The devil cultivator who cultivated this devil technique had become a public enemy at that time. The entire Debussy subterranean could not tolerate him at all. However, even in such a harsh environment, The Devil Cultivator still managed to kill a few powerhouses at the peak of the Exemplary Saint stage with just his cultivation base at the peak of the Exemplary Saint stage despite being surrounded by so many powerhouses from the lower province. As for the other powerhouses who were killed, there were countless of them. That battle could be considered as an unprecedented battle in the lower province. Even then, the Devil Cultivator who cultivated the Devouring Dark Devil technique did not die. He paid the price of being heavily injured and escaped to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint land. However, from that moment onward, the Devil Cultivator had become a legend in the Debussy subterranean. Naturally, this legend only left behind a bad name for the future generations. This was because he had killed many young women in order to cultivate the Devouring Dark Devil technique. All of the young women's vital energy and blood were devoured by him until they were turned into dried corpses. His crime had reached the point where he was hated by both men and gods. It was precisely because of the commotion caused by that devil cultivator that year that the Devouring Dark Devil technique that he cultivated was known by everyone. At that time, everyone regarded him as a scourge. Even after so many years had passed, the fame of the Devouring Dark Devil technique had still been passed down. Naturally, the group of high-ranking officials in the mystical Sky Mansion had also heard of this cultivation method. It was precisely because of this that they revealed such a shocked expression when they learned that Su Jing's cultivation method was actually the Devouring Dark Devil technique. Foolish. Senior brother Xu is foolish. In the end, Qian Pingshang, the palace master of Yellow Palace, was the first to regain his senses. Horror dawned on his face. Even if he obtains the Devouring Dark Devil technique, he'll definitely become the public enemy of the entire lower province and the entire Dao Martial Saint land in the future. Is it worth it to have a small conflict with Feng Bu Yi, the deputy leader of Mountain Shade Black Market? The conflict between senior brother Xu and Feng Bu Yi, in Feng Bu Yi's eyes, and even in our eyes, is just a small conflict. But if I put myself in senior brother Xu's shoes, facing Feng Bu Yi's humiliation, I would definitely feel worse than death. The palace master of Earth Palace said in a deep voice, due to this reason, although senior brother Xu's decision is shocking, it's understandable. Is it really worth it to make an enemy out of everyone in the world just for Feng Bu Yi? The palace master of Mystical Palace sighed. Mansion master, Zhu Luqi kidnapped Su Jing and took away the Devouring Dark Devil technique. His crime is heinous. After we capture him, he should be executed. Guardian Zhao Jin said as he looked at Meng Qing with a cold gleam in his eyes. Palace Master Zhu announced his departure from the mystical Sky Mansion because he was worried news of him cultivating the Devouring Dark Devil technique would spread and implicate the mystical Sky Mansion. Although his method was a little extreme, it's undeniable that he was still thinking about the mystical Sky Mansion even at the last moment. Due to this reason, I think it's enough to capture Palace Master Zhu and stop him from cultivating the Devouring Dark Devil technique. He doesn't deserve to die, the other guardian, Gu Xiaiyun, expressed his opinion. The two great guardians had spoken as well, but their opinions were completely different. Zhao Jin's expression darkened as he glared at Gu Xiaiyun. Just as he was about to say something, the mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials present on the scene expressed their opinions one after another. I support Guardian Gu's opinion. I support Guardian Gu as well. I support Guardian Gu. Most of the mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials present on the scene supported Gu Xiaiyun's opinion. This caused Zhao Jin to swallow his words. Although he felt aggrieved, there was nothing he could do. Put aside the fact that Gu Xiaiyun's strength was not inferior to his, and his position in the mystical Sky Mansion was not inferior to his as well, with everyone supporting Gu Xiaiyun, he no longer had the right to call the shots. After all, he was only a guardian and not the mansion master. I believe that if Su Jing's cultivation method is not the Devouring Dark Devil technique but an ordinary Devil Dao cultivation method, Palace Master Zhu would definitely not take such a risk. Based on the words Palace Master Zhu left behind, he can be spared from death. However, although he can be spared from death, he still has to be punished. Guardians, please go and bring Palace Master Zhu back. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Meng Qing, the mansion master of Mystical Sky Mansion, also expressed his opinion. Although he did not agree with Gu Xiaiyun's opinion, his words were undoubtedly in line with Gu Xiaiyun's opinion. Yes, Mansion Master. In the Mystical Sky Mansion, Not only was Meng Qing the mansion master, but he was also the strongest person. Even Gu Xiaoyun and Zhao Jin, the two guardians, were not as strong as him. Due to this reason, Gu Xiaoyun and Zhao Jin did not dare to slack off when faced with his order. After responding, Gu Xiaoyun and Zhao Jin left and headed north. What happened today must not be spread to the ears of outsiders. Those who violate this will be killed without mercy. After Gu Xiaoyun and Zhao Jin left, Meng Qing swept his gaze across the crowd and said in a deep voice, "Yes." Everyone present on the scene nodded solemnly when they heard Meng Qing's order. They also knew that if news of what happened today spread out, it would only bring trouble to the mystical Sky Mansion. As members of the mystical Sky Mansion, it was only natural that they did not want trouble to befall the mystical Sky Mansion. Old Man Gu and my grandfather personally made a move. Will Palace Master Zhu be able to escape? Chapter 1807. At this moment, none of the people present, including Zhao Ji's father, Zhao Deng, would have thought that the reason Zhu Luqi, the Palace Master of Heaven Palace, had brought Su Jing away was not as simple as it seemed. First of all, how did Zhu Luqi know that the devil technique Su Jing cultivated was the devouring dark devil technique? Zhu Luqi was not Zhao Ji. He would not despicably use Li Feng to provoke Su Jing. The culprit was none other than Zhao Ji, who was by Zhao Deng's side. Previously, when Zhao Ji spoke to Su Jing in the secret underground chamber, he was troubled by Su Jing's unreasonable request before he left. Su Jing wanted him to rescue him. To him, this was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Unless his grandfather or father were willing to help him, it was impossible. Later on, an accident led him to discover the palace master, Zhu Luqi, venting in a remote valley halfway up the Heaven Palace. The way Zhu Luqi was venting did not seem like a person who had lived for more than 100 years. First, he carved huge rocks into the image of Feng Bu-yi, the deputy leader of the Mountain Shade Black Market. Then, he blasted Feng Bu-yi's statues into dust with lightning speed. At that time, Zhao Ji could clearly feel Zhu Luqi's anger. At that moment he saw hope. If Zhu Luqi, the Palace Master of Heaven Palace, is willing to help, it won't be difficult for me to rescue Su Jing. Due to this reason, he began to stay away from Zhu Luqi. In the beginning, he did not go straight to the point. Instead, he tried to sound out Zhu Luqi's opinion. He wanted to know what Zhu Luqi thought of the Devil Dao cultivation method that could be said to be heartless and inhumane. If Zhu Luqi rejected that cultivation method, he could only dismiss the idea of working with Zhu Luqi. However, after some probing, Zhao Ji discovered that although Zhu Luqi rejected that cultivation method, his hatred for Feng Bu-yi, the deputy leader of the Mountain Shade Black Market, surpassed everything else. In order to kill Feng Bu-yi, he was willing to cultivate that kind of cultivation technique. Under such circumstances, he laid his cards on the table with Zhu Luqi and told him that he planned to rescue Su Jing in exchange for the devouring dark devil technique. Zhu Luqi, who was blinded by hatred, immediately agreed. As a result, today's scene was born. Recently, it was Zhu Luqi's turn to be on duty. He was in charge of monitoring Su Jing. At this moment, it was undoubtedly a piece of cake for Zhu Luqi to rescue Su Jing before the high-ranking officials of the mystical Sky Mansion could react. Of course, only Zhao Ji, Zhu Luqi, and Su Jing knew about this. One must admit that as the strongest person among the second generation in the mystical Sky Mansion, other than having an extraordinary innate talent in the martial Dao, Zhao Ji was also very smart. For example, his deal with Zhu Luqi this time. With Zhu Luqi's strength, he could easily kick Zhao Ji aside and work with Su Jing on his own. However, he had said that if Zhu Luqi dared to act alone, he would immediately complain to his grandfather and father. At most, they would go their separate ways. He had used this to threaten Zhu Luqi and made Zhu Luqi swear on the lightning penalty oath so he could enjoy the fruits of his labor. From the beginning until the end, he did not even need to expose himself to obtain the Devil Dao cultivation technique, the devouring dark devil technique, that he had been dreaming of. Naturally, he had yet to obtain the devouring dark devil technique since Su Jing insisted on only passing the devouring dark devil technique to him and Zhu Luqi after he left the mystical Sky Mansion. I hope Zhu Luqi isn't so useless. At this moment, Zhao Ji was most worried about his grandfather and Gu Xiaoyun catching up to Zhu Luqi. He was not worried about Xueqi's safety at all. He was more worried that he would not be able to obtain the devouring dark devil technique, even though he had wasted his breath. Fortunately, Xueqi was unaware of Zhao Ji's thoughts. Otherwise, he would have been angered to the point of throwing up blood. I've risked my life to bring him out, and I'm not even worried about wasting my energy. However, you're just a brat who only used your mouth, and you're actually worried about wasting your breath? A few days later, the two great guardians returned empty-handed. After Xueqi left with Su Jing, it was as though he had completely vanished without a trace. I'm afraid Palace Master Zhu has been planning this for a long time. Let alone us. Even if Lord Mansion Master chases after him personally, I'm afraid you might not be able to catch up to him. The group of Mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials who were Vice Mansion Masters and above gathered again due to Gu Xiaiyun and Zhao Jin's return. If that's the case, there's no need to waste our energy looking for him. Based on his message, he's already determined to cultivate the devouring dark devil technique. Now, we can also withdraw the people from the Rising Sky Mansion's estate. Also, spread the news that our Mystical Sky Mansion has discovered someone from the Rising Sky Mansion cultivating the devouring dark devil technique. That's why we're attacking them. Meng Qing nodded. Currently, he seemed to have regained his usual calmness as he began to deal with the Rising Sky Mansion's matters. In the past, there had always been people from the Mystical Sky Mansion guarding the Rising Sky Mansion's estate because they were worried the news would be leaked. However, there was no need for that now. Also spread the news that our Mystical Sky Mansion's Palace Master of Heaven Palace, Xueqi, has kidnapped Su Jing, the young Mansion Master of Rising Sky Mansion, and has been expelled by our Mystical Sky Mansion. Su Jing is the first person in the Rising Sky Mansion to cultivate the devouring dark devil technique. Meng Qing continued to say. When Meng Qing said this, it was obvious he was pushing all the blame onto Xueqi. Since Xueqi dared to do this, he must have been mentally prepared. Also, send someone to the Mountain Shade Black Market and inform Feng Bu-yi, the deputy leader of the Mountain Shade Black Market, that the reason Xueqi kidnapped Su Jing was to obtain the devouring dark devil technique that Su Jing cultivated so he could seek revenge from him. Meng Qing said again. The group of Mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials present on the scene did not have any objections to Meng Qing's decision. The other three palace masters who had a good relationship with Xueqi sighed inwardly. However, they also knew their mansion master was doing this for the sake of the big picture. He did not intend to harm Xueqi. Just like this, shocking news spread out from the Mystical Sky Mansion and caused a huge commotion in the WCI subterranean. The devouring dark devil technique has appeared again? The fourth-rate force, the Rising Sky Mansion, obtained the devouring dark devil technique? The young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion did not die even after his glabella was pierced by a sword because he cultivated the devouring dark devil technique? When the quasi-third-rate force, the Mystical Sky Mansion, learned that someone from the Rising Sky Mansion had cultivated the devouring dark devil technique, they made a move and suppressed the Rising Sky Mansion. The core force of the Rising Sky Mansion resisted stubbornly and was completely annihilated. Only the elderly, women, and children survived? Then, doesn't this mean the devouring dark devil technique has fallen into the hands of the Mystical Sky Mansion? Xueqi, the palace master of Mystical Sky Mansion's Heaven Palace, kidnapped Su Jing for his own selfish reasons. The Mystical Sky Mansion failed to find him, so they publicly announced that they're expelling Su Jing from the Mystical Sky Mansion. It seems like Xueqi wants to cultivate the devouring dark devil technique. The peaceful WCI subterranean was in an uproar because of the news. Many people sighed emotionally. A dignified fourth-rate force like the Rising Sky Mansion was annihilated just like that. There were even more people who were amazed by the Mystical Sky Mansion's strength. As expected of a quasi-third-rate force, its strength is not something a fourth-rate force can compare to at all. It annihilated a fourth-rate force just like that. The various fourth-rate forces had also learned about this news. The Mystical Sky Mansion is actually so powerful? Don't tell me this is the difference between a quasi-third-rate force and a fourth-rate force? In some of the fourth-rate forces' bases, the high-ranking officials gathered and looked at each other. They could see the shock in each other's eyes. The Mystical Sky Mansion can't be considered as the strongest among quasi-third-rate forces. If the mystical sky mansion is already so powerful, how terrifying would the mountain shade black market and azure cloud mansion be? Although they were from fourth-rate forces, they did not have any conflicts with quasi-third-rate forces. Although they knew quasi-third-rate forces were powerful, they did not know exactly how powerful they were. However, this time, the mystical sky mansion had annihilated the backbone of the rising sky mansion without sacrificing a single soldier. Not only that, but it had also demonstrated the strength of a quasi-third-rate force. Such strength made them tremble in fear. To think I thought we'd be able to become a quasi-third-rate force in less than 100 years. Now, it seems like I was dreaming. A quasi-third-rate force is actually so powerful. We still have a long way to go before we can become a quasi-third-rate force. In the Debussy subterranean, many fourth-rate forces were shocked by the quasi-third-rate force's strength. They no longer dared to think of replacing it. The mystical sky mansion had used its actions to prove its strength as a quasi-third-rate force. As one of the two most powerful quasi-third-rate forces in the Debussy subterranean, the azure cloud mansion had, naturally, received the news from the mystical sky mansion immediately. Devouring dark devil technique? In the main hall, a person sat on the main seat. It was none other than the current mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, Duan Ruffing. Yes. Below him, an old man nodded his head in response. Elder Rong, you may take your leave. Duan Ruffing said, Lord Mansion Master, the appearance of the devouring dark devil technique will definitely cause harm. Should our Azure Cloud Mansion make a move to look for the mystical sky mansion's traitor, Xueqi, and kill him to prevent future troubles? The old man was none other than one of Duan Ruffing's two capable subordinates, Rong Yuan. When he saw Duan Ruffing had asked him to leave without saying anything after learning about the devouring dark devil technique, he was puzzled. That was why he asked this question. We'll wait and see for now. Duan Ruffing replied. Understood. Rong Yuan nodded his head respectfully before turning around and leaving. After Rong Yuan left, Duan Ruffing muttered to himself, if I'm not mistaken, the devouring dark devil technique seems to be a devil technique created by Black Nether. However, the original devouring dark devil technique was cultivated by devouring in moonlight energy. It's considered a normal devil Dao cultivation method. Chapter 1808. Black Nether was the devil cultivator who wanted to take over Duan Ruffing's body. He was a powerful existence from the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Previously, when Duan Ling Tian obtained the Devil Seal Tablet, Black Nether's main soul that was hidden in the Devil Seal Tablet also wanted to take over his body. However, due to the fact that his soul did not belong to this world, not only did Black Nether's main soul fail to take over his body, but he was also annihilated because of this. When Black Nether's main soul was annihilated, the sub-soul that fought with Duan Ruffing for his body was annihilated as well. Due to this reason, Duan Ruffing was able to regain control of his body. The powerful strength that Black Nether cultivated when he took over his body was also under his control. As for the Azure Cloud Mansion, it was a force that Black Nether had seized when he took over his body. Now that Black Nether was dead, it naturally belonged to him. It could be said that Black Nether had done so much for him, but in the end, it was all thanks to him. Although Black Nether was a devil cultivator, he was very arrogant. He wouldn't do such a thing. In his opinion, only a third-rate devil cultivator would do such a thing. It must be that abandoned disciple of Black Nether who forcefully tampered with the devouring dark devil technique that Black Nether passed on to him and changed it to allow him to cultivate by devouring the vital energy and blood of young women. It was not difficult for Duan Ruffing, who had spent some time with Black Nether, to figure this out. Grandfather. While Duan Ruffing was deep in his thoughts, a tender and pleasant voice resonated from outside the hall. It was obvious it was a child's voice. Upon hearing the voice, Duan Ruffing opened his eyes. His eyes brightened as a doting smile appeared on his face. They saw a little boy about 3 years old flying in from outside the palace. However, when he flew in the air, his body swayed, and every movement seemed to be at risk of falling. Everyone could not help but break out in cold sweat for him. Nyen, don't disturb grandfather. At the same time, a beautiful figure entered the hall. It was a beautiful woman. As soon as she appeared, It seemed as though everything around her paled in comparison. Her silky long hair cascaded down her shoulders like a waterfall. If Duanling Tian was here, he would surely be able to recognize with a glance that this was his fiancée, Li Fei. Looking at Li Fei's current appearance, there was not much difference from the past. She did not look like a woman who had given birth to a child at all. Nian, come to Grandpa. Duan Ruffing shook his head at Li Fei and then opened his arms, allowing the little boy to jump into his arms. Yeah. Nian, seems to have put on a few kilos. Not bad, not bad. Duan Rufing's face was full of smiles, and his eyes were full of doting. In the past, not long after his son was born, he was targeted by He Ming. The two of them fought for control of the body. He could not return to his home and left for 20 years. Therefore, he did not participate in his son's childhood, which he regretted. Because of this, the guilt he felt towards his son was completely repaid onto the little boy in his arms. Because this was his son's son, Duan Rufing's grandson. Father. At the same time, Li Fei also came forward and bowed respectfully at Duan Ruffing. Although Duan Ruffing was her man's father, she still maintained a respectful attitude in front of Duan Ruffing. This was because she knew her man's father was the mansion master of the quasi-third-rate force in the WCI subterranean, the Azure Cloud Mansion. Now that she had stayed in the Azure Cloud Mansion for a long time, she had a deep understanding of the WCI subterranean as well. For this reason, she knew the Azure Cloud Mansion was one of the two strongest forces in the WCI subterranean. It was an existence that was on par with the Mountain Shade Black Market. Her man's father was one of the two strongest people in the WCI subterranean. Dugu in the north, Rufeng in the south, the lower provinces heaven and earth. This was the most popular saying in the WCI subterranean. It meant that the leader of the Mountain Shade Black Market in the north of the WCI subterranean and the mansion master of the Azure Cloud Mansion in the south, Duan Ruffing, were capable of holding up the lower provinces heaven and earth. Naturally, this was just a metaphor. The most accurate meaning was that the leader of the Mountain Shade Black Market and the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion were the two strongest existences in the WCI subterranean. Fei, we're family. You don't have to be so courteous when you see me. Duan Ruffing smiled at Li Fei. He was very satisfied with this daughter-in-law before him. How could he not be satisfied? She was the one who gave birth to the grandson in his arms. Mother, I want to sleep with grandfather tonight. The little boy shook his little head and said to Li Fei while rubbing his chubby face. Nian, stop fooling around. Upon hearing the little boy's words, Li Fei's expression turned grave immediately. Grandfather needs to cultivate. Don't disturb him. Upon hearing this, the little boy felt wronged. He looked at Duan Ruffing with tears in his eyes. Grandfather, I want to sleep with you tonight. I want to sleep with you tonight. Hurry up and tell mother. All right. Faced with the cute grandson in his arms, naturally, Duan Ruffing would not reject him. He immediately looked at Li Fei and said with a smile, Fei, let Nian sleep with me tonight. Yes, father. Since Duan Ruffing had spoken, Li Fei, naturally, did not say anything else. Father. All of a sudden, as though she was reminded of something, Li Fei asked through voice transmission, Is there any news about him? There were only 3 people present. Li Fei was still using voice transmission. It was obvious she did not want the little boy to hear their conversation. Not yet. Duan Ruffing replied through voice transmission. Naturally, he knew the him Li Fei was referring to was his son, Duan Ling Tian. Ever since the news of Tian obtaining the Devil Seal tablet spread, he seemed to have vanished completely. He'll be fine, right? Li Fei asked worriedly. Don't worry. A senior who's proficient in divination told me that no matter how big of a problem Tian encounters, he'll definitely turn it into a blessing in the end. That senior has never miscalculated before. Duan Ruffing said. The senior he was referring to was naturally the Oracle Man. I hope so. Li Fei nodded. However, the worry in the depths of her eyes could not be concealed. After all, she had never seen the Oracle Man before. She had also never heard of the Oracle Man's rumors and deeds. If Sister Kerr and her child are safe and sound, that child should be around Nian Er's age now. Li Fei muttered to herself as she looked at the mischievous little boy in Duan Rufing's arms. Upon hearing Li Fei's words, Duan Rufing narrowed his eyes immediately. A hint of worry could be seen on his face. He was also very worried about his daughter-in-law who was trapped in the Zoroastrianism in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Although he was the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion and was an influential figure in the Debussy Subterranean, he, Duan Rufing, was nothing in the upper province. Naturally, it was not that he did nothing. At the very least, he had asked the Watcher in the lower province to help him ask around. He could be considered acquainted with the Watcher in the lower province. He had paid a price, and the Watcher had agreed to help him. However, until now, the Watcher had yet to reply to him. It was likely that the Watcher had not asked around. The Watcher was a disciple from a first-rate force in the upper province. Not only that, but he was also at the quintessential saint stage. It was only natural that he would be able to ask around about the Zoroastrianism. The little boy in Duan Rufing's arms was none other than Duan Ling Tian and Li Fei's child. Li Fei had named him Duan Nian Tian. Nian Tian was referring to missing someone. One had to admit that Li Fei and Ke had a tacit understanding. Ke had named her daughter Duan Si Ling while she named her son Duan Nian Tian. Si Ling, Nian Tian. Unfortunately, Duan Ling Tian did not know the names of his son and daughter. Moreover, he had not even seen his son and daughter before. The Mountain Shade Black Market had also received the news from the mystical Sky Mansion. The devouring dark devil technique has appeared? Leader Dugu of the Mountain Shade Black Market said calmly as he narrowed his eyes when he heard the news. At this moment, the few high-ranking officials of the Mountain Shade Black Market standing in front of him could clearly feel the coldness in their leader's calm voice. They were not surprised by this. Previously, when the devouring dark devil technique had appeared, a devil cultivator with shocking strength had appeared as well. In order to deal with that devil cultivator, all the quasi-third-rate forces, including the Mountain Shade Black Market, had sent out their top powerhouses. It was during that battle that their leader's ancestor was killed. One could say that the Mountain Shade Black Market had an irreconcilable hatred for the devouring dark devil technique and its owner. The devouring dark devil technique. Su Jing, Zhu Luqi. Pass down my order to all the bases to search for both of them. If they're found, kill them on sight. Dugu's eyes gleamed coldly as he passed down the order. Yes, Lord Leader. The few people who carried out the order replied respectfully. Feng Bu Yi. Follow me to the mystical Sky Mansion. I must find out the ins and outs of this matter. Dugu said as he looked at one of the few people seated below him. Feng Bu Yi was the deputy leader of the Mountain Shade Black Market who had gone to the mystical Sky Mansion 6 months ago. Just as Feng Bu Yi was about to leave the Mountain Shade Black Market with Dugu and head to the mystical Sky Mansion, a messenger arrived in time. The reason Zhu Luqi, the former palace master of the mystical Sky Mansion's Heaven Palace, wants to cultivate the devouring dark devil technique is to seek revenge for me? After Feng Bu Yi learned about this, he recalled the mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking official whom he had taught a lesson to 6 months ago. Realization dawned on him. I remember now. That fellow seems to be called Zhu Luqi. However, does he think he can seek revenge from me just because he has cultivated the devouring dark devil technique? He's overestimating himself. Feng Bu Yi had a disdainful expression on his face. What happened? When Dugu heard about this, he immediately looked at Feng Bu Yi and asked, You have enmity with that traitor from the mystical Sky Mansion? Faced with his own leader's question, Feng Bu Yi did not dare to be negligent. He immediately told him about what had happened 6 months ago. He's the palace master of the mystical Sky Mansion's Heaven Palace and the leader of the mystical Sky Mansion's Vice Mansion Masters. The way you humiliated him is even worse than killing him. No wonder he would take the risk to cultivate the devouring dark devil technique. Chapter 1809. Just a little more. Duan Ling Tian, who was in closed-door cultivation, opened his eyes at some point in time. He sighed deeply and left the 7 Treasures exquisite pagoda with just a thought in his mind. Currently, his cultivation base was only a step away from breaking through to the mastery-refined saint stage. However, a bottleneck appeared at this step. If he wanted to make a breakthrough, he would need to find a suitable opportunity. Hualao, have you used up all the materials? Duan Ling Tian contacted Hualao and asked. I've used them up a long time ago. Hualao said, however, the materials you gave me last time are just a drop in the bucket to completely repair the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. For this reason, you'll need more materials if you want to repair the 4th level. Don't worry, there'll be more materials in the future. Duan Ling Tian replied. I'll go get the materials for you now. Currently, it had been almost half a year since he went into closed-door cultivation. However, 2 years had passed in the 3rd level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. In these 2 years, not only did Duan Ling Tian consolidate his intermediate refined saint stage cultivation base, but he had also improved further. He was only a step away from breaking through to the mastery refined saint stage. When Duan Ling Tian opened the door and walked out, he noticed there were a few people hiding in the dark watching him. The people from the Zhao clan are still unwilling to give up? Duan Ling Tian frowned before he relaxed. He ignored those people and walked toward the main mansion to look for Gu Li. The people from the Zhao clan followed closely behind him. Damn it! He's been in closed-door cultivation for so long, and now that he's finally out, he's still not leaving. The few mystical Sky Mansion's disciples from the Zhao clan cursed when they saw Duan Ling Tian did not leave the mystical Sky Mansion after coming out of closed-door cultivation. It was as though Duan Ling Tian was committing a crime by not leaving the mystical Sky Mansion. However, the news of Duan Ling Tian coming out of closed-door cultivation quickly spread to the other mystical Sky Mansion's elders and disciples from the Zhao clan. For a time, it caused the originally lifeless Zhao clan to seethe with excitement. All of them rubbed their palms together and wished for nothing more than to immediately display their strength. Duan Ling Tian was naturally unaware of all this. At this moment, he had already arrived at the place where guardian Gu Xiaoyun cultivated. Uncle Gu. This time, Duan Ling Tian met Gu Xiaoyun. Little Tian is here? Gu Xiaoyun smiled as he faced Duan Ling Tian, but Duan Ling Tian could clearly see that there was a strange look in Gu Xiaoyun's eyes. Uncle Gu, is there something on your mind? Duan Ling Tian asked in confusion. When Gu Xiaoyun heard this, he sighed but did not say anything. Father, junior brother Ling Tian is not an outsider. What's the harm in telling him? Moreover, he was the one who provided the news about the devouring dark devil technique. Gu Li had also come over and said bluntly. Gu Xiaoyun nodded. You tell little Tian. When Gu Li spoke, Duan Ling Tian finally understood the reason behind Gu Xiaoyun's troubled expression. Our heavenly palace's palace master saved Su Jing? He saved Su Jing because he wanted to obtain the devouring dark devil technique that Su Jing cultivated? Since the devouring dark devil technique is an inhumane and heartless devil Dao cultivation method, he was worried he wouldn't be able to cultivate it if it was exposed, so he chose to take the risk? He chose to take the risk because he wanted to seek revenge from the deputy leader of the Mountain Shade Black Market, Feng Bui. After learning about this matter, Duan Ling Tian could not help but smile wryly. It seems like Palace Master Zhu has not forgotten about the incident from half a year ago. Half a year ago, he was not far away when Zhu Luqi was humiliated by the deputy leader of the Mountain Shade Black Market, Feng Bui. He had witnessed everything clearly. He could completely understand how Zhu Luqi felt at that time. He must have wished he was dead. Due to this reason, Duan Ling Tian was not surprised when he learned that Zhu Luqi took the risk to cultivate the devouring dark devil technique because of that incident. Palace Master Zhu's master is Grandmaster's little junior brother. Therefore, Palace Master Zhu can be considered as a member of my father's faction. He usually calls my father senior brother when he sees him. Gu Li explained in a timely manner. Duan Ling Tian came to a realization when he heard this. If that was the case, then it was understandable that Gu Xiaoyun had a troubled expression. Palace Master Zhu is indeed a little muddle-headed. If he cultivates the devouring dark devil technique, who knows how many people he will harm? Alright, Uncle Gu, do you know what kind of inhumane method one uses to cultivate the devouring dark devil technique? When Duan Ling Tian reached the end of his sentence, he looked at Gu Xiaoyun. It said that the devouring dark devil technique is cultivated by devouring the vital energy and blood of young women. The advancement of one's cultivation base is extremely fast. The young women whose vital energy and blood are devoured by the person who cultivates the devouring dark devil technique will turn into dried corpses in the end. Gu Xiaoyun's eyes flashed coldly as he said sternly, "If Zhu Luqi really cultivates the devouring dark devil technique, I'll personally kill him the next time we meet." Devouring vital energy and blood? Turning into dried corpses? Although Duan Ling Tian knew the cultivation method of the devouring dark devil technique was extremely vicious, he could not help but gasp when he found out the method. At the same time, his expression turned gloomy. What a vicious devil Dao cultivation method! Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed coldly. He felt devil cultivators who cultivated the devouring dark devil technique were worse than beasts. Then, does this mean Su Jing will most likely be able to recover after being rescued by him? Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes as he muttered to himself. A cold gleam flashed in his eyes. Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, was someone he wanted to kill. Initially, he thought Su Jing would definitely die this time. However, he did not expect Zhu Luqi would be the one to rescue him. Before Palace Master Zhu left, he said he'll kill Su Jing after obtaining the devouring dark devil technique. Gu Li said, although Palace Master Zhu's actions are difficult to accept, based on the words he left behind, it's clear he was forced to do so. He didn't really want to betray the mystical Sky Mansion. As long as he cultivates the devouring dark devil technique, he deserves to die. Gu Xiaoyun said sternly, "Kill Su Jing." Upon hearing Gu Li's words, Duan Lingtian remained indifferent. Since Su Jing had a way to instigate Zhu Luqi to betray him and let Zhu Luqi save him, he must have a backup plan. He would not easily pass the devouring dark devil technique to Zhu Luqi. Due to this reason, he did not think Zhu Luqi would be able to kill Su Jing. It was not that Zhu Luqi was not strong enough to kill Su Jing, but Su Jing would use the devouring dark devil technique, a devil Dao cultivation method, to prevent Zhu Luqi from killing him. "Su Jing, I'll definitely kill you the next time we meet," Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. His eyes gleamed fiercely as though he was about to devour Su Jing. After taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian immediately looked at Gu Li. "Senior brother Gu Li, how many materials have you gathered?" "The materials you need are all in here." Gu Li took out a spatial ring and passed it to Duan Lingtian. After Duan Lingtian performed ownership claim on the spatial ring, he was shocked when he looked inside. The materials in the spatial ring were more than 10 times more than the materials he had gathered previously. Although Duan Lingtian was shocked, he was not surprised. This was because he had been in closed-door cultivation for almost half a year. With the mystical Sky Mansion's strength, it was not difficult for him to gather these materials in such a short time. Even so, Duan Lingtian was still grateful to the father and son from Gu Clan and the mansion master of mystical Sky Mansion. After obtaining the materials, Duan Lingtian bade farewell to the father and son from Gu Clan before he left and returned to his residence. After he returned, he immediately sent the materials into the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda and into Hualao's hands. "Hualao, the materials in this spatial ring are more than 10 times more than the materials I gathered previously. However, I haven't found the 2 rarest materials yet. Don't tell me we don't have those 2 materials here?" When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, he smiled wryly and anxiously. "Not necessarily." Hualao's voice resonated. "Don't forget that you're currently in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. If I'm not mistaken, the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land should be an independent pseudo-realm. Although it's a pseudo-realm, the environment there must be much better than the lower province. There must be more treasures there. Just because the lower province doesn't have those 2 materials doesn't mean the upper province doesn't have them as well." Hualao finished his sentence in one breath. "Pseudo-realm?" Duan Lingtian asked Hualao. This was his first time hearing about a pseudo-realm in this world. A pseudo-realm refers to a realm that isn't considered a realm. I can't describe it in detail. You can understand it this way. A pseudo-realm is an independent realm formed by the turbulence of space. The environment in a pseudo-realm is usually very good. The environment I'm talking about is not only a cultivation environment, but it also includes various living environments. Hualao said, "If I'm not mistaken, the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land should be a pseudo-realm that appeared later on. After the pseudo-realm appeared, The backbone of the Dao Martial Saint land went there. However, due to the limited resources there, the weaker forces and people in the Dao Martial Saint land stayed there. That's how the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint land came into being. Based on Hua Lao's tone when he said this, it was as though he had experienced it himself. Duan Ling Tian nodded, although he did not fully understand. In fact, he still did not understand. What was the turbulence of space? Why would its turbulence be able to form an independent realm? As for what a realm was, he had heard Hua Lao mention it before. He knew it referred to a completely independent world. For example, the Earth in his previous life was located in a secular plane. It was a planet in that plane. The world he was in now was also a planet in the mundane plane. And in this mundane plane, there were probably thousands of different planets. I wonder if Earth is in this mundane realm as well. Chapter 18:10. Then, does this mean the people from the Debussy subterranean were actually abandoned? After listening to Hua Lao's words, Duan Ling Tian finally understood. That's most likely the case. Hua Lao nodded. Then, he bade farewell to Duan Ling Tian and went to repair the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Due to the fact that he had reached a bottleneck, Duan Ling Tian was not in a hurry to continue cultivating. Instead, he left the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda and walked out of his room. I wonder how she's doing now that such a thing has happened. Xueqi, the palace master of Heaven Palace, had betrayed the mystical sky mansion for the sake of the Devil Dao cultivation method, the devouring dark devil technique. This was undoubtedly a great blow to his disciples. Wang Fei Xian was also one of Xueqi's direct disciples. Duan Ling Tian immediately went to Wang Fei Xian's residence. However, he discovered that Wang Fei Xian's residence was empty. She's not here. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and prepared to return. At this moment, a few figures flashed past him. These few Heaven Palace's disciples seemed to be in a hurry. While they were on their way, they did not stop talking to each other. Let's go. Let's go and watch the show. If we're late, the show will come to an end. One of the Heaven Palace's disciples said in a hurried tone. Come to think of it, they're really innocent. To think that they, as disciples, have to bear the consequences of Lord Palace Master's actions. The few people from the Zhao clan are the best among the Heaven Palace's disciples. It's said that one of them has broken through to the early eminent saint stage a few days ago. He's still a Heaven Palace's disciple even though he has broken through to the early eminent saint stage and hasn't entered the mystical sky ranking or the main mansion. For this reason, even if the Zhao clan's disciple is an early eminent saint stage martial cultivator, it's not against the rules if he wants to teach Lord Palace Master's direct disciples a lesson. Even Lord Palace Master's direct disciples who have entered the mystical sky ranking and the main mansion can't interfere in today's matter. After all, according to our mystical sky mansion's rules, mystical sky mansion's disciples who have entered the main mansion can't take the initiative to fight with the disciples from the 4 palaces. The few people's words entered Duan Ling Tian's ears. The few Heaven Palace's direct disciples from the Palace Master's direct disciples are the Palace Master's direct disciples from the main mansion? Heaven's heaven, and he hasn't even entered the mystical sky rankings. That mean he hasn't entered the mystical sky ranking? To the mystical heaven? Duan Ling Tian raised an eyebrow. It seems like he wants to rely on his eminent saint stage cultivation base to bully the Palace Master's direct disciples. Don't tell me great young Miss Wang is there as well? The moment Duan Ling Tian thought of this, he followed the few people who were passing by. He did not know the other direct disciples of the former Palace Master of Heaven Palace, Xueqi. Even if he heard they were being bullied, he would not interfere. However, he suspected the reason Wang Fei Xian was not at her residence was most likely because she was with the other direct disciples of Xueqi. The few Heaven Palace's disciples soon discovered Duan Ling Tian was following them. Naturally, this was also because Duan Ling Tian had intentionally approached them and had no intention of hiding his tracks. Senior Brother Ling. Senior Brother Ling Tian. When the few of them recognized Duan Ling Tian, they came to a halt and bowed respectfully at Duan Ling Tian. Although Duan Ling Tian might have entered the mystical sky mansion later than them, in this world where only the strong ones were respected, apart from those who were related by blood, one's age and status would not be determined by one's age. Instead, One's status would be determined by one's strength. Although Duan Ling Tian was younger than them, his strength was far above them. Due to this reason, they addressed him as senior brother very sincerely. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian arrived next to the few of them and nodded at them with a smile as a greeting. When the few of them saw Duan Ling Tian smile, they felt as though they were bathed in a spring breeze. They could not help but sigh emotionally. This senior brother Ling Tian did not put on any airs at all. He was unlike those who were slightly more capable and had their eyes on the top of their heads. What did you say earlier about the palace master's direct disciple having a conflict with the Zhao clan's disciples? Duan Ling Tian asked. Due to Duan Ling Tian's casual attitude, the few of them had a good impression of him. When faced with his question, the few of them immediately told him everything they knew. As it turned out, the few mystical Sky Mansion's disciples from the Zhao clan had used the excuse of cleaning house to bully the few direct disciples under Xueqi. Currently, they had a conflict, and it would not take long before both sides would fight. In the mystical Sky Mansion, as long as one did not kill or maim someone, there were no restrictions on sparring. Senior brother Ling Tian, you seem to have a good relationship with Miss Fei Xian. I saw her earlier. I'm afraid she'll be at a disadvantage if she's with the palace master's direct disciples. One of the Heaven Palace's disciples reminded Duan Ling Tian. This Heaven Palace's disciple knew there was going to be a good show, so he came to look for the others and asked them to join in the fun. As expected, she's here. Duan Ling Tian nodded and followed the others to the peak of the Heaven Palace. This was because the people from the Zhao clan and Xueqi's faction were confronting each other at the peak of the Heaven Palace. It would not take long before they started fighting. When Duan Ling Tian arrived, he noticed a large group of people had gathered at the peak of the Heaven Palace. Moreover, the number of people was still increasing. In the end, there were even Earth Palace's disciples, Mystical Palace's disciples, and even Yellow Palace's disciples who came to watch the show. At the center of the crowd, two groups of people were confronting each other at the center of the vast platform. There were 5 people standing on one side. There were 4 people standing on the other side. Duan Ling Tian's gaze landed on the 4 people standing side by side. He noticed Wang Fei Xian was there as well. At this moment, Wang Fei Xian was glaring at the 5 people in front of her. They were also the 5 mystical Sky Mansion's disciples from the Zhao clan. Zhaoji. Then, Duan Ling Tian noticed Zhaoji was among the 5 people from the Zhao clan. Zhaoji, I've already made it clear that everything Master has done has nothing to do with us. We had no idea beforehand. Not only that, but Lord Chen Ping Shang, the Palace Master of Yellow Palace, has also informed us that the mystical Sky Mansion won't implicate us for our master's mistake. A sturdy middle-aged man standing next to Wang Fei Xian said in a deep voice. Honggang, everyone knows how to play nice. What evidence do you have to prove that all of you have nothing to do with this matter? I really suspect that the reason Xueqi was able to escape from the 2 guardians' pursuit is most likely because all of you are his spies. Zhao Ji said with narrowed eyes. The 4 people before him were the disciples of his partner, Xueqi. If it was any other time, he would not have offended Xueqi even if he only cooperated with Xueqi because of benefits. However, the reason he was here today was because his grandfather, Zhao Jin, had instructed him to do so. According to his grandfather, Zhao Jin had asked him to lead some men to teach these few direct disciples of Xueqi a lesson. As the saying went, a son must repay a father's debt. Although Xueqi was not their father, a master was like a father and a mother, so he could be considered as their father. Zhao Ji knew very well that his grandfather had made such a decision because he wanted Xueqi to reveal some clues so he could capture Xueqi. Although it was not very realistic, it was better to try than not try. You're lying. We had no idea what Master had done beforehand. Zhao Ji, don't slander us. At this moment, it was not only Hong Gang and the other 2, but even Wang Fei Xian's expression had changed. Zhao Ji's accusation was too harsh. He actually accused them of being spies. Young Master Ji, why are you wasting your breath on them? Since they're unwilling to admit it, I'll teach them a lesson on behalf of their traitorous master. Let's see if they can still be as stubborn as they are now. The curly-bearded middle-aged man behind Zhao Ji grinned. His eyes were filled with mockery as he looked at Hong Gang, Wang Fei Xian, and the other 2. Upon seeing this, Hong Gang's expression turned grave as he said angrily, "Zhao Kun, if it wasn't for your good luck that made you break through to the eminent saint stage before me, would you still dare to be so arrogant in front of me? I, Hong Gang, will swear that if you dare to touch a single strand of hair on me, my junior brother, and my junior sister, I'll definitely not let you off the hook when I break through to the eminent saint stage." Before Zhao Kun had broken through, although his strength was not bad, he was still defeated by Hong Gang. Now that Zhao Kun had broken through to the eminent saint stage before him, he was in such a passive position. "I don't know when you'll break through to the eminent saint stage. All I know is that you, Hong Gang, will have to obediently kneel in front of me, Zhao Kun." Zhao Kun chuckled strangely as though he was a villain who had gotten his way. "Young Master Ji." Although Zhao Kun wanted to attack Hong Gang immediately, he still asked for instructions when he remembered Zhao Ji was present. When Zhao Kun saw Zhao Ji nodding his head, his body jolted before he stomped on the ground and charged toward Hong Gang like a storm. The air trembled in his wake as the sound of air exploding reverberated in the air. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At the same time, a gust of wind swept out from Zhao Kun's body, causing the robes of the onlookers to flutter loudly. Hong Gang is nothing in front of senior brother Zhao Ji, who has broken through to the eminent saint stage. Hee hee. Let alone Hong Gang, even if he joins forces with the other three people next to him, there's still no match for senior brother Zhao Kun. With senior brother Zhao Kun here, there's no need for us to make a move at all. The other three people next to Zhao Ji stood at the side and watched the show as well. Be careful, senior brother Hong. Be careful, senior brother. When Zhao Kun charged toward Hong Gang, horror dawned on Wang Fei Xian and the other two people. At the same time, the three of them made their moves and charged toward Zhao Kun as well. Although their senior brother Hong Gang was strong, he was no match for Zhao Kun, who had broken through to the eminent saint stage. "You want to join forces? Then, I'll let all of you join forces and receive my palm strike." Chapter 18:11. After Zhao Kun had broken through to the eminent saint stage, his true origin had undergone a tremendous change as well. At the very least, compared to the true origin at the peak of the refined saint stage, the true origin at the early eminent saint stage was like heaven and earth. Whoosh! Faced with the joint attack of Hong Gang, Wang Fei Xian, and the other three, Zhao Kun raised his hand and slapped his palm down. His vast true origin rumbled and transformed into a palm print that was the size of a small hill that enveloped Hong Gang and the other three. Hong Gang and the other three consolidated their territories with their true origins and resisted with all their might without holding back at all. At this moment, it was impossible for them to hold back even if they wanted to. This was because they were facing an eminent saint stage powerhouse. Although the other party had just broken through to the eminent saint stage, he was already an eminent saint stage powerhouse. Although there was only one step between the early eminent saint stage and the peak of the refined saint stage, the difference between the two was like the difference between a fish and a dragon. If the peak of the refined saint stage was a fish, then the early eminent saint stage was a dragon that had crossed the dragon's gate. Boom! As Zhao Kun's palm slammed down, the territories that Hong Gang and the other three managed to form with great difficulty were instantly destroyed by Zhao Kun's palm print like a broken wall. Other than their territories, their techniques and true origins were also completely crushed by Zhao Kun's palm print. At this moment, Zhao Kun was fighting against 4 refined saint stage martial cultivators by himself. He was completely oppressing his opponents by beating them up. Bang! 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 Hong Gang and the other three were engulfed by Zhao Kun's palm wind and were sent flying before crashing onto the ground in a wretched manner. Their originally rosy faces had turned as pale as a sheet of paper at this moment. Faced with Zhao Kun, who had broken through to the early eminent saint stage, they were still unable to withstand a single blow even when they attacked together. How powerful! So this is the strength of an eminent saint stage powerhouse? A powerhouse at the peak of the refined saint stage, 2 powerhouses at the mastery refined saint stage, and 1 powerhouse at the intermediate refined saint stage. Even when the 4 of them joined forces, they were still no match for Zhao Kun. A few days ago, Zhao Kun was defeated by Hong Gang. A few days later, when facing the joint forces of Hong Gang and 3 other people, he defeated Hong Gang and the others with just a single strike. The difference between now and then is really shocking. Zhao Kuan's breakthrough to the eminent saint stage is like a fish that has leaped through the dragon gate. Looking at the scene before them, the surrounding crowd was silent for a moment before they came back to their senses one by one. Their gazes all landed on Zhao Kuan, and their tones were filled with emotions. Unable to withstand a single blow, Zhao Kuan looked down at Hong Gang and the other three with a condescending gaze, his face full of disdain. At the same time, he stepped forward and walked towards the four severely injured people who had been sent flying. He seemed to want to do something. Whoosh! Right at this moment, a gust of wind blew past, and a figure appeared in front of Zhao Kuan in a timely manner, blocking his path. That's enough. The person glanced at Zhao Kuan indifferently. Although his tone was calm, there was an unquestionable tone. Ling Tian. The person who blocked Zhao Kuan's path was none other than Duan Ling Tian. As soon as he appeared, he was recognized by the surrounding crowd. Currently, he was widely acknowledged as the strongest powerhouse among the younger generation in the mystical Sky Mansion. He was no longer the nameless brat who had just entered the mystical Sky Mansion. Ling Tian. When Zhao Ji, who was standing in the distance, saw Duan Ling Tian, his eyes could not help but widen. A cold killing intent flashed in the depth of his eyes. When Zhao Ji saw Duan Ling Tian, the first thing that came to his mind was how Duan Ling Tian had slapped him twice in public. Then, he recalled how Duan Ling Tian had kicked him out of the Saint Martial Secret Zone, causing him to miss the divine ability relic in the Saint Martial Secret Zone. If there was someone he hated the most in his life, it would undoubtedly be Ling Tian. Moreover, he was eager to cultivate the devouring dark devil technique and raise his strength quickly. Part of the reason was to seek revenge from Duan Ling Tian. It's Ling Tian. Is he trying to stand up for Hong Gang and the others? I've never heard of him being friends with Hong Gang. What's he trying to do? Hee. Don't forget that Ling Tian and the Zhao clan are like fire and water. Before entering the Saint Martial Secret Zone, he had already slapped Zhao Ji twice in public and humiliated him. After entering the Saint Martial Secret Zone, he even kicked out Zhao Ji, who had just entered the Saint Martial Secret Zone 3 days ago. Then, he even kicked out the other 3 disciples from the Zhao clan. To him, the Zhao clan won't change their attitude toward him even if he doesn't show up today. I know that. However, even if the Zhao clan won't change their attitude toward him, it seems a little irrational for him to stand up for him at this time, right? Zhao Kuan is not Zhao Ji. He's at the eminent saint stage. Don't forget that although Ling Tian and Hong Gang aren't friends, he's quite close to Wang Fei Xian. I've seen them together a lot in the past. I'm sure their relationship isn't that simple. I almost forgot about Wang Fei Xian. Ling Tian is really angry because of a beauty. Many pairs of eyes shifted to Duan Ling Tian and Wang Fei Xian. Wang Fei Xian was originally in a bad mood because she was injured by Zhao Kuan. However, when she saw Duan Ling Tian had appeared in time to stop Zhao Kuan, her mood was lifted. When she heard the discussions in the surroundings and looked at Duan Ling Tian's back, a hint of gentleness could be seen in her eyes. Ling Tian? You're Ling Tian. Originally, Zhao Kuan was very angry when he saw someone blocking in front of him. However, when he heard the people around him say that the young man in front of him was Ling Tian, his heart couldn't help but beat faster. He was extremely excited. He could not help but feel excited. As a mystical Sky Mansion's disciple from the Zhao clan, he had long heard about the Lord Guardian of their Zhao clan saying whoever could kill Ling Tian would become his adopted son or daughter. Everyone in the Zhao clan had gone crazy because of this. Many people even kept their eyes on Ling Tian and kept an eye on him. They were waiting for Ling Tian to come out or how to lure Ling Tian out so they could kill him. Right now, Ling Tian was right in front of him, so close to him. How could he not feel excited? Do I know you? When Duan Ling Tian saw Zhao Kuan looking at him as though he had seen a peerless treasure, he asked with a frown on his face. It doesn't matter if you know me or not. It's fine as long as you're Ling Tian. Zhao Kuan took a deep breath and calmed himself down. He looked at Duan Ling Tian as calmly as possible and asked in a deep voice, "Why? Do you intend to stand up for them at this moment?" Duan Ling Tian looked at Zhao Kuan and did not reply to him. Even if you don't say it, I can see it. Zhao Kuan did not seem to mind Duan Ling Tian's disregard at all. He continued to say to Duan Ling Tian, It's fine if you want to stand up for them. I'll give you a chance. What do you think? This chance will allow you to stand up for them and vent their anger. I'd like to hear the details. Duan Lingtian finally spoke. His tone was as calm as usual. Think about it. If you fight with me here, even if you're stronger than me, you can only injure me. You won't be able to kill or maim me. I'll give you a chance. Let's go to the Hall of Life and Death and have a Hall of Life and Death elder be our witness. We'll sign a death pact and fight to our heart's content. What do you think? Zhao Kuan said patiently. When he reached the end of his sentence, his tone was calm, but it seemed to be filled with temptation. At that time, even if you kill me, you won't violate the mansion's rules and won't be punished by the enforcement hall. Hall of Life and Death. Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow. Naturally, he knew what kind of place Zhao Kuan was talking about. In the mystical sky mansion, whether it was the main mansion, Heaven Palace, Earth Palace, Mystical Palace or Yellow Palace, there was a Hall of Life and Death in each of them. The Hall of Life and Death was a place for Mystical Sky Mansion's disciples to settle their grudges. As long as 2 Mystical Sky Mansion's disciples went to the Hall of Life and Death and signed a death pact, they would be able to have a death duel without being bound by the Mystical Sky Mansion's rules. Usually, only 2 people who had great enmity with each other would go to the Hall of Life and Death to sign a death pact. However, Zhao Kuan actually suggested for him to sign a death pact with him. Hall of Life and Death. While Duan Lingtian was shocked, the other people present on the scene were also dumbfounded. The originally noisy atmosphere fell silent at this moment. Zhao Kuan actually invited Lingtian to a death duel. He wanted to kill Lingtian? This was the same thought that appeared in everyone's mind. This Zhao Kuan. He wants to use this opportunity to kill Lingtian. What a good plan. He actually wants to kill Lingtian legitimately to avenge the Zhao clan. However, it's up to Lingtian whether he agrees or not. If I'm Lingtian, I definitely won't agree to such a ridiculous suggestion. Since Zhao Kuan suggested this, he must be confident he'll win. Apart from Duan Lingtian and Wang Fei Xian, everyone present, including Zhao Kuan, did not think Duan Lingtian would agree to it. What? You don't dare to? Zhao Kuan sneered when he saw Duan Lingtian did not reply to him. A hint of disdain could be seen in his eyes. Zhao Kuan. At this moment, Zhao Ji sent a voice transmission to Zhao Kuan and said coldly, "Stop your foolish actions. I want to kill Lingtian with my own hands." Although he did not think Lingtian would agree to Zhao Kuan's death duel invitation, he could not help but stop Zhao Kuan just to be safe. If it was in the past, he would not have minded Lingtian being killed by Zhao Kuan. However, now that he was about to cultivate the devouring dark devil technique, it would only take him 1 or 2 years to surpass Lingtian. For this reason, he did not want to borrow someone else's hand to kill Lingtian. He wanted to kill Lingtian with his own hands to avenge the hatred from the past. For this reason, he even decided to ask his grandfather to revoke the order to kill Duan Lingtian. Zhao Kuan did not expect Zhao Ji would send him a voice transmission to warn him not to provoke Duan Lingtian and not to make a move on Duan Lingtian. You want to kill him with your own hands? Do you have the strength to do so? Chapter 18:12. Although Zhao Kuan did not dare to question Zhao Ji, he did not intend to bother with him. What a joke! The opportunity to kill Lingtian was right in front of him. Unless he was crazy, he would not give up on this opportunity. Once he killed Lingtian in the Hall of Death, he would become the godson of Zhao Jin, the strongest person in the Zhao clan. At that time, his position in the Zhao clan would be on par with Vice Mansion Master Zhao Deng. Even if he was not on par with Zhao Deng, he would still be higher than the others. Even Zhao Ji would have to address him as uncle when they met. When Zhao Kuan thought of that, he felt a little smug. How could he be in the mood to bother with Zhao Ji? Actually, it's fine if you don't dare to. I understand, Zhao Kuan said with a faint smile when he saw Duan Lingtian did not respond. It was as though it was fine if Duan Lingtian did not dare to accept his invitation to a death duel. However, his smile was despicable no matter how one looked at it. His eyes were filled with condescending contempt and disdain. After he finished speaking, Zhao Kun continued to say as though he was still not satisfied. To be able to give birth to such a cowardly son, I'm sure your parents must be cowards as well. In my opinion, you shouldn't be called Ling Tian. You should be called Xu Tian instead. If Zhao Kun's previous words were considered polite, his current words were undoubtedly provoking Duan Ling Tian and provoking Duan Ling Tian. Ha 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 ha. Upon hearing Zhao Kun's words, the other 3 Heaven Palace's disciples from the Zhao clan could not help but laugh out loud. Xu Tian? That's a pretty good name. It's a pretty good name. It sounds much better than Ling Tian. When Zhao Kun thought about the benefits he would obtain after killing Duan Ling Tian, he no longer cared about anything else. Zhao Kun, what are you doing? Zhao Ji's eyes were filled with coldness as he looked at Zhao Kun. He did not expect Zhao Kun would dare to disobey him and look down on him. However, even though his voice was stern, Zhao Kun still ignored him. Currently, Zhao Kun was only thinking about how to kill Ling Tian and obtain the reward promised by the Lord Guardian of the Zhao clan. Today, not to mention Zhao Ji, even if Zhao Ji's father, Zhao Deng, was here, he wouldn't even bat an eye. No one could stop Zhao Kun's path to the heavens. Following Zhao Kun's words, everyone's gazes simultaneously landed on Duan Ling Tian. They all wanted to know how Duan Ling Tian would react. Isn't this Zhao Kun too ruthless? Not only did he want Duan Ling Tian to go to the Hall of Life and Death with him, he even used such a despicable method to enrage Ling Tian. That's right. This method is too despicable. He wants to make Ling Tian lose his mind and accept his life and death battle invitation. Ling Tian must have seen through his intentions. He probably won't fall for it. However, the thoughts of the mystical Sky Mansion's disciples were destined to be their own. If Zhao Kun had only insulted Duan Ling Tian, he would not be bothered. Naturally, if he did not care about Zhao Kun, he would definitely accept Zhao Kun's life and death battle invitation. However, Zhao Kun actually insulted his parents with his words. A dragon had a reverse scale. Those who touched it would definitely die. Duan Ling Tian's parents were his reverse scale, especially his mother. In his eyes, she was even more important than his own life. However, today, she was insulted by a rascal. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian really had the urge to charge forward and kill Zhao Kun with one slap. In the end, his rationality reminded him to remain calm. If he killed Zhao Kun just like that, he would undoubtedly violate the Mystical Sky Mansion's rules. He knew he was not a match for the Enforcement Hall of Mystical Sky Mansion with his current strength. For this reason, he chose to remain calm. Naturally, the calmness in Duan Ling Tian's eyes was the calmness in his eyes. In the eyes of the onlookers, including Zhao Kun, Duan Ling Tian was not calm at all. This was because Duan Ling Tian was angered by Zhao Kun's words to the point his eyes turned cold. He could no longer maintain his calm. Ling Tian seems to be very angry. Of course. It would be strange if he's not angry when Zhao Kun insulted his parents. If someone insulted your parents, would you still be able to remain calm? Of course not. I must kill him. At this moment, more and more people began to wonder if Duan Ling Tian would be able to maintain his rationality and reject Zhao Kun's life and death battle invitation. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Duan Ling Tian finally spoke. His voice was extremely cold as though it came from an ice cave. It sent chills down the spines of those who heard it. The moment his words left his mouth, Duan Ling Tian stepped out and left the peak of the Heaven Palace. He agreed. When Duan Ling Tian's words entered everyone's ears, most of them were stunned. Ling Tian agreed to Zhao Kun's life and death battle invitation? That should be the case. Based on his words, it seems like he's going to the Hall of Death now. No way. He agreed just like that? Isn't he a little too rash? Everyone has a bottom line. Perhaps, Ling Tian's parents are his bottom line. Even if he knows he'll die, he'll still fight for his parents. I won't comment on Ling Tian today. However, I admire his filial piety. He's seeking his own death. He's seeking his own death. Amidst the discussions, the group of people on the peak of the Heaven Palace began to make their way to the Hall of Death in the Heaven Palace. Naturally, there were also some people who flew away. It was obvious they wanted to inform the others to come and watch the show. Let alone the Hall of Death in the Heaven Palace. Even the few halls of death in the Mystical Sky Mansion did not have a single Mystical Sky Mansion's disciple who had entered to sign a death pact in the past 2 years. For this reason, there was no doubt many people were interested in the death duel between Duan Ling Tian and Zhao Kuan today. Even some of the famous Mystical Sky Mansion's disciples on the Mystical Sky ranking came to watch the show when they heard about this. Due to this reason, it did not take long before the Heaven Palace's Hall of Death was filled with people. The crowd automatically parted to form a path. The person who was walking slowly on this path toward the Hall of Death was none other than Duan Ling Tian, junior brother Ling Tian. Suddenly, a figure shot out from the crowd and blocked Duan Ling Tian's path. Don't be rash. The person who appeared in front of Duan Ling Tian was none other than Hong Gang, who had rushed over with Wang Fei Xian. Due to the fact that he had suffered quite a serious injury earlier, his face was still extremely pale. He had forced himself to rush over to Duan Ling Tian and block his path. In his opinion, the reason Duan Ling Tian had accepted Zhao Kuan's invitation to a death duel was all because of him and his junior brother and junior sister. Due to this reason, he did not want anything to happen to Duan Ling Tian. Senior brother Hong Gang. Before Duan Ling Tian could speak, Wang Fei Xian had also rushed over and appeared next to Hong Gang. She immediately asked Duan Ling Tian through voice transmission, "Previously, when you were in the Saint Martial Secret Zone, you displayed a speed that's comparable to an eminent Saint stage powerhouse. Are you really confident you can win the battle with Zhao Kuan? I believe you won't lose your mind even if Zhao Kuan provoked you like that." From the beginning until the end, Wang Fei Xian felt Duan Ling Tian would not have accepted Zhao Kuan's invitation to the death duel if he was not confident he could win. However, at this moment, she could not help but want to confirm it. He'll definitely die today. Upon hearing Wang Fei Xian's voice transmission, Duan Ling Tian's eyes narrowed as a cold gleam flashed in them. At the same time, he replied to Wang Fei Xian through voice transmission. "I understand." Wang Fei Xian nodded. She was about to call out to Hong Gang and ask him to move aside so he would not block Duan Ling Tian's path. However, before Wang Fei Xian could say anything, a sneer sounded in the air. "What's wrong? Don't tell me both of you want to sign a death duel pact and have a death duel with me as well?" The owner of the voice was none other than Zhao Kuan, who had just arrived at the Hall of Death. His words were directed at Wang Fei Xian and Hong Gang, who were blocking Duan Ling Tian's path. "Senior brother Hong Gang, don't worry. Ling Tian will definitely kill him. Let's go." At the same time, Wang Fei Xian also spoke to Hong Gang through voice transmission before she led Hong Gang away. Under everyone's watchful eyes, they no longer blocked Duan Ling Tian's path. "At least you know what's good for you." When Zhao Kuan saw Wang Fei Xian and Hong Gang making way for him, he naturally thought they were afraid of him. He smirked smugly. The group of people in the surroundings naturally thought the same as well. "Little junior sister, did you just say Ling Tian will be able to kill him?" Hong Gang, who was still in a daze when he was brought away from Duan Ling Tian by Wang Fei Xian, finally regained his senses. His eyes were wide open as he asked Wang Fei Xian in a low voice. "Don't worry, senior brother. Ling Tian won't do anything he's not confident in. I know him." Wang Fei Xian replied. When she reached the end of her sentence, she seemed to have realized her slip of the tongue as her cheeks flushed red. However, Hong Gang was not in the mood to appreciate this. Wang Fei Xian's words were like a bolt from the blue that struck his head, causing his mind to go blank. He only regained his senses after a long time. When he regained his senses, his heart was filled with shock and disbelief. Didn't Ling Tian just break through to the peak of the refined saint stage not long ago? Don't tell me he has already broken through to the eminent saint stage? Otherwise, why would junior sister say he won't do anything he's not confident in? Just like how Wang Fei Xian believed in Ling Tian, he also believed in his little junior sister. Although he hadn't known this junior sister of his for long, he knew that this junior sister of his was definitely not the kind of person who would speak without thinking. Soon after, the other 2 disciples of Zhu Luqi arrived as well. Is Ling Tian confident in winning? When they learned from Wang Fei Xian that Duan Ling Tian was confident in winning the death duel, they were also stunned. However, despite their shock, they still chose to believe in their little junior sister before them. Usually, Nobody would come to the Hall of Life and Death. However, the sudden appearance of so many people shocked the Heaven Palace's elder who was guarding the place. When he walked out of the Hall of Life and Death, he instantly learned about what had happened from the people around him. The two of you are going to sign the death pact. Chapter 18:13. Yes, Elder. Zhao Kuan was arrogant and conceited in front of Duan Lingtian, but he was as docile as a cat in front of the Heaven Palace's elder from the Hall of Life and Death. Duan Lingtian nodded in response to the Heaven Palace's elder's question. You're Lingtian? It was apparent the Heaven Palace's elder was more interested in Duan Lingtian than he was in Zhao Kuan. He merely glanced at Zhao Kuan indifferently before focusing all his attention on Duan Lingtian. When Zhao Kuan saw this, his eyes flashed coldly. What a senseless old man. Don't you know Lingtian is going to die soon? Although he was unwilling to admit it, he had to admit that regardless of strength or innate talent, he would never be able to catch up to Lingtian. Although his current cultivation base was higher than Lingtian, how old was Lingtian compared to him? There was no comparison at all. When Duan Lingtian saw the Heaven Palace's elder looking at him, he could no longer nod. He smiled faintly and said, I'm Lingtian. I heard your current cultivation base is only at the peak of the refined saint stage, but he has already broken through to the early eminent saint stage a few days ago. Do you really want to sign a death pact with him and have a death duel? The Heaven Palace's elder asked. This time, before Duan Lingtian could open his mouth, Zhao Kuan could not help but interject, Elder, as the person in charge of the Hall of Life and Death, your duty should be to witness us signing a death pact, right? As for the other matters, it's none of your business, right? At this moment, even if he risked offending this Heaven Palace's elder, he had to speak up. Who knew if Lingtian would change his mind if the elder continued to persuade him? If he changed his mind, who would he cry to? He was prepared to kill Lingtian and look for the Lord Guardian of his Zhao clan to claim his reward. Zhao Kuan, are you questioning me? As the person in charge of the Hall of Life and Death, this Heaven Palace's elder was, naturally, not someone to be trifled with. When he looked at Zhao Kuan again, his eyes gleamed fiercely. Zhao Kuan wouldn't dare. Zhao Kuan quickly lowered his head, but he continued to say, as the saying goes, honest words are unpleasant to the ear. Elder, please do your job properly and don't interfere too much. It's not up to a junior like you to tell me what to do. The Heavenly Hall's elder did not expect Zhao Kuan to be so presumptuous. His face immediately darkened. It's not his place to tell you what to do. But is it my place to tell you what to do? Just as many people felt that Zhao Kuan was about to run out of luck, a voice rang out from afar. The voice was filled with majesty and it attracted everyone's attention. They all wanted to know who dared to speak to the person in charge of the Heavenly Palace's Hall of Life and Death in such a manner. Father. Among the people present, Zhao Ji was the first to recognize the voice without turning around. After recognizing him, Zhao Ji turned around with a look of pleasant surprise on his face. He flew toward the middle-aged man who was flying over from afar and joined up with him. It's Vice Principal Zhao Deng. I didn't expect Vice Mansion Master Zhao Deng to come as well. It seems like the battle between Lingtian and Zhao Kuan is going to be very interesting. If they find out Vice Mansion Master Zhao Deng has personally come, those who didn't come will definitely regret it. After recognizing Zhao Deng, the group of Mystical Sky Mansion's disciples present on the scene was shocked as they began to discuss among themselves. Zhao Deng? When Duan Lingtian saw Zhao Deng, he could not help but frown. He did not expect this fellow to come as well. What was he doing here? Was he here to watch the show and see how he would be killed by Zhao Kuan? Unfortunately, he would most likely be disappointed. Junior brother Lingtian. At the same time, another loud voice resonated from afar as a familiar figure appeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes. Senior brother Gu Li. When Duan Lingtian saw the newcomer, a rare smile appeared on his face. He did not expect Gu Li to come as well. Vice Mansion Master Zhao actually came as well. It seems like Vice Mansion Master Zhao is looking forward to this battle as well. When Gu Li arrived outside the Hall of Death, he immediately looked at Zhao Deng and took the initiative to greet him. I just came to have a look. Zhao Deng replied nonchalantly. In the mystical sky mansion, in terms of identity, excluding his identity as the vice mansion master of mystical sky mansion, he and Gu Li were both the sons of guardians. In terms of innate talent, he was not comparable to Gu Li. In terms of strength, he was much stronger than Gu Li. However, this was because he was older than Gu Li. When Gu Li reached his current age, he would only be stronger than him. Moreover, after a few years, Gu Li would most likely surpass him. Due to this reason, he could not ignore Gu Li's greeting. Gu Li nodded before he soared into the air and arrived next to Duan Ling Tian. However, the first person he greeted was not Duan Ling Tian. Instead, it was the Heaven Palace's elder, the person in charge of the Heaven Palace's Hall of Death, who was standing opposite Duan Ling Tian. Junior Uncle Cheng. It's been a few years since we last met. You're still as young as before. You're still the same as before. You like to be glib-tongued. I heard you're now the strongest person on the mystical sky ranking. Not bad. The Heaven Palace's elder replied to Gu Li with a smile. Junior brother Ling Tian. This is Junior Uncle Cheng Yun. He can be considered as my father's junior brother. His master is the senior brother of my Grand Master. At this moment, Gu Li introduced Duan Ling Tian to him. Elder Cheng, I didn't know your senior brother Gu's junior uncle. Please forgive me for my earlier offense. After learning about this Heaven Palace's elder's other identity, Duan Ling Tian was only stunned for a moment before he took the initiative to cup his hands together and apologize. Earlier, when Cheng Yun took the initiative to remind him that he was not a match for Zhao Kuan, he was puzzled. He did not know this Heaven Palace's elder at all. Why would he be so kind as to remind him? Now that Duan Ling Tian found out Cheng Yun was Gu Li's junior uncle, realization dawned on him. He believed Cheng Yun must have known about his friendship with Gu Li, otherwise he would not have reminded him. When Duan Ling Tian thought of this, Zhao Kuan, who was standing at the side, naturally thought of this as well. His expression turned grave immediately as he prayed in his heart that nothing would happen later. This Ling Tian must definitely sign a life and death contract with him. He must not go back on his words at the critical moment. If Duan Ling Tian went back on his words and refused to sign a death pact with him, he would not dare to kill Duan Ling Tian in the mystical Sky Mansion's estate even if he wanted to. Elder Cheng, since they're here to sign a death pact, why don't you take the death pact out and let them sign it? I really want to see the fierce battle as soon as possible. I believe it'll be an exciting battle. At the same time, Zhao Deng brought Zhao Ji over and said as he looked at Cheng Yun. In other words, he was urging Cheng Yun to quickly take out the death pact and let Duan Ling Tian and Zhao Kuan sign it. Father. The moment Zhao Deng's words left his mouth and Cheng Yun was looking at Gu Li, a voice transmission suddenly sounded in Zhao Deng's ears. Zhao Deng could tell it was his son's voice transmission. What's wrong? Father, quickly order Zhao Kuan to go back on his words. Don't let him sign the death pact. Zhao Ji continued to transmit his voice, and his tone was filled with urging. Why? Zhao Deng was puzzled. Didn't you want Ling Tian to die since a long time ago? If he signs the death pact today, he'll definitely die if he faces Zhao Kuan, who has broken through to the eminent saint stage. I know. I just don't want Ling Tian to die now. Father, I want to kill Ling Tian personally. I don't want to rely on others. Zhao Ji said again. Are you out of your mind? When your grandfather gave the order to kill Ling Tian, you were very supportive. Why are you going back on your words now? Zhao Deng was puzzled. He did not know if his son had taken the wrong medicine. Naturally, Zhao Ji did not take the wrong medicine. The reason he changed so much was because he did not have any hope of surpassing Duan Ling Tian. However, now that he was about to obtain the Devouring Dark Devil technique, he would be able to surpass Duan Ling Tian in 1 or 2 years. For this reason, he did not want to rely on others to kill Duan Ling Tian. However, could he tell his father what was on his mind? Father, my cultivation has slowed down a lot recently. I think it has something to do with Ling Tian. I'm worried that if I don't kill Ling Tian with my own hands, my cultivation will be greatly affected. Zhao Ji came up with a clumsy excuse. I know you want to take revenge with your own hands. However, with your innate talent, the gap between you and Ling Tian will only grow bigger and bigger in the future. In the end, even your grandfather and I won't be able to suppress him, let alone you. Zhao Deng said. That's why you shouldn't be so stubborn. Just let Zhao Kun kill him. As for the problem with your cultivation, it's not a problem at all. The main thing is that you'll be happy if Ling Tian dies. Once you're happy, the efficiency of your cultivation will naturally increase. Trust me, I've been there before. Zhao Deng finished speaking in one breath. No matter what excuses Zhao Ji came up with, Zhao Deng had no intention of stopping Zhao Kun. In the end, Zhao Ji almost blurted out the devouring dark devil technique. Fortunately, he managed to hold himself back at the last moment. While Zhao Deng and his son were conversing through voice transmission, Cheng Yun also conversed with Gu Li through voice transmission. He hoped that Gu Li would persuade Duan Ling Tian to go back on his word and not sign the death pact with Duan Ling Tian. After all, he did not think Duan Ling Tian had a chance of winning. Gu Li also asked Duan Ling Tian through voice transmission. After receiving Duan Ling Tian's firm reply, Gu Li said to Cheng Yun, Junior Uncle Cheng, don't worry. Junior brother Ling Tian won't do anything he's not confident in. Take out the death pact. Although Cheng Yun did not know why Gu Li trusted Duan Ling Tian so much, he knew it was useless for him to say anything at this moment. After all, the person in question was much calmer than him. For this reason, when Zhao Deng looked at him again and was about to urge him, he quickly took out the death pact. Boom! The death pact in the mystical Sky Mansion's Hall of Death was a gigantic stone tablet that fell to the ground with a loud bang. At first glance, one could see rows and rows of words were densely engraved on it. It was the content of the death pact. At the bottom of the stone tablet, there were 2 empty spots. Both of you will have to place your palm on it once, and this death pact will be considered complete. Chapter 18:14. Bang! The moment Cheng Yun's words left his mouth, Zhao Kun made his move at lightning speed. He struck his palm out in the air and left a deep palm print on the death pact stone tablet, establishing the death pact. After Zhao Kun withdrew his hand, he looked at Duan Ling Tian with a hint of provocation and disdain in his eyes. Naturally, there was also a hint of anxiety in his heart. Now that things had come to this point, if Ling Tian went back on his word, everything he had done would be for naught. Will Ling Tian really establish a death pact with Zhao Kun? The group of mystical Sky Mansion's disciples who were watching the battle looked at Duan Ling Tian from afar. At this moment, their hearts were in their mouths. Bang! It was only when they saw Duan Ling Tian striking the death pact stone tablet with his palm that the group of mystical Sky Mansion's disciples finally felt at ease. After they felt at ease, many of them narrowed their eyes. Some of them could not help but gasp. Ling Tian actually signed a life and death contract. Is he not afraid of death? Although his strength is not bad, and he can be considered as one of the best among those at the peak of the refined saint stage, no matter how powerful a martial cultivator at the peak of the refined saint stage is, it's impossible for him to be a match for an early eminent saint stage martial cultivator. That's right. If Zhao Kun hasn't broken through to the eminent saint stage, he might not be a match for him. However, the problem is Zhao Kun has already broken through to the eminent saint stage a few days ago. Even Hong Gang, who was stronger than him previously, is like a chicken in front of him. He can't even withstand a single blow. I really don't know what Ling Tian is thinking. He knows it's a trap, but he still wants to jump into it. Rashness is the devil. I'm afraid Ling Tian is going to die here today. Outside the Hall of Death, voices of discussion rose and fell one after another. However, none of those who spoke thought highly of Duan Ling Tian. Junior brother Ling Tian, they don't think highly of you at all. Gu Li transmitted his voice to Duan Ling Tian. Hints of mockery could be heard in his voice. How do you feel after hearing their words? Do you wish you could explain yourself? That's not necessary. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and replied. The truth will shut them up. It seems that you are very confident. Gu Li took a deep look at Duan Ling Tian and said. In fact, even Gu Li was not sure whether Duan Ling Tian could fight with Zhao Kun, who had broken through to the Great Sage realm. However, since this was Duan Ling Tian's choice, and he trusted Duan Ling Tian, He had no intention of stopping him. Could it be that junior brother Ling Tian has also broken through to the great sage realm? Gu Li narrowed his eyes as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. It's been a long time since the mystical sky mansion was so lively. At the same time, Zhao Deng spoke with a smile on his face. His voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard by everyone present. Today, I hope that the two of you can show us all your strength and bring us an exciting battle between a dragon and a tiger. Since you've already made a death pact, there's no need to hold back. Let's fight to our heart's content. One must admit that as the Vice Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion, Zhao Deng was indeed capable. The moment his words left his mouth, it caused the Mystical Sky Mansion's disciples present on the scene to feel their blood boiling. It was as though they were the ones who had made the death pact and not Duan Lingtian and Zhao Kuan. Humph! When Zhao Ji saw that even his father did not believe him, he was so angry that he snorted before he turned around and left. Naturally, he only left Zhao Deng's side. He did not leave the Hall of Death. Even if Ling Tian was going to die, he still wanted to witness the battle with his own eyes. Since the death pact has been made, both of you can choose a place to have the death pact. The person in charge of the Hall of Death, Elder Chung Yun of the Heaven Palace, said to Duan Ling Tian and Zhao Kuan, Ling Tian, I'll let you have this opportunity. You can choose a place with good feng shui to be your grave. Zhao Kuan smiled evilly as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. Based on his words and actions, it was as though he was certain Duan Ling Tian would win. A few days ago, Zhao Kuan had already broken through to the eminent saint stage. He was not afraid of Ling Tian, who had just broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage less than a year ago. Even the most outstanding young genius in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land might not be able to break through to the eminent saint stage after breaking through to the peak of the refined saint stage less than a year ago. Due to this reason, Zhao Kuan did not even think about the possibility of Duan Ling Tian breaking through to the eminent saint stage. Apart from Zhao Kuan, even Zhao Deng and the other Mystical Sky Mansion's disciples present on the scene did not think Duan Ling Tian would be able to break through to the early eminent saint stage from the mastery refined saint stage in just a year. This was almost impossible. Naturally, there were also people who suspected Duan Ling Tian had already broken through to the eminent saint stage. Wang Fei Xian and Gu Li. They suspected Duan Ling Tian had already broken through to the eminent saint stage. Wang Fei Xian, in particular, had seen Duan Ling Tian's speed that was comparable to an early eminent saint stage powerhouse in the Saint Martial Secret Zone half a year ago. However, when she asked Duan Ling Tian if he had already broken through to the eminent saint stage, Duan Ling Tian told her he had not. Naturally, Wang Fei Xian did not believe Duan Ling Tian's words. Give it to me? Choose a place with good feng shui to be my grave? Upon hearing Zhao Kuan's words, Duan Ling Tian was stunned for a moment before he burst out laughing. A bright smile appeared on his gloomy face at this moment, as though he had just heard the funniest joke in the world. What are you laughing at? Zhao Kuan's expression changed. He felt as though Duan Ling Tian did not take him seriously at all. He was instantly infuriated. There's no need for you to prepare my grave. However, it seems like it's not suitable for you to be buried here. Otherwise, you'll tarnish the pure land of the Hall of Life and Death. Duan Ling Tian said calmly in the beginning. However, when he reached the end of his sentence, he began to speak rapidly. Just when almost everyone, including Zhao Kuan, thought Duan Ling Tian was being too arrogant, Duan Ling Tian finally made his move. In just an instant, the Sun True Origin on Duan Ling Tian's body soared. It was extremely dazzling. In the eyes of the group of Mystical Sky Mansion's disciples, it was as though he had transformed into a blazing sun that was moving rapidly. Before everyone had time to react, that blazing sun had already overlapped with Zhao Kuan's body. Be careful. Among the people present on the scene, Zhao Deng was the strongest. Due to this reason, he was the first to react and reminded Zhao Kuan. This was because he discovered that Ling Tian, whom the Zhao clan viewed as their mortal enemy, had also broken through to the eminent saint stage. Moreover, he was not an ordinary eminent saint stage powerhouse. Even an ordinary intermediate eminent saint stage powerhouse wouldn't be as fast as him. The moment Zhao Deng thought of this, an ominous feeling rose in his heart. Zhao Kuan was most likely not a match for Ling Tian at all. Whoosh! While Zhao Deng was still in a daze, Duan Lingtian had already appeared in front of Zhao Kun. Just like what Zhao Deng had seen, the speed he displayed earlier was much faster than most intermediate eminent saint stage powerhouses. For this reason, Zhao Kun only regained his senses when he appeared in front of him. How fast! This was Zhao Kun's first reaction when Duan Lingtian appeared in front of him. Duan Lingtian's speed had even surpassed his own. In the blink of an eye, Zhao Kun did not have time to think about why Duan Lingtian's speed was so fast. His consciousness immediately urged the true origin in his body to gush out through the dozens of saint veins in his body. It was as though he could only feel safe when he was surrounded by true origin. Unfortunately, he had too few saint veins. At the very least, it was pitifully few compared to the saint veins in Duan Lingtian's body. If he had 99 saint veins like Duan Lingtian, his true origin would have already broken out of his body in just a blink of an eye. However, when his true origin was still halfway there, Duan Lingtian's right hand that contained the sun true origin had already landed on his shoulder like an eagle's claw. With a loud crack, his shoulder was crushed. At the same time, Zhao Kun only felt a wave of vast energy sweeping out from Duan Lingtian's hand and surging into his body. It directly crushed the true origin that he had yet to mobilize. The intense pain, accompanied by the crushing of the true origin in his body, caused Zhao Kun's mood to drop from heaven to hell in an instant. At that moment, if he still did not realize that Duan Lingtian's strength was far above his, he would have lived for so many years in vain. Spare! Zhao Kun opened his mouth in pain. His forehead was covered in sweat, and before he could even open his mouth to beg for mercy, Duan Lingtian had already brought him out of the Hall of Life and Death in Sky Palace. They arrived in the void not far away, and below them was a bottomless abyss. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Duan Lingtian gradually withdrew the sun true origin in his body, allowing him and Zhao Kun's figures to be clearly reflected in the crowd's eyes. Cough, cough, cough. Spare, spare. Lingtian, senior brother. At some point, Duan Lingtian's hand that was grabbing Zhao Kun's shoulder had already moved to Zhao Kun's neck. Zhao Kun kept struggling, but he could not break free from Duan Lingtian's control at all. He could only desperately beg for mercy, and his face was so red that it seemed like blood would drip out. It was not that Zhao Kun did not mobilize the true origin in his body, but every time his true origin was mobilized, it would be shattered by the power that Duan Lingtian poured into his body. Duan Lingtian's power invaded his body domineeringly and took over the magpie's nest. In order to do this to him, an early eminent saint stage martial cultivator, the person who made the move must at least be in existence above the intermediate eminent saint stage. Only the true origin of an existence above the intermediate eminent saint stage could crush his true origin. Intermediate eminent saint stage. This Lingtian is an intermediate eminent saint stage powerhouse. Zhao Kun, who was in despair, kept shouting silently in his heart. He regretted it. He really regretted it. If God gave him a chance to start over, he would never take the initiative to provoke this Lingtian. Even if he could become the foster son of their Zhao clan's Lord Guardian after killing this Lingtian, he would not have any thoughts about this Lingtian. This was because the other party was not someone he could deal with at all. Silence. It was dead silent outside the Hall of Life and Death. In fact, other than Zhao Kun's begging for mercy, no other sound could be heard in the surrounding area at this time. After a while, some people regained their senses one after another and looked at the scene in the distance with their mouths agape. Hiss, 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 hiss. Chapter 18:15. How's this possible? The scene before him continuously assaulted Zhao Ji's eyes, causing his emotions to surge. He was unable to calm down for a long time. Initially, he thought Lingtian would die in Zhao Kun's hands today since Zhao Kun had already broken through to the eminent saint stage a few days ago. It was impossible for Lingtian to break through to the eminent saint stage. However, reality gave him a slap in the face. It was impossible for Lingtian to break through to the eminent saint stage? Put everything else aside, just the strength Lingtian displayed earlier was 100% at the eminent saint stage. Moreover, it was not as simple as just breaking through to the eminent saint stage. Did he not see how Zhao Kun did not even have the strength to fight back and was toyed with by him? This Ling Tian must be eliminated. Zhao Deng's eyes gleamed coldly. If it was not for the fact that this was the mystical Sky Mansion's estate, he would have made his move and killed Ling Tian. The enmity between their Zhao clan and Ling Tian had long been established. They would not rest until one of them was dead. Naturally, he did not want Ling Tian to grow stronger. Once a young man with such monstrous innate talent grew up, let alone him, even his father would be trampled by this young man one day. Junior brother Ling Tian. Gu Li stared at Duan Ling Tian in shock. As a martial cultivator at the peak of the eminent saint stage, it was only natural he could see Duan Ling Tian's speed earlier. Although it was not as fast as a mastery eminent saint stage martial cultivator, it was much faster than most intermediate eminent saint stage martial cultivators. When did he break through to the eminent saint stage? I've never heard him mention it before. Junior brother Ling Tian, you're really good at hiding things from me. Gu Li did not know when, but a hint of bitterness could be seen in his eyes when he looked at Duan Ling Tian. He really has broken through to the eminent saint stage. Humph. To think he lied to me and said he didn't break through. Wang Fei Xian let out a sigh of relief and snorted. Hong Gang and the other two direct disciples of Zhu Luqi who were standing next to him were dumbstruck. Ling Tian has actually broken through to the eminent saint stage? No wonder he dared to accept Zhao Kun's deathmatch invitation. It turns out that he's not afraid of Zhao Kun at all. I'm afraid his strength isn't as simple as having just broken through to the eminent saint stage. In front of him, Zhao Kun doesn't even have the strength to fight back. Hong Gang sucked in a breath of cold air and slowly said. The person in charge of the Hall of Life and Death, the Heaven Palace's elder Cheng Yun, was also looking at Duan Ling Tian in shock. It's hard to imagine that he's not even 40 years old. With his current strength, he can be said to be the strongest person among the younger generation in the Debussy subterranean. At the same time, the other mystical Sky Mansion's disciples also regained their senses. They looked at Duan Ling Tian as though they had seen a ghost. Not long ago, all of them thought Duan Ling Tian would definitely die. However, the truth was right before their eyes. All of them could not help but feel embarrassed. They felt their previous thoughts were extremely foolish. Under such an atmosphere, the scene fell silent for a while. Mercy. When the scene fell silent, Duan Ling Tian's voice resonated clearly in the air. He was speaking to Zhao Kun whose neck he was choking. Earlier when you insulted me, did you ever think of begging me for mercy? When you insulted my parents, did you ever think of begging me for mercy? Duan Ling Tian's voice gradually turned cold. If I'm not as strong as you, would you have let me go in today's death match? Duan Ling Tian asked 3 questions in a row, causing Zhao Kun to be rendered speechless. Humph! At this moment, a cold snort resonated in the air. Zhao Deng had soared up into the air and was flying away. It was obvious he was preparing to leave. Lord Vice Mansion Master, save me. Zhao Kun became anxious when he saw Zhao Deng was about to leave. He struggled with all his might to beg for help. When everyone's eyes landed on Zhao Deng, he came to a halt and turned around to look at Zhao Kun indifferently. Zhao Kun, you're the one who initiated the death match. You're also the one who signed the death pact first. Let alone me, even if my father is here, he won't be able to save you. If we save you, what's the point of the mystical Sky Mansion's Hall of Death? What's the point of the death pact? Zhao Deng's words were filled with righteousness. Many of the mystical Sky Mansion's disciples nodded in agreement. They felt Zhao Deng, the Vice Mansion Master, was sensible and did not break the rules of the Hall of Death just because Zhao Kun was from the Zhao clan. When Zhao Deng noticed the change in the gazes of the mystical Sky Mansion's disciples, he knew he had achieved his goal. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame yourself for being weak. These were the last words Zhao Deng left for Zhao Kun before he left. After Zhao Deng left, Zhao Kun's eyes were filled with despair. His head twitched violently a few times as his aura weakened. When Duan Ling Tian saw Zhao Kun was like an arrow at the end of its flight, he waved his hand and sent Zhao Kun flying. In the next instant, hundreds of sword rays shot out of his body and pierced through Zhao Kun's body, turning Zhao Kun's body into a beehive. Duan Ling Tian was never merciful to his enemies. Moreover, this was an enemy who had insulted his parents. When Duan Lingtian, Gu Li, and Wang Fei Xian left side by side, the group of mystical Sky Mansion's disciples outside the Hall of Death finally regained their senses. Too strong. I can't believe our mystical Sky Mansion has such a monster. Has there ever been an eminent saint stage powerhouse below the age of 40 in the history of the WCI subterranean? I don't think so. Ling Tian's cultivation base must have broken through to the intermediate eminent saint stage. Otherwise, it's impossible for him to defeat Zhao Kuan so easily. That's right. Zhao Kuan is an early eminent saint stage martial cultivator, but he was completely powerless in front of him. I don't believe he has just broken through to the eminent saint stage. However, how did Ling Tian cultivate? How did he raise his cultivation base to such a level in such a short period of time? Among the group of mystical Sky Mansion's disciples, there were some famous powerhouses on the mystical Sky ranking. They were at the eminent saint stage, so they had their own understanding of the strength Duan Lingtian had displayed. Although I've broken through to the intermediate eminent saint stage recently, even if I unleash my full strength, my speed is still far from Ling Tian's. Although Ling Tian's strength is not at the mastery eminent saint stage, he can still be considered as one of the best among intermediate eminent saint stage powerhouses. An intermediate eminent saint stage mystical Sky Mansion's disciple said. He was a renowned existence on the mystical Sky ranking, so his words were very persuasive. Gradually, everyone was able to confirm one thing. Duan Lingtian's strength was comparable to one of the best among intermediate eminent saint stage powerhouses. Intermediate eminent saint stage? In the crowd, Zhao Ji had yet to leave. When he heard the exclamations around him, his expression turned even graver. I can't believe his cultivation speed is so fast. If it's not for the devouring dark devil technique, I'm afraid I'll only be able to eat his dust for the rest of my life. No. Perhaps, I won't even have the chance to eat his dust at all. The moment Zhao Ji thought of this, he hastily left. However, he did not return to his residence. Instead, he sneaked out of the mystical Sky Mansion's estate to look for Zhu Luqi and Su Jing. I must cultivate the devouring dark devil technique as soon as possible. Otherwise, it'll be difficult for me to catch up to Ling Tian, let alone seek revenge from him. Along the way, Zhao Ji was extremely anxious. Currently, he desperately wanted to obtain the devouring dark devil technique. In his opinion, as long as he cultivated the devouring dark devil technique in time, it would not be difficult for him to surpass Duan Lingtian in the future. After Zhao Ji left, the news of Duan Lingtian and Zhao Kuan signing a death pact and killing Zhao Kuan with ease swept through the entire mystical Sky Mansion's estate like a hurricane. Everyone, including Mansion Master Meng Qing, was shocked. Ling Tian is at the intermediate eminent saint stage? How's this possible? Naturally, many people did not dare to believe this news. Was it possible for an intermediate eminent saint stage powerhouse below the age of 40 to appear in the mystical Sky Mansion? However, as more and more people spread this news, and many people who were present on the scene proved it, they had no choice but to believe it no matter how unwilling they were. Junior brother Ling Tian, you've kept this a secret from me for a long time. Gu Li looked at Duan Lingtian as though he was questioning him. Previously, I told you to try your best to break through to the eminent saint stage when I break through to the divine saint stage and go to the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land with me. Why didn't you tell me that you've already broken through to the eminent saint stage? Senior brother Gu Li, my situation is a little special. Duan Lingtian naturally could see that Gu Li was not really angry. However, he really did not know how to explain this. In the end, he decided to tell the truth. Naturally, this was only a part of the truth. I once had a fortuitous encounter. That fortuitous encounter caused a tremendous change in my true origin. When my cultivation base was at the early pristine saint stage, the strength of my true origin was comparable to the true origin of an ordinary intermediate refined saint stage powerhouse. For this reason, my current cultivation base is still quite far away from the eminent saint stage. Duan Lingtian said. Although this was indeed his situation, he did not go into detail about the fortuitous encounter. Hua Lao and the 7 Treasures exquisite pagoda were his biggest secrets. If news of this spread out, he would definitely be killed. Due to this reason, he had to be careful. There's such a fortuitous encounter? Gu Li's eyes widened in disbelief. However, that was all. There were all kinds of strange things in the colossal world. For this reason, he did not doubt Duan Lingtian's words. In the Dao Martial Saint Land, fortuitous encounters happened every day. There were both big and small fortuitous encounters. Nobody dared to say they knew everything about fortuitous encounters. Then, does this mean your current cultivation base is actually at the same level as mine? Wang Feixian, who had been following Duan Lingtian quietly, could not help but interject at this moment. Indeed, in terms of cultivation base, Duan Lingtian nodded. He treated Gu Li and Wang Feixian as his friends, so he decided to reveal this matter to them. Chapter 18:16. After receiving Duan Lingtian's confirmation, Wang Feixian could not help but feel speechless. She felt that God was unfair. This young man whose cultivation base was similar to hers did not seem to have a higher innate talent than her, but his strength was comparable to an intermediate eminent saint stage powerhouse. How was she supposed to live? At this moment, Wang Feixian felt extremely unbalanced. Naturally, Wang Feixian had such thoughts because she did not know Duan Lingtian's origin. If she knew Duan Lingtian came from the mortal continent and had walked step by step to reach where he was today, she would definitely not have such thoughts. Since he was able to come to the Dao Martial Saint Land from the mortal continent and possess such a cultivation base, in terms of innate talent, she could not compare to him at all. Moreover, she knew very well that even the top geniuses in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, who grew up in the mortal continent, might not be able to achieve what Ling Tian had achieved. Junior brother Ling Tian, what fortuitous encounter did you encounter? If I encounter it as well, wouldn't my strength be comparable to a divine saint stage powerhouse then? Gu Li's eyes lit up as he looked at Duan Lingtian. He wished his true origin could undergo a transformation as well. Upon hearing Gu Li's words, Wang Feixian's eyes lit up as well. She stared at Duan Lingtian intently. It was apparent she was curious about Duan Lingtian's fortuitous encounter as well. My fortuitous encounter was when I encountered a mysterious spirit fruit. After consuming the spirit fruit, my true origin underwent a tremendous change. At that time, I didn't know how precious the spirit fruit was, so I ate all of them. After that, I searched everywhere, but I couldn't find the spirit fruit at all. Not only that, but when I plucked the spirit fruit, the tree that grew them had already withered. Duan Lingtian lied through his teeth. His words dispelled Gu Li and Wang Feixian's thoughts. What? Not just one spirit fruit? You ate all of them? Gu Li's eyes widened. What a waste! What a waste! Wang Feixian stared at Duan Lingtian for a long time before she finally managed to squeeze out a sentence. You're such a wastrel. Although Duan Lingtian's words were made up, the meaning behind his words was similar to his fortuitous encounter that could not be replicated. The three-legged golden crow could only enlighten one person in its entire life, giving that person the attribute of fire of the sun. Hualao had given him one and only one. Duan Lingtian's. If other people know this is the spirit fruit. It was Duan treasure. To Duan Lingtian. To Duan Lingtian. Remind Duan his. To Duan Lingtian to Knots to Duan Lingtian. Even so, those people would still look for him out of curiosity and ask him about the characteristics of the spirit fruit. Just like how Gu Li looked at Duan Lingtian with bright eyes and asked, Junior brother Lingtian, do you still remember the appearance and characteristics of the spirit fruit? That kind of spirit fruit was very ordinary. It looked exactly the same as an ordinary apple. At that time, I also thought that it was just an apple, so I casually ate it, but I didn't expect that it would cause my true essence to undergo such a tremendous change. Duan Lingtian casually replied, completely dispelling Gu Li's thoughts. Naturally, Wang Feixian's thoughts were also dispelled. Duan Lingtian was unaware that after the news of his death duel with Zhao Kuan and Zhao Kuan's death spread out, it was as though an earthquake had occurred among the mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials. Zhao Kuan had broken through to the eminent saint stage a few days ago. However, he was still killed by Ling Tian. Moreover, The cultivation base Ling Tian displayed when he killed Zhao Kuan was at least at the intermediate eminent saint stage. He was not even 40 years old, but he was already at the intermediate eminent saint stage. Such a monstrous genius was worth the mystical sky mansion sparing no effort to retain him. For this reason, apart from the people from Zhao clan and guardian Gu Xi Yun, the group of high-ranking officials in the mystical sky mansion's estate went to look for Mansion Master Meng Qing. Lord Mansion Master, with Ling Tian's innate talent, he'll definitely become someone like Duan Ru Feng from the Azure Cloud Mansion and Du Gu from the Mountain Shade Black Market in the future. I think it's necessary to keep him in the mansion. Even if it means making him the next Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion, it's still worth it. One of the Vice Mansion Masters in the Mystical Sky Mansion chimed in. I agree. I agree as well. The group of Mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials immediately agreed. I can understand your thoughts, but Ling Tian has already made it clear that he'll leave the Mystical Sky Mansion in a few years. For this reason, I'm afraid your thoughts won't work. Meng Qing shook his head. Although he did not have much interaction with Ling Tian, he could tell he was not someone who could be restrained by his identity as the Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion. Lord Mansion Master, the reason Ling Tian has such thoughts is because he doesn't feel a sense of belonging to our Mystical Sky Mansion. If our Mystical Sky Mansion is willing to do everything we can for him and fulfill all of his requests before making him the next Mansion Master, I believe he won't refuse. A rather experienced Mystical Sky Mansion's elder chimed in. That's right. No matter what, please give it a try, Lord Mansion Master. Lord Mansion Master, Ling Tian's appearance means a lot to our Mystical Sky Mansion. Please make him stay, Lord Mansion Master. The group of Mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials were indirectly pressuring Meng Qing. However, Meng Qing was not unhappy at all. He knew these Vice Mansion Masters and Elders were thinking for the sake of the Mystical Sky Mansion. If Ling Tian is willing to stay in the Mystical Sky Mansion, I don't mind making him the next Mansion Master. How about this? Vice Mansion Masters and Elders, please follow me to look for Ling Tian and tell him our conditions to see if he's willing to stay. Although Meng Qing felt it was impossible for Ling Tian to stay in the Mystical Sky Mansion because of those conditions, he knew these Vice Mansion Masters and Elders would not give up until they saw Ling Tian personally rejecting them. For this reason, he decided to bring them to look for Ling Tian. The eyes of the Mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials lit up when they saw Meng Qing's insane behavior. Lord Mansion Master is wise. I believe with Lord Mansion Master and our sincerity, Ling Tian will definitely be willing to stay in the Mystical Sky Mansion. Hee. As long as Ling Tian is willing to stay in our Mystical Sky Mansion, our Mystical Sky Mansion will definitely become the third Mountain Shade Black Market in a few decades at most. In the past, the Mountain Shade Black Market was one of the strongest forces in the WCI subterranean. It suppressed the other quasi-third-rate forces like it. It was only when the Azure Cloud Mansion had a new Mansion Master that it rose to prominence and became the second Mountain Shade Black Market. Since then, the top of the pyramid in the WCI subterranean had formed a situation where two forces stood on equal footing. The Mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials agreed that as long as Ling Tian was willing to stay in the Mystical Sky Mansion, he would definitely lead the Mystical Sky Mansion to become the third Mountain Shade Black Market. At that time, the Mystical Sky Mansion would become one of the three strongest forces in the lower province along with the Azure Cloud Mansion and the Mountain Shade Black Market. One must admit the Mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials were very ambitious. Naturally, the reason they were so ambitious was due to their confidence in Duan Ling Tian. When the Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion, Meng Qing, brought the group of Mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials over, Duan Ling Tian was just about to bid farewell to Gu Li and Wang Fei Xian. When they saw the arrival of Meng Qing and the others, let alone Duan Ling Tian, even Gu Li and Wang Fei Xian were stunned. However, they quickly regained their senses and bowed. Greetings, Lord Mansion Master, Vice Mansion Masters, and Elders. Mansion Master. Unlike Gu Li and Wang Fei Xian who were polite, Duan Ling Tian merely nodded at Meng Qing and the others as a greeting. As for the others, it was as though they were invisible to him. If it was any other time, the group of Mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials would definitely fly into a rage when faced with such a rude Mystical Sky Mansion's disciple. However, today, Duan Lingtian's rudeness was nothing in their eyes. Not only that, but they were even defending Duan Lingtian in their hearts. As expected of a peerless genius. He's so proud and won't bend so easily. If such a person becomes the mansion master of Mystical Sky Mansion in the future, there's no need to worry about the Mystical Sky Mansion's prosperity. A monstrous genius should be independent. If he goes with the flow, what's the difference between him and an ordinary disciple? This Ling Tian is really a character. He's so young, but he's already so arrogant. This shows that he's very confident. Such a person will definitely be a great disaster when he grows up. These were the thoughts of the group of Mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials. Others might not know about this, but if word of this spread out, all the Mystical Sky Mansion's disciples would be so angry that they would throw up blood. It was clearly rudeness, but why did it become arrogance and not going with the flow when these high-ranking officials spoke of it? Gu Li and Wang Fei Xian were originally worried about Duan Lingtian. They were worried he would offend the group of Mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials behind Meng Qing. However, when they discovered none of the Mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials were angered, they sighed in relief. They felt Duan Lingtian was lucky he did not anger these high-ranking officials. However, what happened next left them completely dumbfounded. Lingtian, we've met before. Do you still remember when you entered and left the St. Martial secret zone? One of the vice mansion masters of Mystical Sky Mansion took the lead to look at Duan Lingtian and introduced himself with a smile. Following that, one by one, the vice mansion masters and elders also took turns to introduce themselves to Duan Lingtian. Their tone was extremely polite. It was as though they did not treat Duan Lingtian as an ordinary disciple at all. Gu Li and Wang Fei Xian looked at each other. Both of them could see the shock and horror in each other's eyes. As the saying went, one would never hit a smiling person. Due to this reason, Duan Lingtian only smiled in response to the group of Mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials who took the initiative to greet him. Lord Mansion Master, may I know why you, the Vice Mansion Masters, and the elders came looking for me? At the same time, Duan Lingtian looked at Meng Qing and asked. Naturally, it was just a question. In fact, he already knew the answer in his heart. Chapter 1817. Lingtian, we're here because we hope you'll stay in the Mystical Sky Mansion and serve the Mystical Sky Mansion. Faced with Duan Lingtian's question, Meng Qing did not beat around the bush and said, as long as you're willing to stay, the Mystical Sky Mansion will spare no effort to nurture you in the future. All the cultivation resources will be given to you without any reservation. Moreover, I can immediately announce that you'll be the next mansion master of Mystical Sky Mansion. Meng Qing's words were filled with conviction. The moment Meng Qing's words left his mouth, the group of Mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials shifted their attention to Duan Lingtian in unison. Their gazes were filled with anticipation and desire. As long as this young man before them was willing to stay, the Mystical Sky Mansion would definitely rise to a higher level in the future. It would become a force that could stand shoulder to shoulder with the Mountain Shade Black Market and the Azure Cloud Mansion. If they could witness that scene while they were still alive, they would have no regrets even if they died. Upon hearing Meng Qing's words, Duan Lingtian and Gu Li were still fine since they had already guessed it. However, Wang Fei Xian was different. She who had not guessed it earlier was stunned again when she regained her senses. It did not cross her mind that Duan Lingtian would be able to make the group of Mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials, led by the Lord Mansion Master, come to persuade him to stay. Why are you still standing there like a fool? Promise me. When Wang Fei Xian saw Duan Lingtian did not respond even after a long time, she began to feel anxious for him. In her opinion, Meng Qing's promise was enough to show the sincerity of the Mystical Sky Mansion. With such sincerity, there was no reason for Duan Lingtian to refuse. Unfortunately, she was destined to live in her own world when it came to this matter. Mansion Master, Vice Mansion Masters, and Elders. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath as he glanced at Meng Qing and the others. After a moment of silence, he continued to say, Lingtian appreciates all of your love for Lingtian because I've already promised my master that I'll go to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land to look for him. Due to this reason, it's impossible for me to stay in the Mystical Sky Mansion. Impossible. Gu Li was not surprised by Duan Lingtian's words. He knew the mystical sky mansion would not accept his junior brother Ling Tian. His junior brother Ling Tian's stage should be in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Meng Qing was not surprised because he had already guessed that this would be the result. The reason he came here was to make the high-ranking officials of the mystical sky mansion give up. Wang Fei Xian was stunned. The group of mystical sky mansion's high-ranking officials was dumbfounded. Wang Fei Xian did not expect Duan Lingtian to refuse. Among the group of mystical sky mansion's high-ranking officials, apart from most of them who felt Duan Lingtian would agree, a small portion of them were not certain if Duan Lingtian would agree or not. However, even if they weren't sure that Duan Lingtian would agree, they didn't expect that Duan Lingtian would reject them so straightforwardly. From Duan Lingtian's words, it was obvious that there was no room for negotiation. You don't know what's good for you. Humph. If it wasn't for the mystical sky mansion taking you in and letting you enter the Heaven Palace's spirit pool, would you be able to achieve what you have today? Ingrate. Even among the mystical sky mansion's high-ranking officials, there were both good and bad people. For this reason, apart from a small portion of people who could understand Duan Lingtian, most of them could not. A small portion of people even began to curse him. When Duan Lingtian heard these curses, he merely shook his head and smiled. If it wasn't for the mystical sky mansion taking him in, he would not have achieved what he had today. If it wasn't for the Heaven Palace's spirit pool, he would not have achieved what he had today. Ingrate. There were so many mystical sky mansion's disciples, and many of them had gone through the Heaven Palace's spirit pool. However, who would possess a strength comparable to an intermediate eminent saint stage powerhouse at his age? Naturally, one could only say that even without the mystical sky mansion, Duan Lingtian's achievements would still not be low. Duan Lingtian had always been grateful to the mystical sky mansion. Whether it was because of the Heaven Palace's spirit pool, the Saint Martial secret zone, or Mansion Master Meng Qing and Guardian Gu Xiaiyun, who had helped him find all kinds of materials to repair the 4th level of the 7 Treasures exquisite pagoda. Although he was grateful, he did not plan to stay in the mystical sky mansion just because he was grateful. He had things he needed to do. There were some things that could not be delayed. Naturally, he would definitely repay the favor he owed the mystical sky mansion in the future, but not in the way he had promised Meng Qing. Due to Duan Lingtian's rejection, the meeting between him and the mystical sky mansion's high-ranking officials ended on a sour note. At the same time, this matter had swept through the entire mystical sky mansion like a hurricane, causing a commotion in the mystical sky mansion. That Ling Tian really doesn't know what's good for him, right? If he stays in the mystical sky mansion, not only will the mystical sky mansion spare no effort to nurture him, but Lord Mansion Master will even appoint him as the next Mansion Master. However, he actually rejected it. I really don't know what's going through his mind. If it were me, I would have agreed immediately. Similar discussions could be heard everywhere in the mystical sky mansion. All of them felt Duan Lingtian was too arrogant and did not know what was good for him. Duan Lingtian chose to ignore all of this. In the main mansion of the mystical sky mansion, Guardian Zhao Jin's residence was a vast palace. Currently, Zhao Jin was together with his son, Zhao Deng. Father, we can't let that Ling Tian live. With his innate talent, he'll definitely become a huge threat to our Zhao clan in the future. Zhao Deng's eyes flashed coldly as he said in a deep voice. If he had agreed to Lord Mansion Master's request today, perhaps, I might be a little wary of him. I can't believe he actually rejected it so stupidly. Zhao Jin sneered. Father, since he's determined to leave the mystical sky mansion and has no intention of leaving the mystical sky mansion's estate for the time being, why don't we wait until the day he leaves the mystical sky mansion and kill him? Zhao Deng suggested as killing intent surged from his body. If he doesn't come out before he leaves the mystical sky mansion, we have no other choice. Zhao Jin said. Even he did not dare to make a move recklessly in the mystical sky mansion's estate. This was because if he made a move in the mystical sky mansion's estate, he would be discovered by Mansion Master Meng Qing and Guardian Gu Xiaiyun immediately. Meng Qing and Gu Xiaiyun's divine consciousness could easily monitor the situation in the mystical sky mansion's estate with the help of the formations that enveloped it. Due to this reason, nobody dared to make a move recklessly in the mystical sky mansion's estate. unless that person did not want to live anymore. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian was unaware that Zhao Jin and Zhao Deng had already made up their minds to kill him. Even if he did not leave the mystical Sky Mansion's estate for the time being, they would still kill him on the day he left the mystical Sky Mansion. Currently, Duan Ling Tian had already returned to the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. He was cultivating and comprehending the Sovereign Heart Sword at the same time. When he encountered a bottleneck, he would leave the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda and his residence to chat with Gu Li and Wang Fei Xian. They would even discuss the martial Dao and divine abilities. Apart from that, he also sent a steady stream of materials to Hua Lao. The restoration of the fourth level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was in full swing through Hua Lao's hands. Time flew by, and a year had passed in just a blink of an eye. Of course, the 1 year referred to the time in the outside world. 5 years had already passed in the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. In these 5 years, Duan Lingtian's cultivation base had also improved by leaps and bounds. His comprehension of the Sovereign Heart Sword was only half a step away from the third stage. In this 1 year, Duan Ling Tian was not the only one whose cultivation base had improved by leaps and bounds. In the west of the Debussy subterranean, in a vast and barren land far away, there were also 2 people whose cultivation bases were improving at an insane speed. The speed of improvement was even more exaggerated than Duan Ling Tian, who was cultivating in the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. These 2 people's cultivation method was not the conservative method of sitting quietly and absorbing the heaven and earth spirit energy to cultivate. Their cultivation method required young women, a lot of young women. Naturally, the effect of virgin girls was even better. The young women they had used for cultivation had all been sucked dry. The commotion they had caused could not be said to be small. However, this commotion did not spread out. This was because those who saw the dried corpses or those who discovered the disappearance of the young women were all secretly killed by them. The 2 people who were cultivating in this area were none other than the former palace master of the mystical Sky Mansion's Heaven Palace, Xueqi, and the grandson of the current mystical Sky Mansion's guardian and the son of the vice mansion master, Zhao Ji. Ha ha ha. Zhao Ji laughed heartily as he stood up from the lush forest. He was completely naked, and there was a dried corpse lying by his feet. If one looked closely, one would discover the dried corpse belonged to a young woman. Looking at the pool of blood on the ground below the dried corpse, it was not difficult to guess this young woman was still a virgin. Mastery Eminent Saint Stage. I've broken through to the Mastery Eminent Saint Stage. After laughing for a while, Zhao Jin seemed to have had enough. Then, he turned his attention to his current cultivation. In just a year, his cultivation base had broken through from the Mastery Refined Saint Stage to the Mastery Eminent Saint Stage. All of this was due to the Devouring Dark Devil technique. In this 1 year, there were countless young women who were sucked dry by him. He had also relied on the vital qi and blood of those young women to achieve his current cultivation base. In the past, he did not even dare to dream of such an improvement. However, although I've broken through to the Mastery Eminent Saint Stage, I might not be able to defeat Ling Tian. After all, he was already at the Intermediate Eminent Saint Stage a year ago. Continue. Continue to cultivate. The moment Zhao Ji thought of Duan Ling Tian, it was as though a bucket of cold water had been splashed on his head. He shuddered and regained his senses. Zhao Ji. Just as Zhao Ji was about to look for his next target, an old voice resonated in the air. Following that, a figure appeared in front of Zhao Ji. Palace Master Zhu. When Zhao Ji saw the newcomer, he grinned. I've already broken through to the Mastery Eminent Saint Stage. How's your progress? Have you broken through to the Intermediate Exemplary Saint Stage? 6 months ago, Xueqi, whose cultivation base was at the peak of the Divine Saint Stage, had successfully broken through to the early Exemplary Saint Stage that he had always dreamed of with the help of the Devouring Dark Devil technique. After that, he continued to improve by leaps and bounds. Just a little bit more. Chapter 18:18. Then you're much slower than me, Zhao Ji said smugly when he heard Xueqi's words. He had also used a year to break through from the Intermediate Refined Saint Stage to the Mastery Eminent Saint Stage. He had broken through 5 levels in a row. Naturally, He had only broken through 4 levels. Even if he did not cultivate the devouring dark devil technique, he would still be able to break through to the mastery refined saint stage in a short time. However, even if he had only broken through 4 levels, it was still much stronger compared to Xueqi, who had broken through 1 level. As far as I know, you've devoured more of the vital essence and blood of young women compared to me. When Zhao Ji reached this part of his sentence, he became even more smug. Humph. Although I've devoured more of the vital essence and blood of young women in this 1 year, what's your cultivation base compared to mine? How can we compare? Xueqi snorted coldly. He felt that Zhao Ji was really shameless. How could he compare his cultivation progress in the past year? Originally, Zhao Ji was only an intermediate refined saint stage martial cultivator. It was only natural for him to improve by leaps and bounds by devouring the vital essence and blood of young women to cultivate the devouring dark devil technique. Previously, he was already at the peak of the divine saint stage. Even if he had the devouring dark devil technique, it would not be easy for him to break through to the early exemplary saint stage in just a year. Moreover, it was not an ordinary early exemplary saint stage martial cultivator. Palace Master Zhu, I really don't understand you anymore. With your cultivation base, if you devour the vital essence and blood of young women to cultivate the devouring dark devil technique, your cultivation base would be much faster. However, you don't want to touch those young women, and you don't even want me to touch them in front of you. I'm really speechless. Zhao Ji said, I really don't understand. What's the difference between ordinary young women and those young women? Humph. Xueqi snorted again. However, he did not reply to Zhao Ji's words. In Xueqi's heart, there was a secret that only he knew. A long time ago, he had a very cute daughter that was left behind by his late wife before she passed away. He cherished the daughter that his wife had sacrificed her life to give birth to very much. He treated her like a little princess. However, the weather was unpredictable, and people were unpredictable. When his daughter was 16 years old, because he was at a critical juncture in his cultivation breakthrough, he did not accompany his daughter, causing her to be sullied by a playboy. When he came out of seclusion, what he saw was his daughter's corpse. There was also a suicide note left by his daughter. His daughter had chosen to commit suicide precisely because her innocence had been sullied. Although he had annihilated that profligate son's entire family, his daughter would not be able to return. It was also because of the death of his only family member that Xueqi was able to devote himself wholeheartedly to cultivation and achieve what he had today. Cultivating the devouring dark devil technique would increase the efficiency by devouring the essence, blood, and qi of a maiden. He naturally understood this principle. However, every time he saw those young and inexperienced maidens, he could not help but think of his own daughter. That was why he could not do it at all. Not only could he not do it himself, even if he saw Zhao Ji making a move on those maidens, he would also stop him. Just like now, even though he had rushed over to stop Zhao Ji, he was still too late. Whoosh! When Xueqi raised his hand, a layer of soil rose from the ground and covered the maiden's dried corpse so that she could rest in peace. You're unreasonable. Although this was not the first time Zhao Ji had seen Xueqi acting in this manner, he was still rendered speechless. He could not understand why Xueqi was so kind to those maidens. Palace Master Zhu, it's best if we don't meet again in the future. Zhao Ji took a deep look at Xueqi. Then, he seemed to have transformed into a gust of wind as he left. It was as though he was avoiding the plague. Xueqi was not angered by Zhao Ji's actions. He continued to fly in another direction. If possible, he did not want to meet Zhao Ji. This was because if he encountered Zhao Ji, and if Zhao Ji's target was a virgin, he would not be able to stop himself from interfering. Although those virgin girls were not his daughters, they were constantly reminding him of the unbearable past. It was as though this had become Xueqi's inner demon. If Xueqi had acted as brazenly as Zhao Ji from the beginning and had even laid his hands on maidens, he would not be far away from breaking through to the intermediate exemplary saint stage even if he had not broken through yet. However, Xueqi still had to work hard for another 3 months before he was confident he would be able to break through. One must admit that Xueqi and Zhao Ji had kept a low profile. Moreover, they had chosen to stay in a remote area west of the WCI subterranean. Let alone quasi-third-rate forces, There was not even a fourth-rate or fifth-rate force in this area. For this reason, news of their actions had not spread even after a year had passed. However, there was no such thing as an airtight wall in this world. Another half a year had passed before news of the strange incident in the remote area west of the Debussy subterranean finally spread. The person who spread the news was a native of the western area. 3 years ago, he had gone out to explore and had only returned today. However, as soon as he returned, he discovered his hometown, a small village that seemed like a paradise, had been turned into ruins. He could vaguely see many corpses that had been dead for a long time. The other corpses were still normal. However, the strange thing was the corpses of the young women had been sucked dry. What's going on? The strange scene before his eyes had completely exceeded his imagination. It even caused him to temporarily forget the pain of losing his family. Then, he began to search his surroundings. Everywhere he went, the small towns and villages that used to be bustling with life had been turned into ruins. The corpses here were similar to the corpses in the small village where he came from. Apart from the corpses of the young women, the other corpses were normal. What the hell? In the end, he no longer dared to continue searching. He left the remote area west of the city as though he was fleeing. As for the news, it was also spread out by him. Hey! Have you heard? The people in the small towns and villages west of the city have all been killed. However, the strange thing is the corpses of the young women have all been sucked dry. It's very strange. Dried corpses? What kind of dried corpses? If you want to know, why don't you go and see for yourself? As time passed, similar discussions could be heard everywhere in the cities adjacent to the remote area west of the city. In this world, there was no lack of people with strong curiosity. Driven by curiosity, many people formed groups and entered the remote area west of the city. When they saw everything with their own eyes, they knew that the news they had heard earlier was true. Heavens! Who did this? These young women are so pitiful. It's fine if they were killed, but they were turned into dried corpses. No, look. There are no wounds on these young women's bodies. They're completely different from the other corpses. Moreover, their corpses have no clothes on. Do you think it's the work of a devil cultivator? If it's the work of a devil cultivator, isn't the devil Tao cultivation method too cruel? Among the curious people, there was no lack of knowledgeable people. As they speculated, they came to a conclusion. A devil cultivator who had cultivated an inhumane devil Tao cultivation method had wreaked havoc in the remote area west of the city. There was no lack of devil cultivators in the Tao Martial Saint Land. Devil cultivators were also recognized in the Tao Martial Saint Land. However, the devil cultivators who were recognized were devil cultivators who had cultivated ordinary devil Tao cultivation methods. Those devil cultivators who had cultivated inhumane devil Tao cultivation methods were like rats crossing the street in the Tao Martial Saint Land. Everyone wanted to kill them. When one person spread the news, the people who heard the news might be skeptical. However, after this news was confirmed by hundreds and thousands of people, it became a fact that was set in stone. I remember 2 years ago, the quasi-third-rate force, the mystical sky mansion, had spread the news that the devouring dark devil technique had appeared. The person who obtained the devouring dark devil technique was the former palace master of the mystical sky mansion's heaven palace, Xueqi. It said that the devouring dark devil technique is an inhumane and top-notch devil technique. Its main purpose is to devour the essence, blood, and qi of young women to cultivate. Every young woman who has been captured to cultivate the devouring dark devil technique will eventually turn into a dried corpse. Do you guys think that what happened in the remote area in the west is related to the devouring dark devil technique? Now that you mention it, I remember now. If it's the devouring dark devil technique, everything makes sense now. Then, does this mean the people who were killed in the west and the young women who were sucked dry are the masterpieces of Xueqi, the former palace master of the mystical sky mansion's heaven palace? That's most likely the case. Not long after, someone began to link the incident in the west to the devouring dark devil technique. For a time, Xueqi, the former palace master of the mystical sky mansion's heaven palace, became the scapegoat. This was because the people in the Debussy subterranean only knew that he had obtained the devouring dark devil technique. Nobody knew that Xueqi had obtained the devouring dark devil technique as well. Palace Master Xu, the incident has been exposed. It seems like we'll have to lay low for a while. What do you plan to do? While the outside world was in an uproar, Xueqi and Zhu Luqi gathered in a remote place in the west of the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. It was a stone forest where even birds would not defecate. It was apparent they knew what they had done had been exposed. What plan can I have? Hide, of course. I'm not like you who cultivated the devouring dark devil technique and killed so many virgins, yet you can still return to the mystical sky mansion. Zhu Luqi said in a deep voice. If that's the case, I'll take my leave first, Palace Master Xu. Also, please take care of Su Jing, Palace Master Xu. After all, we haven't completely learned the devouring dark devil technique yet. Xueqi reminded Zhu Luqi before he left. We can't stay here any longer. Chapter 18-19. Zhu Luqi knew his limits. Although he had already broken through to the intermediate exemplary saint stage, there were still many people who were stronger than him in the WCI subterranean. Put aside the quintessential saint stage watchers from the first-rate forces in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land who were sent to the lower province. Even the leaders of the quasi-third-rate forces, Azure Cloud Mansion and Mountain Shade Black Market, were powerhouses who could easily defeat him. It was said that both of their cultivation bases were at the peak of the exemplary saint stage. Apart from them, there were also leaders from various quasi-third-rate forces, including Mansion Master Meng Qing of Mystical Sky Mansion. The weakest among them was at the Mastery Exemplary Saint stage. Behind them were people like Feng Bu Yi, the deputy leader of Mountain Shade Black Market. They were all experienced intermediate exemplary saint stage powerhouses. They were only half a step away from the Mastery Exemplary Saint stage. They were not people he could compare to. Feng Bu Yi, I've already broken through to the intermediate exemplary saint stage. The day I break through to the Mastery Exemplary Saint stage will be the day you die. Zhu Luqi's eyes gleamed fiercely. He had cultivated the devouring dark devil technique to seek revenge from Feng Bu Yi. As time passed by, Zhu Luqi gradually calmed down. However, it's not suitable for me to keep a high profile for a period of time. I'll focus on my martial tactics and divine abilities during this period of time. The divine abilities Zhu Luqi mentioned were the divine abilities recorded in the devouring dark devil technique. That divine ability was not some useless low-grade divine ability. Even Su Jing had not come into contact with it since only those at the divine saint stage and above could attempt to comprehend and cultivate it. Soon after, Zhu Luqi also left the western side of the WCI subterranean. At the same time, the news of the devouring dark devil technique's appearance had spread far and wide. In the end, more than half of the WCI subterranean had heard about it. Devouring dark devil technique? What's the devouring dark devil technique? As the news of the devouring dark devil technique wreaking havoc in the western region spread, the devouring dark devil technique became famous. Of course, there were also many people who didn't know about the existence of the devouring dark devil technique. After all, it had been a long time since the last time the devouring dark devil technique became famous. Those who still knew about the existence of the devouring dark devil technique were almost all from the major forces that had passed it down from that era. The devouring dark devil technique can be cultivated by devouring the essence and blood of young women. If he devoured the essence, blood, and chi of a maiden, the effect of his cultivation would be even better. Any woman whose vital energy and blood are devoured will become a dried corpse. More than half of the WCI subterranean fell into a state of panic as the details of the devouring dark devil technique spread. Especially those young women virgins, they couldn't wait to dig a hole and hide in it. This was because they were the primary targets of devil cultivators who cultivated the devouring dark devil technique. When more than half of the WCI subterranean fell into a state of panic, the various fourth-rate and quasi-third-rate forces had, naturally, received the news as well. Don't tell me that Zhu Luqi wants to become a public enemy just like that devil cultivator who cultivated the devouring dark devil technique? Many high-ranking officials from fourth-rate forces cursed out loud. I was fortunate enough to meet Mansion Master Meng Qing from the Mystical Sky Mansion once. He's a very upright person. I really don't understand how a scum like Xueqi could appear in the mystical sky mansion. Many high-ranking officials from quasi-third-rate forces chimed in. As the top forces in the WCI subterranean, the quasi-third-rate forces naturally could not sit idly by when they learned that the devouring dark devil technique had begun to wreak havoc in the WCI subterranean. It hasn't even been 2 years. Even if Xueqi has cultivated the devouring dark devil technique, his current strength won't be that strong. We must kill him before he grows stronger. If we don't kill him in time, the people in the WCI subterranean will definitely be plunged into misery and suffering. One of the leaders from a quasi-third-rate force declared that he wanted to kill Xueqi. The other leaders from the quasi-third-rate forces also ordered their powerhouses to head to a remote place in the west. The fourth-rate forces began to cooperate. Previously, when the devouring dark devil technique wreaked havoc in the WCI subterranean, the current powerhouses in the WCI subterranean did not experience it personally. However, they still learned about the devouring dark devil technique and how terrifying the devil cultivator who cultivated it was from the letters passed down by their ancestors. At that time, the devil cultivator who cultivated the devouring dark devil technique relied on his cultivation base at the peak of the exemplary saint stage to kill several powerhouses at the peak of the exemplary saint stage, and more than 10 powerhouses at the mastery exemplary saint stage. In the end, he managed to escape. Even the mystical sky mansion had sent out 2 of their guardians. As for the mansion master, Meng Qing, he did not leave since he had to stay in the mystical sky mansion. Not long after the 2 mystical sky mansion's guardians left, Meng Qing, who was pacing back and forth in the courtyard with a frown, felt a gust of wind blowing in front of him. Following that, an old figure appeared before his eyes. This old man was a one-armed old man. If Duan Lingtian was here, he would be able to recognize this one-armed old man with just a glance. He was none other than the old man who guarded the Heaven Palace's spirit pool. He was also the master of Guardian Gu Ci Yun and the grand ancestor of his senior brother Gu Li, senior uncle. Although Meng Qing was the mansion master of Mystical Sky Mansion, he did not dare to be disrespectful when facing this old man. He immediately bowed and greeted him. The old man in front of him was his master's senior brother. He was also the person with the highest seniority in the Mystical Sky Mansion. Mansion Master, there's no need to be so courteous. I'm only here for one thing. Please allow me to leave the Mystical Sky Mansion to look for Xueqi. I want to personally kill him. When the seemingly amiable old man reached the end of his sentence, his body emitted a chilling aura as his eyes gleamed coldly. Senior uncle, the 2 guardians have already left. There's no need for you to go, right? Meng Qing said bitterly. It was not that he doubted the old man's strength, but he could not bear to see this old man running around for the Mystical Sky Mansion at such an age. Mansion Master, that brat Xueqi has cultivated with me for a period of time. Although we're not master and disciple in name, we're master and disciple in reality. It's my duty to clean up the mess. The old man insisted. Since you insist, senior uncle, I have no objections. However, please act according to your strength. It has been almost 2 years since Xueqi started cultivating the devouring dark devil technique so recklessly. It's very likely that his cultivation base has already broken through to the intermediate exemplary saint stage. Meng Qing could not help but remind him when he reached the end of his sentence. What? Sect leader, are you suspecting that my old bones are inferior to that brat Xueqi? As the old man spoke, a powerful aura surged out of his body and shrouded Meng Qing's body. Meng Qing's expression changed immediately as joy filled his eyes. Senior uncle, why have I broken through? Swoosh. However, faced with Meng Qing's joyful question, the old man only replied to him with a disappearing silhouette. In the Heaven Palace of the Mystical Sky Mansion. Swoosh. A swift figure came from the direction of the main mansion. In just a blink of an eye, he arrived at a platform halfway up the mountain of the Heaven Palace and stood in front of an independent courtyard. The person who had arrived was none other than Gu Li. Why are all of you sneaking around my junior brother Ling Tian's place? Gu Li said in a low voice as he raised his hand. The air trembled as a few invisible forces surged out. In just a blink of an eye, the few people who were hiding at the side were dragged out and thrown to the ground. Barf. Boff. The few people who were thrown out were the Mystical Sky Mansion's disciples from the Zhao clan. All of them were suppressed by the invisible force to the point they threw up blood. Divine Saint Stage. One of the mystical Sky Mansion's disciples from the Zhao clan who had a higher cultivation base had a horrified expression. When he looked at Guli again, it was as though he had seen a ghost. Guli, why you've broken through to the Divine Saint Stage? Zhao Dong, looks like you're really worthy of being ranked 5th on the mystical sky ranking. You can actually tell I've broken through. Guli glanced at the mystical Sky Mansion's disciple from the Zhao clan who had spoken indifferently. The mystical Sky Mansion's disciple from the Zhao clan who had spoken was ranked 5th on the mystical sky ranking. He had broken through to the peak of the eminent saint stage some time ago. Due to this reason, he was able to tell Gu Li's cultivation base had broken through to the life stage. Although he had just broken through to the peak of the eminent saint stage not long ago, he was not someone who could easily be injured by someone at the peak of the eminent saint stage. Only a powerhouse at the divine saint stage or above would have the ability to toy with him in the palm of his hand. Due to this reason, he did not even need to think about it to be certain Gu Li had broken through to the divine saint stage. Divine Saint Stage. When the other mystical Sky Mansion's disciples from the Zhao clan heard Zhao Dong's words, they were so shocked that they almost fainted. A divine saint stage powerhouse was someone who could kill them with just a finger. Senior brother Gu Li, congratulations. At this moment, the door of the room in the courtyard opened. Following that, a handsome young man dressed in white walked out slowly. The young man had a smile on his face that made people feel as though they were bathing in a spring breeze. Junior brother Ling Tian, you've come out of closed-door cultivation as well? Gu Li was surprised. What a coincidence. I came out of closed-door cultivation half a month ago, and I've been comprehending martial tactics recently. That's why I'm able to detect any commotion outside. The young man who walked out of the room was none other than Duan Ling Tian. Due to the fact that Duan Ling Tian had changed his appearance and identity, he no longer wore plain purple robes. He would change them frequently. Junior brother Ling Tian, how do you want to deal with these few fellows? Gu Li narrowed his eyes as he looked at Zhao Dong and the others, seeking Duan Ling Tian's opinion. Don't act recklessly. Don't forget the mystical Sky Mansion's rule of not killing each other. Zhao Dong had a panicked expression on his face when he saw Gu Li looking at him. The other mystical Sky Mansion's disciples from the Zhao clan looked at Duan Ling Tian pleadingly. It was obvious they wanted Duan Ling Tian to show mercy. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.